Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship taking place right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers 8. I'm Bara Abdallah. I am honored and privileged to be your voice in this esports trip along with the beautiful and talented Wajih. What is going on? كيف الحال؟
يا أهلا وسهلا فيك أخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم في جيمر زيت بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية. ومثل ما شاهدنا مباريات أمس قديش كانت حماس، وذكرنا أن أمس رغم الحماس ما زلنا في اليوم الأول، ولكن اليوم داخلين على اليوم الثاني بحماس جدا مختلف. وشفنا أيضا بعض المنتخبات ما شفناها كلنا، ولكن احتمال كبير أن اليوم أخوي براء والمشاهدين نشوف منتخبات ما شفناها أمس.
بالضبط. Yeah, Wajih, as Wajih's just mentioned right now, as we saw a lot of things taking place right there in Mobile Legends and in Dota too. But today, right now, we're going to start off as well with some Mobile Legends action. And now we're going to pass it on to our phenomenal and amazing casters. Take it from here.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Bara, from our stage live here in Riyadh. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu for day number 2 of IESF MLBB action. It's quite a while that we saw some metas show up, but yesterday we were trying to calibrate on whose team was going to be on top of most of the challenges today.
We saw a lot yesterday, to say the least, right? And also, there's a lot that people were wondering, especially stuff that wasn't streamed. Again, you know, we're only streaming a certain amount of games each day, but that's not to say there's a ton of action happening. And also, we will be taking kind of like a recap look, exactly how yesterday went. Again, because today, the matches that happened today pretty much settle things in, right? Who's moving forward ahead of us, basically, because we have to reiterate the fact that 5 of these 8 teams will qualify for Romania moving forward.
Speaking of moving forward now, from the matches of yesterday, Philippines and also Mongolia has officially secured their spot in Romania.
I feel like a lot of people online were kind of surprised, you know, and they're wondering, is Mongolia? I'm not saying surprised about the Philippines. I think a lot of people assumed, you know, they would be making it onward, but specifically Mongolia. And if you go back and watch some of those matches, if you could, they were streamed in other parts, right? Now, there is if you will, a dark horse, maybe for the tournament. They did defeat Cambodia, right? And a lot of people were kind of shocked by that. Again, this is something that we really built on yesterday, OSX, where we were saying, you know, specifically, there's teams out here that a lot of people don't have data on. You know, they haven't been able to watch too many games. How do these players play? What kind of strategies do they have? What have they adopted from metas from around the world? And Mongolia being one of them, right? One of the surprises there, and there could be more as well. We were surprised with Kazakhstan yesterday, right? And how they kind of reverse swept that first series we did yesterday.
Well, starting off with the first best of 3 of the game, it was 3 games straight from KSA and KZA or Kazakhstan, and we've witnessed how these teams can easily adapt, can easily go in the fly of adjustment from what they went from game number 1. As what you said, they were lacking the data on how are they going through all of their preparations, the challenges, but we can still consider that Mongolia right now is the one team that we need to eye on, because yesterday we've talked about could be that Cambodia could be the possible counter for Philippines, but now, well, surprise. No, so now we're about to see more of it for our group standings for today and 4-hour matches moving forward. So for our standings, starting with Mongolia.
Yeah, so as we were saying, they already secured their spot, right? They've got those 4 points. They got the 2 wins. Cambodia there to follow. They've got the 2 points. UAE and Nepal, both -2. And this is why that first match here today is so crucial, right? Because again, basically both of those teams, UAE and Nepal, they're fighting for that position, right? And that is that last chance qualifier to get that 5th slot later on for Romania. So now we're going to be taking a look at Group B here, and let's see how this one went out.
Well, Philippines straight 4 points, and Kazakhstan also has 2. Well, we have Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from 1 and Bangladesh 0. So there's 3 more slots. available to go and continue their journey in Romania. So it's not yet done. We still have 3 more days left to witness and see how will they change something in their own meta.
Well, the tournament meta is definitely, I feel like it's kind of setting its place, but we expounded on this yesterday, OSX. You know, even as we take a look here at the games from yesterday, that we had a huge question mark, especially with the emblem system. We really expounded on that. How can it affect the current state of the game on competitive level? And we saw it already in the first series of the day even, right? And just kind of the back and forth. We saw some of these surprising picks as well. And one thing that really stands out to me is the snowball factor is massive right now, at least with certain compositions, right? And some of the games that we even saw earlier or yesterday from the Philippines, they ended in what, 10 to 12 minutes, something along that line. But what I will say is the dynamic, the flexibility that you can actually have with these compositions in the current meta is amazing.
Dynamic and flexibility. We've witnessed how they adapted some of the non-traditional gold lane options that we've talked about. So now we see more of these teams go through these changes, and they want more or having great chances in getting their points in. So as looking back, we've seen assassin picks back in the game, and also we are also seeing unorthodox choices that we are about to even unfold.
Unorthodox, again, this is something that we talked about deeply when we were getting into drafts or even before drafts, and I love to see it. You know, even in this matchup where we got to see Khalid come to play, we saw Selena pop up a couple different times already too, and not to mention, you know, some of the things that can be thrown even in the gold lane, like we saw against that Beatrix pick when the Bane was locked in. So there's already so many kind of unique heroes being put in certain lanes and going around that. I can't wait to see what still is to unfold, right? And one thing in particular that you mentioned, the assassin jungles specifically, it's great that they're back, right? But something that you have to be wary of if you're a team drafting one of those heroes, assassin heroes for the jungle, is this. And that's what we saw from this series, right? Specifically between Philippines and just how much they focus so much on Bangladesh. I mean, the jungle was choked out. And when that happened early on with the state of the game, the state of the meta forming right now, it is tough to deal with, man.
Yeah, and if you're talking about how coming back from a losing match will go and have a way of winning back again, series number 1, it's the EXP laners, right? The XP laners of Kazakhstan and all of the teams succeeding in the matches was one of the biggest factor in the game-changing ways of pulling themselves back on the late game.
Oh man, not only that, but even with this, again, I was talking about the multiple compositions, unique heroes. Love to see, once again, Alpha coming out into the jungle, right? And this whole lineup that we saw in Philippines draft here is just sustain and durability, basically. And I'm wondering, too, if we see, you know, we heard from Coach Ducky saying he wanted to get that kind of redemption for Florin. I think that was it, right? So now, and it's funny because he even mentioned, you know, at least in other parts of the region, people don't like Florin because the way it performed before for them. And then, so there's now the redemption arc at the same time, plus paired with the new emblem system. It's kind of, you're kind of worried if this is too strong, right? And you have to see, hopefully other teams try to go that route as well, that sustainability route. Maybe it's the Florin, maybe it's the Estes, maybe it's like with the Rafaela, like we said yesterday, that could pop up. But that kind of healing sustain meta or composition, I want to see more of it.
Well, regardless if you have a bad rap on how your support heroes were going through before the new emblem system went, well, we can expect new choices to show up even for day number 2, because as we're waiting for this, we have 3 matches today, and those matches has 2 from Nepal.
Yeah, we've got 2 matches from Group A, and then we've got the last match later on today, we've got Group B, right? And that's, I would say the first match specifically is going to be quite dicey because, and the reason why I say that is, again, it's you basically set the pace. Nepal really wants to go ahead. If they can get a sweep, amazing, right? They're still fighting once again for those placements for Romania, and it starts there with match 1. So it's a better, what better way to start our day 2 here?
Well, if we go back on the matches yesterday from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we might see more of the roaming choices that we saw from Troll, and also the new ways of adapting for the non-traditional choices. So we haven't seen most of the non-stream games. It was happening yesterday as we end our broadcasted ones, right? So we're about to see how will they go from this point in time.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things about this at least day number 2 is it's crunch time, right? For a lot of these teams, if they had, again, this is just Philippines, Mongolia to be specific, they already secured their spots. But of course, in their games today, there's still a roadblock for these teams that are looking for those, those spots themselves. And that's something to be said. Again, whoever has to face off against Mongolia, against the Philippines, after the performances yesterday, it's kind of a daunting task, right? So you hope that at least from day one, you have enough of that information, you have enough data to kind of work around. And then even like we heard yesterday from the coach from Kazakhstan, right? How they took game 1. Again, game 1 was a tough loss for them. It was a massive lead, right, against Team Saudi Arabia. And they made adjustments on the fly, and I think that's why it's so important, because even in the draft, we've talked about how much of a chess game it can be.
Yeah.
Right? But we saw those adjustments being made, and we also saw, once again, even if you're focusing, hyper-focusing, you mentioned Troll, right? The bans towards Troll, the roam option, or even XP lane, there's so much flexibility right now that really you're just kind of narrowing things down to the point where you never know really what could pop up. Again, Bane in the gold lane, Esmeralda, Jawhead, shout out to Renmar. Don't know if that's going to happen, right? But there is so much room for experimentation, and even after day 1, day 2 is still a great time to test that out.
Well, Bane is much more viable from the matches yesterday, was more effective onto the gold lane rather than being on the jungle side. Because if we going to break down on the possibilities of the first match, it's UAE versus Nepal. So if they went on with those kinds of heroes that they're comfortable with, so they might open something that they could be practicing for some certain time. So with this kind of situation, well, UAE could actually strike back on how they went through from yesterday. Because today, we have matches from Group A and Group B, right? It's 2 to 1.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, aside from that, again, there's just too much here that we can kind of overanalyze. I feel like at this level, again, just because of the fact that there's so much room to maneuver, right? And that means that even though we have day 1, because we were asking ourselves, and I know a lot of people once again are really hyper focused on the new emblem update, even though it's been a few weeks now, I think, up to this point. And the thing is there's so many changes. We were talking about that before we actually got to see our first match yesterday, OSX, where we're wondering how many different combinations would pop up in the emblems, emblem setup, basically.
Keeps growing.
Yeah, right? And I don't know the specific stat, but I know from each game that we went to, each series that we had, it was quite different. And we were actually wondering, too, with the strength of tenacity, for example, how strong tenacity is. We did see that come out a couple times, right, where the entire team, their tier 2 emblem was the tenacity. And then it didn't. And then for some teams, they didn't go with that at all, right? And they had a completely different game plan. I think that's what's so special, specifically about the new emblem system. You have these different kind of sets you can roll with and make it work for your team composition.
Yeah, we've seen the quantum charge and the tenacity in 5 straight players up against the Philippines. It's the sustained counter. For how will you give yourself to live from early game to mid game? So as we see, as they adapt in all of the sustaining team fights, they needed more damage. So there are some points that they needed to adjust. As you say, we have the boxes that needed to be checked out for the teams who lost yesterday. So a lot of things could be surprising today. And I believe the teams and the players are ready. So back to you, Wajay and Bara on stage.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد. شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين، سمعنا كلامهم وتوقعاتهم ايضا بخصوص مباريات اليوم، ولكن احنا بعد ما شفنا مباريات امس اتوقع ان الحماس زاد يا اخوي براء.
صح كلامك يا وجيه ويعطيك العافية, and big shout out goes to our casters who are gonna fire it up today as well with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang competition taking place right here at the Asian Championship. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna earn their place at the 15th Esports World Championship taking place in Romania? Yash. And now we are ready for the walkouts to call in the teams for the first match taking place right here on the second day.
أكيد التوقعات بتكون جدا صعبة، بخصوص أنه بتكون عندنا منتخبات جدا قوية في مباراتنا الأولى للعبة موبايل ليجندز في أول مباراة لليوم الثاني. تحية قوية لمنتخب الإمارات.
And let's hear it to the UAE. ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it right now for the second team competing right here for this competition. Let's hear it for Nepal.
أما الآن عرفنا المنتخب الأول اللي هو منتخب الإمارات، ولكن بيكون خصمه منتخب نيبال.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, who's gonna make it? It's gonna be a beautiful but fierce competition. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
أكيد ما زلنا في اليوم الأول في اليوم الثاني وما زلنا في الجروب ستيج، فأكيد بيكون في فرص كثيرة للمنتخبات، ولكن بيكون مباراة جدا قوية بين هذول المنتخبين، ولكن ما ودنا نطول عليكم أكثر أعزائي المشاهدين، فخلونا نتوجه للمعلقين عشان نبتدي فيها المباراة.
And now let's pass it on to our casters. Take it from here.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. Enemy spotted. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Barra. That's one heck of a video. Few more steps to glory of our teams to compete and continue their dreams in Romania. Amazing times ahead, Naisu. And we start with the matches of day 3. But right now, it's UAE versus Nepal in day number 2.
Man, I'm wondering when, after that video, after seeing that video, I'm wondering when Ruby's going to pop out, right? There was a time when Ruby was so, I feel like, sought after as a roam because just the set potential, right? And I'm wondering, too, if perhaps she still kind of fits there or maybe even I just don't even want to leave anything out of the air. Like the fact that she could be parked in a different lane possibly even too, right?
Ooh.
But still, I think there's a lot of debate once again with Rome and exactly what heroes fit the best bill there. And also part of that is because, once again, the emblem system, right? The changes and how some people feel like the tank emblems aren't what they want them to be.
It's a different
Yes, it's
thing
different.
now.
Yeah.
And if Ruby could show up, we haven't seen Ruby being picked in our drafts today. Who knows? So he could land in the EXP, well, as we usually see, or being, well, the traditional tank option. So who knows? So if we are about to gauge on how their qualifiers went, it was a different thing for UAE. But some of them, we see they used fighters for their assassin jungle picks. We saw X-Borg.
Yeah.
We saw different ones. So could be a different change here.
I think the change is already, apparent, even just in day 1, to be honest. And I think it's, even in other tournaments, it was already happening, right? And it's kind of crazy because things are still shifting. And even before, you have to consider the fact that before, when we just had patches, like just regular patches through MLBB, there'd be some of these minor changes here and there, right? It really depended on kind of what changed specifically in the heroes. Mm-hmm. But now, again, when you have the emblem system kind of change or overhauled in a way, it adds so much possibility, right? Now, the thing is most of those jungle picks, like we mentioned, it's leaning more towards the assassin, right? And is it good? Is it good for a lot of people to move away from that utility kind of jungle meta that we saw for I don't know how long, honestly, that we were there. It was a long
Months,
time.
years.
I don't know about years, but it felt like years, right? It was a while. And but this is what we saw yesterday is my point. I want to go back to that because both of these two teams, the play styles that they have, right? Very, I would say for a majority of them, they like that snowball momentum kind of play style, right? You don't see too many teams right now kind of try to extend those games. Like they'd rather end them early, and I think that's why they opt for some of those hero picks that lean more towards that snowball potential.
Well, speaking of hero picks, now let's check on the roster on who's going to battle it for today for UAE. We have Jed, Bulex, Weird, 7M Dan, and Buzz, if I can pronounce it that way, if I'm correct. But a bit of a fact, though, from our friends that we met in the rehearsals,
Yep.
3 of them were brothers.
They are, yeah. And, you know, we got a good chance to actually talk to these guys. And there's 3 that are brothers now. Apparently, there's 2 more brothers that are ready to, that are training to eventually, there's a whole team of brothers. I think that'd be I don't know if that'd be the first in MLBB history.
A dream
An
team.
entire
a
team.
family.
Yeah, like that's amazing. But, you know, with that aside, we've heard also just on the competitive level and how they kind of like to play around, even with XP lane, right? How much they like to shine and kind of utilize that XP lane for their kind of game strategy here.
Well, speaking of strategy, we have seen players make the difference in their all gameplay composition. So either it's the jungler, it's the EXP lane, or even how their marksman evolves. Okay, so if they've seen the matches yesterday, we might see a different one for Nepal in their roster.
All right, let's take a look at Nepal here. We've got Lunatic, Panda, Masarap, question mark. We've got BBC, we got Xerox, and Yahiko, right? And it's another funny story, by the way. We met Masarap just yesterday. And we didn't get a chance to ask him, you know, why Masarap? And why is there a question mark?
Yeah, and he's not even sure that if what he just tried tastes good or not. So in English, is it good? Right?
Yeah.
Does it taste good?
Does it taste good?
Either way. Masarap is a Filipino word for is it good? So now we are looking at the camera of Team Nepal, inspired also by the Filipino players. We have Masarap there, who again, we've met yesterday. So we kind of want to see how they really can infuse the recent metas in the Philippine server that mostly teams look up to.
Yeah, and I feel like the most interesting here too, aside from of course the names, is, you know, I was watching the online qualifiers here, and our good friend Mirko out there was also casting one of those games. And there's, you know, aside from, like I said, the IGNs, the play style for Nepal, they love to. We were kind of talking about this for the majority of these teams, right? They like to live on the edge a little and like play a little risky. And so I think that's what we're gonna kind of expect here between these two teams, is see some of that risk, see some of that experimentation, how well it works for them, and just, you know, who comes out with the win there. And at the same time, when you're talking about both these teams side by side, or, you know, lining them up across the board in terms of lanes, one thing I guess I wouldn't expect so much as, you know how XP lane is usually like a dead lane, right? I mean, we saw some of this yesterday too.
Yep.
The Uranus being picked up. We saw Lapu locked in maybe 2-3 times in a row, and it worked really well. So, you know, heroes like that can still really work for teams like this, where XP lane traditionally is not an exciting lane, right? But the way that these teams from these regions play that, it could be very exciting to see how they rotate. Again, I think part of it is the gold lane nowadays, especially if it's a traditional kind of marksman pick, you really kind of got to babysit that lane, or at least just somehow do something around the map where they can at least farm up the best way possible.
It's the third switch of a control board, the EXP lane. But if we might see Esmeralda and Reynos go back again, it could be a different thing. So if that's the case, most of the teams have this coordination where mid-game starts, they take control of the map.
Yeah.
But at some points, teams are having mistakes yesterday that there's a lot of question, that there's a lot of troubles or challenges that need to address, that most of them were not even focusing on their own lane objectives. So if we can see how they really adapt or change or fix something up, we might see new things about them today.
Well, I think one we have to just kind of assume that most of the new things that we might see throughout this tournament is already, we got a glimpse of it yesterday, right? That's the biggest thing. We had a glimpse there. And even the games that we necessarily didn't catch on stream, and even for the viewers out there watching, a lot of people are wondering exactly kind of what happened in those games. And, we can only, if there was some information or some data out there where you can kind of take it, what I will say is that there's so many combinations of things happening in terms of compositions, right? That's one of the biggest ones. And also, how does it change in the draft? Because both these teams going head-to-head here know that they've got to at least win the draft. Now, even if you win the draft, and most people will be like, okay, well, this draft is better than this draft. But if you notice now, OSX, the way that things are, you can like both drafts, right? Or most of the time, just because you see a different hero slotted in a lane, or you have that flexibility, for example, off the top of my head, even the Fredrin, right? Where naturally you're thinking, or the Joy, they're going to go in this lane, but they switch up, right? So a lot of people will think, okay, well, this draft is better than this. But now we're at a point where stuff gets weird in the second phase, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you have still the normal flexibility heroes being slotted in the first phase. Second phase is where it gets weird. And it's funny that there is an IGN player here named Weird, right? But it gets like that. And that's where we saw even yesterday, the alpha popped up. I was excited. I don't know how you felt about it.
It felt good, man.
Yeah, it was awesome, right?
I haven't seen an alpha game for so long.
Well, he's popped up maybe, I don't know, once or twice, around the world in other tournaments. But the thing is that's what I'm excited for, because now when you look at the drafts, it's kind of like, well, both of these look awesome on paper, and you're just kind of trying to figure out how it's going to work in the game, obviously.
Execution.
Yep.
That was the main problem of some of the teams yesterday. So if they have the way to iron out most of it, it could be a better game this time around. So if you want to check on who's going to pop in on a different way, in a different level now, I think we can make some possibilities on how would the meta change. Fredden could still be present. Again, Grok would still be present. Even Farsa was always present.
Mid lane is about as unchanged. I feel
still
like,
the same.
Yeah, I feel like mid lane is just not. There hasn't been many changes with mid. Let's be honest. And as someone who loves the mid lane, loves to play mages myself, I wish there was. I actually wish there was more variety in the mid lane options. But I think it's just so hard because you got to think of the typical mid laners that are chosen, especially Eve, right? Eve is probably a go-to for, I would say, 90%, if not all the teams. That's jumping from 90% to 100, basically.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but the point is that hero alone is so strong, and then of course you have usually the typical answer to that is the Farsa, right? So you're kind of just drawn into either picking one of the two. Sometimes Novaria pops up, but really, when is mid lane gonna see some of that change as well? I think that's why so many teams started just experimenting with roam mages, like the Kadita pop up.
Yep, Kadita, the Valir, what we have to see yet, could still be also an option here, because most of the teams that we've also, QB and XLR mentioned, that some of the teams in MENA are more into those kinds of roams, or aggressive type with the burst and the pokes, that we are also could see today, because some of these teams, again, no data at all from yesterday's matches. Now we're seeing them onto the broadcasted stream. More of them could really use this kind of tactic to even, what could be more effective against one another?
And that leads me to the question, OSX.
What?
I asked you this yesterday too. Gold lane.
Okay.
Has your opinion changed for now the gold lane? You think that it might be better not to have a marksman?
Yes.
There's been debates on this too online after yesterday.
For me, I agree. With the new emblem system, with you can mix everything up, nothing else that you can lose in terms of having those attributes. Adaptive damage from magic to attack, all of them present in 3-tier emblems could benefit in gaining your laning stage. So, it keeps on getting more effective and keeps on going time and time as the new emblem patch goes. So, gold lane options. Let's count it down. What's your next bet? What's your next bet for this one? We've seen
I've already mentioned, the fact that there was Esme gold.
Yeah.
Jawhead might be in the gold. Bane's popped up in the gold. But like my thing is, why not explore more of the mages in the gold? Because we've already we're so used to seeing Harith, but like other options there too.
Alice.
Alice that's a throwback. That's quite a throwback.
It could be.
No, but the reason why I'm saying that too, and hopefully more people are seeing this, and I think that's why there's discussions about this going on, is because of the fact that gold lane, you need so much either time to kind of build things up to the point where you have those 3-4 items locked in, typically, and you can pop off from there. Or you need so much attention from your team, whether that's your roamer or even the jungler's help, to allow yourself to get to that point. I think that's one of the biggest weak points right now in the way the current things are being played.
Gold lane. One more thing. Mincetar gold lane.
Yes,
Could
we saw
pop
that.
up.
We saw the that's a good point. I actually completely forgot about gold lane Mincetar. And it's usually when it's paired, by the way, with Franco, who surprisingly, I don't think, Franco wasn't banned yesterday, at least from the live stream games.
No.
So and when that popped up, we actually saw this in one of the MPL playoffs too, where you had a Mincetar gold, you had a Franco roam. And it was just hell for the team. It was so tough for the enemy team to deal with because they're constantly trying to dodge spears and hooks, right? And it makes that kind of like a fishing game almost, right? You're just trying to grab someone at that point and get that kill off. But I think that's a good point. Not just Mincetar, but basically experimenting and putting something else in the gold lane, I think is a huge play right now, currently.
So we could have a throwback. Well, we've said that Mincetar could show up. Yesterday, we saw a Fanny on some of the non-stream games, which was used as well. And one more thing also to consider is one more mage could be used either for the gold lane is Kimmy.
Is she a mage, though?
Mage, it's a more flexible way of using it in the first phase of the first phase of the draft.
She does build mage items, I'll give it to you. Yeah, okay.
It could be. So as we tick those boxes, it could show up. I don't know. Thinking about these possibilities, it could be an endless ways of options for this match.
Again, we're just exploring ideas here, right? While the players get set up again, making sure that everything's ready to run for this series. But that's the thing, because you got to remember what's at stake here. This is quite the serious game for these two teams. Trying to get the slot. There's 3 left. Yes, 3 left for Romania. So, it comes down to kind of the wire for a lot of these teams. And as we kind of sit here with you guys and ponder, what can happen in the draft, what can happen in these games with these different compositions and whatnot, really, we haven't seen it all. And I feel like even as the tournament progresses, not just here for IESF, but even when we get to Romania, I actually expect to see quite a different environment, right, when we get to Romania. There's still going to be some of the same, meta heroes that have kind of established themselves, especially the flexible ones, Joy and Fredrin, to be exact, and Eve. But I'm hoping by the time, even when we get to Romania, things kind of alter, a little bit here.
Gold lane Lunox.
Maybe.
A lot of options on the table right now. Because as we wait and see on how UAE and Nepal could start their game number 1, things could change. And now as we head on to the draft, we're seeing happy faces here from UAE, all confident and ready to get their first match of the day, because the drafting is about to start for this match.
Okay, so we're getting a glimpse, right, that they are going to be in the draft here. And this is, like I said, where we really get to see what they have in store and what they've learned from day one, because I just feel like most of the mental state too of a lot of these players, a lot of the teams coming into these major tournaments is we got to see what the other team's doing. We got to see what the other teams, especially teams that we expect to be kind of a little bit stronger, which is we know that people learned a lot from the Philippines game yesterday, right? It was quite strong.
Of course.
And it was more so, it wasn't even specifically yes, the picks are obviously a part of that equation, but if you just watch the way that things are, the rotations, if you will, and the way that, for example, I wish we got to see more of, Mongolia, to be honest, because I'm so interested to see exactly how they've adopted, especially the fact that they took down who a lot of people thought Cambodia-wise, for example, would be a force to be reckoned with, especially, not to say that they're not still, but it's great that we kind of have this dark horse, if you will, or as some people have said in the Philippine community, you know, this kind of last in of the tournament.
The poison.
The poison. So already we're getting a glimpse here. We're almost actually through the draft, at least the bans, waiting on a couple others. But already, let's take a look at the picks here for UAE.
Second phase already with the bans. Nepal banning out 2 assassins. Oh, Hellcart specifically for UAE. So probably they don't want that Cape the threat that can happen or can show up for UAE. So they're most likely more on the assassin type of junglers, okay? So we might see more of those things happen because in UAE they ban out the Joy, they ban out the Arlet. Something tells me they're setting up something here for their own way. They could either go with the Fredrin, they could either go utility. Well, Fanny's even open for this one. But for the side of Nepal, they have secured their own assassin. That's the link. And the Uranus, as you've mentioned, is now showing up.
Yeah, and you know, just real quick too, yeah, they're gonna go ahead and alter the names there, like I was saying. But as we got a glimpse already of the draft there, I'm wondering because certain things are open that we're not used to seeing them be open. You were kind of already talked about that, so I believe too, even with that had to. I'm wondering if those heroes. I mean, we can't see it from here, so we have to see if those are actually the heroes being locked in.
Oh,
We just have to, you know, because I'm not sure
We
if
need to
that
double
was
check.
yeah. I'm not sure if that was a glimpse from yesterday, right? Obviously, but it could have been because those were different names as well. So aside from that, though, we'll have to see here once they get that situated. Still, so everything, right, in terms of composition right now, big question mark for now. We'll see exactly. I'm trying to see. Let's see from the screen here too. Yeah, nothing's locked. It didn't look like anything was locked in. So we got to wait a little bit longer, OSX, to see if, you know,
I thought that was
plan
it.
Going. Yeah, I
Hellcat ban.
thought that was
so
a pretty
specific.
I was gonna say that was a pretty quick draft, you know. But we're gonna wait a little bit longer while they get that situated. But still, you know, going back to the point, there's so much here, room for flexibility. And again, this matchup, this series, starting the day number 2, is going to be quite a big game for both of them. And really, I want to say that it starts game number 1. If you can get that momentum going, it's going to be huge for the series. But based off what we saw from first series yesterday, that might not even be the norm, you know, because we saw that reverse sweep from Kazakhstan.
And if they want to have that way of trying to check on what's the approach of UAE at this point in time. Again, Nepal has 2 matches today, and they might see the first match for the best of 3 series. They could make some adjustments. They could adjust on the fly, but they might need also to be sure if they want to have that early momentum. Right? You have to keep it going on the first strike. You don't want to lose the hotness of that iron when you're on the run and getting all the momentum and points in, because as day 2 and 3 approaches, you might want to get that chance in securing the 3 more slots remaining for Romania.
Yeah, again, at this point we got to just wait to see. I know they have some of the picks, you know, up here. It looks like they're locking them in, but still, in terms of currently what we can expect from these teams, let's think about it, right? Aggressive play style for the most part is something. Here we go. Now this is the one, right? This is the correct one. We've got those first bans already coming out. First phase just about done. We're in the second phase. They focused on that jungle pretty hard, actually, right? There's a lot of jungle heroes being banned out here, and already, let's take a look exactly. So we got Kaja. We talked about this. Is this a Lunox?
Gold lane.
No, I mean they have a Wan man. So where's
I was expecting too much.
Where's it going? XP?
Oh man, the non-traditional choices are showing as of the moment because they've banned out Hayabusa, the Ling, and the Joy up against Nepal. So something tells me they've been using this in a great way. That they don't want the threat in their own way, because yeah, they banned out also the Fredrin and as well as the Arlet, and bring Kadite in. And this is the second phase of the banning that we're seeing.
Okay, second phase underway here. This is, I mean, even the fact that you have that first phase where you lock in the Akai, the Terizla, and then you have Leslie, right, for Team Nepal over here. That's an interesting first phase. I think it's relatively safe compared to what we saw over from UAE. I do like that they actually got their hands on the Kaja, though.
Yeah,
you know,
it
a
has
hero
been
that
banned
we, yeah,
mostly
that's what I was
yesterday.
gonna say. It's been typically banned out. But still, my biggest question mark is, where do you want to put this Lunox? I'm wondering too if, do we possibly see? It's either Lunox XP mid. I don't think it's going to go in the XP lane. Although I don't want to count it out because already the fact that we've seen some kind of crazy heroes being placed there, but I think we're leaning more towards mid lane at least.
Lunox XP up against Terizla.
Yeah, because you have the mechanic there, right? I mean, Terizla's quite tanky himself. You can probably burn through some of that tankiness with the way her Chaos Bolts work and her passive, So again, but I'm going to lean more towards the side that she's just going to be placed in the mid lane. We'll find out. Now, second phase of the bans are already done. Oh my! Oh, I was about to get a little excited.
That was so close.
I was about to.
It was a hover.
It was a hover. He's gonna lock in the fire.
You get too excited from there, right?
Man, maybe one
Will
day.
it fit there though? The gourd.
I don't know. Like I said, I think Farce is just the better option.
Well, in terms of AoE
Yeah.
and coverage, because if you're up against a 1-1, you would want to have that Feather Airstrike dropping in the right position, just in case he doesn't get to use the crossbow of tank quickly, right? So since there's Kaja present here in the side of UAE, pickups is there, but one thing I need to also to consider is the Akai could actually counter everything if initiation comes through. But now, is this something that we're about to see new for UAE? Is a Zilong and an Amon hovering it for the choice CX Borg, I'm telling you.
Okay, well, right now we don't know nothing. None of these are locked in just yet, right? On the other side, though, we have Lilia being locked in again. We actually talked quite a bit about this yesterday, and how it did not get the opportunity to really perform the way you would hope. Lilia needs a little bit more time to kind of build up. Yes, some of the poke is great early on, but you've really got to allow yourself to get that power spike you need. There's
There you
the
go.
lock-in. So it's the Uranus and the
the
Alpha
Alpha.
Dog again. I love this. I'm sorry, I call him Alpha Dog 360 because he is just an amazing hero, one of my favorites, and he's going to go into the jungle once again.
Oh, this is a good choice for UAE. So Lunox now is going in the mid lane since EXP now is filled by Uranus. So on the other side, on the last pick of Nepal, hovering onto Saber, Karina. All of the choices here. We have the Lilia though as an option up against a Lunox in an early game. It could lose a lot of chances in a rotation.
I think that's the biggest thing, though, is being able to rotate early on, quickly, clear the lane as fast as you can, and hopefully roam around. And that, I feel like that's just the game plan that Nepal kind of wants to go with, right? So we'll see if it ends up working well for them. But rounding out that lineup, especially for UAE, it looks solid, right, on paper, especially from what we saw from Alpha, yesterday, right, in the hands of Kyle Teasy, how that kind of played a part. So I'm wondering if we see a very similar emblem setup, possibly even, or if it's going to be his own kind of variation of it for Bullux here.
Well, it's good to see a Julian back in the game on the jungle. A debut pick here as well for IESF for day number 2. Well, from yesterday, we've seen most of the assassins, but on the Julian side of Nepal, much a greater coverage up against also an Alpha. So early game, how is the rotation going to work here with the Alpha and the Julian?
Honestly, I think in terms of Alpha, again, he starts to really shine when he gets his ultimate, right? When you get that Spear of Alpha, works out really well. So he might need a little bit of time here. Let's see. Okay, he's got the Brave Smite. Well, I'm sure we'll take a look at the emblems here, the breakdown in just a second, but it's there's 3, by the way, Brave Smites being rolled here for UAE. So the matchup itself, you're wondering, well, Julian's going to have a good time early game, right? Lunatic Panda should have a relatively easy jungle time. And in terms of if he can work with that the early damage there for Julian is pretty good, but he is going to want to be scaling in, right? And one big thing he's got to watch out for, obviously, is getting caught by this Kaja pick from 7, having that Divine Judgment.
Yep. Speaking of how they start their way, Alpha or Bullux on to getting his purple, being aided as well by 7M Dan. Mostly gaining control how they don't want to be disturbed early on. Look at that BBC.
Okay, weird. That's the player. not the situation being weird,
Yeah.
but Weird able to survive there.
That's just his name.
Had to burn the flicker early on already though, so gonna want to be a little bit careful, you know, at least for the next minute and a half. So and because really there wasn't nothing fancy about that, right? And kind of Nepal just threw it at him there.
Just pokes, spams here in the mid lane, trying to get control of over the river here. So as they rotate, well, gold lane matchup here, we have Axe, Buiz, and also we have Yahiko, which we see a Leslie over a 1-1. Look at that, half HP, going back to the turret. Now we're going for a pause. Nice here.
Okay, so they take a little bit of a break here, right? And I think at the same thing, we have to consider the fact is that early game, right? Nothing's happened too much just yet, aside from the fact that they burned the flicker from Weird, right? That all will lead into that first turtle, the first turtle of the game. And I think that's what's crucial here, obviously, is which team can start the momentum building already with objectives.
Yeah.
Biggest thing. But I will say, Alpha in terms of jungle, the jungle matchup alone, Alpha versus Julian. Alpha, once he hits at level 4, it gets a little scary, and he has that Brave Smite. He has the emblems there. I would love to see what they locked in for Tier 2, Tier 1. You know, those emblem sets, because we saw a very tanky version of Alpha being built, or even that team. It was the Brave Smite, and then I think they had Tenacity, and then they had Firmness for Tier 1, I think, with the extra defense there. I'm trying to remember what they had yesterday, but it was just to the point where they were very beefy, right? So the thing is can that work well for this lineup, this team, rolling 3 Brave Smites?
Well, with that, they would want to have more damage in taking their objectives, as well as taking more main ones for themselves in case they lose it, because they're up against a Julian, could be in a great position in taking, well, knockups, you have the burst, you have enhanced change to be utilized much more of the team fights. Now, we see more of the adjustments could grow from early game from first minute to 5, because if Alpha, as you said, hitting level 4 would be needed to continue. But as you call him, 360 knockups is there. You have more control in those kind of team fights. So I say they still have a better start here. Something neutral, but slow and steady.
Honestly, at this point in the game, it's too early, right? Like, we can only kind of assume so much, because the early aggression was so far from Nepal. And so that means that if they can, even if just taking the couple minutes that we had to, you know, see that early game, them being able to basically make a move that early on, even just getting the flicker out, already kind of says that Nepal wants to set the pace, right? And this is, again, something very similar to kind of what we saw in the online qualifiers. And even referencing the online qualifiers, like I said, you can take certain things from online qualifiers, especially with play style, and use it, obviously, here, right now at the Asian Championships. But things obviously have changed quite a bit from online qualifiers game-wise to where we are now. But
Complete change.
Yeah, but still, the fact is, Nepal able to set the tone this early on. It could either work really well for them. Again, we're only a couple minutes in, but once that first turtle comes up, if they win that fight, if they even have a fight for it, and they end up coming out on top of it, that's, I feel like, already going to be the kind of go signal for them. Biggest thing though that could stop them is, again, the Kaja. You have that Kaja pick.
Divine
if you
Judgment,
get Divine Judgment,
you have the Ring of Order.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with.
Heavy spin though, heavy spin.
It's a good fail-safe. It's also a good option to just set with the heavy spin, if you can.
Yeah, good counters as well. So we have the Lunox being back on the map, Julian as well. So we've seen the pokes before the pause. It was almost half HP on Leslie on an early game 1-1. So probably on the early laning stage of how the Leslie would they want to pull up. Which you said, momentum could be the great start of Nepal. So if the gold lane could be the target of Team UAE, this might struggle from mid-game as well.
Yeah, not only that too, but again, something that has to be kind of focused on as well is XP lane matchup. I know there was some of the poke going on in the gold lane already, right? 1-1 can work great. You have also the Leslie there, especially with the way the true damage works. Usually we see Leslie pick up BOD ×2, right? They will, if they get to that point in the game where they have 2 BODs and the damage is just big damn, like I like to say. It's just disgusting, at that point.
Damage all over his
But can you get to that
BODs.
point?
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the biggest question. And also, too, the fact that you have to deal with a Uranus, right? And we've seen how just kind of annoying. I feel like Uranus can be 1 versus 5ing, 1 versus 4ing a lot of situations.
Well, going back to our pause, you're level 3 on our marksmen. Both of the opposing teams now on to gaining control of the first objective. Turtle hasn't been in any attention, either from Nepal or UAE.
Well, they're going to get there, right? They're going to make their way there. It did just come up here. You can see both teams kind of getting in position, especially for Bulex. He's got that level 4 available, the Spear of Alpha. Going to be kind of working around that, but everybody is here except the gold lane. So a full-on 4 versus 4 for this. And even just looking at 7M, right? He's in position, looking for his target. We'll see if they can actually find the Divine Judgment on the right one. But for now, everybody's
Turtle
just kind
reset.
of holding on. Yeah, Turtle gonna go ahead and reset. No one pulling the trigger just yet.
Okay, speaking of pulling the trigger, there's no way that some of the members here could be the one to hold the damage right now of BBC and Masarap. So they have more damage in terms of CC and also the lifesteal, so they need something more to hold the front line now of Team UAE. So Turtle almost out.
Masarap gonna jump in with the penalty zone locked down by the BBC, and they get the kill right there. Bulex will fall. What a combination, right? BBC with the setup there, Masarap jumping in too. I can see that synergy is obviously there.
Master up talaga with a flicker. It's not yet done. Jed.
Wow.
Almost a sliver of health in the defense of the tower. Good thing the outer turret energy shield is still up.
And knowing Uranus, he's not even going to go back. He has his ultimate. He might just stay there, regen back up. And that's what I'm talking about, right? That's the whole kind of concept. Okay, he is going to go back here. But he goes back, and actually, he doesn't. He doesn't go back. But still, the fact is,
he's still holding
Uranus is not, you need a lot of basically attempts to kind of make Uranus's game not so fun for him, right? And it's something that you kind of have to solve here. Already, though, big item pickup for Yahiko. Going to go ahead and lock in that Berserker's Fury already. So right now, still a lot of attention here on bottom side.
Yeah, gold lane trying to delay something. The winning condition of damage. You've mentioned Berserker's Fury. More of the items that is needed for a marksman to show and to control game damage, because if you can see the lineup here of Nepal, you have Akai, you also have the Lilia, and also you have the Julian. So one way to get that penetration is that you have that damage that you need, because in most of the times, the 1-1 or Buzz from UAE could be in the backline, so you would want that Rage to just keep on poking him down and force everybody on a defensive state.
Okay. Even with a defensive state in mind, right, they've really kind of got to play around this. You have two pretty much things you have to watch out for, right? It's either that Divine Judgment play coming out from UAE, if they can find it, or even just keep an eye for BBC, right? He's going to be looking for the lockdowns and the jump-ins, like we saw from Masarap. Already getting that brilliance out, that's already going to be huge here. There's the heavy spin, going to find the lockdown. Bluelex could be in trouble. There's the damage comes through as Lunatic Panda pick up the kill. And that's just the green light for the next turtle of the game. Also forcing Weird back. He does not have that brilliance. He's got to go back. And this should just be a clean turtle here for Nepal.
Oh, 1-1.
He's got to be careful. It's one hit away. Here comes Yahiko. He's charging in. Is he going to take the risk? Goes in with a knockback. BBC going to be looking for it there. They finally find it. Goes in the hands of BBC. They find 3 kills now for the game, plus the turtle.
So this is a problem now if you have a Lilia. Forcing resources out of UAE. Even this space, look at that. 7M down. Being targeted down.
Oh! Huge flicker into the penalty zone. Gonna be able to find it. They get 2 kills in the mid lane, looking for a third. They get that one as well. Killing spree already for Lunatic Panda. And this is exactly what I was talking about, OSX. They want to start strong, the momentum going, and that's exactly what they did 6 minutes in.
Great start for Nepal now with a flicker combo. This is the problem that we've thought about in the game, that with the heavy spin and the penalty zone combined all together, it's being used most of the time as a surprise factor. Look at that, another one!
Oh,
Bulex in trouble, trapped in 2!
Quite a bit of heal though, BBC's got to get out of there. Lunatic Panda gonna take the onslaught of the damage, will go down here most likely. Still able to escape for now. Weird gets the kill. It's a big pickup, though, here for UAE. They got to keep it together. Again, that was a little, very confident maneuver right there, right? We've seen that. You were just talking about that, OSX, the lockdowns with a heavy spin, but that time it was responded well with.
Well, if they have lack of a CC here in the side of Nepal. You have the pickoff that you can get from Akaja. You have the Ring of Order. You have the Divine Judgment. You need to choose in the side of Nepal on who's going to be the first target here to get out or to pick out of the composition in team fights, because now Xerox has the Enchanted Talisman, which have or can give him more of the mana that he needs to keep on spamming it, giving it the factor nice of not letting the distance or minding a great way of holding their front line most of the time.
Yeah, and you actually saw that too, where one of the great things about Leslie, yeah, Jed should be just fine here, he's Uranus. But Leslie, one of the great things about this hero is it provides vision, right, with the way the ultimate works. So if you're not shooting the bullets off, you actually get some of that vision. You can find out where the enemies are, and they can really use that information. So now, next turtle up, third one. Let's see if Nepal's able to grab it to get that clean sweep across the board. I expect the same thing here, right? They have so much CC available to them. You really got to watch out for that heavy spin setup. Luckily for them, Masarap is not here, right? He's still in the bottom lane.
7M Dan needs to have a good way of pulling out
There
one.
it is.
Oh, pinned down.
BBC's at it again. Going to be able to get the lockdown. One down. There's the crossbow of Tang, able to finally get it off. Still going to be working on the turtle, though. Buez unleashing, still alive. Couple of hits away. Turtle secured by Bulex. But they have to pay for it as well. Now Masarap on the run. Gonna flick around to safety. Bulex looking for two. Can't catch him, though. And it's quite a trade. UAE able to secure the turtle.
Yeah, still Nepal on to that point and securing that. When we were talking, oh, flicker out onto Weird. A decision
I like the way you
made.
said that.
Yeah. He kind of want to be on the safe spot there because Xerox would just pull off a Gloom out. Masarap, oh no.
Masarap going to be in trouble. No way he can survive that. Does fall top side. Still holds on to that tier 1 turret, though, for now.
Okay, looking back on how 7M Dan could be the game changer of Team UAE, he was the first one to be targeted down by BBC. Pinning them down with a heavy spin, well, gave them most of the time to give on the set. Look at that Jed being burst down almost half HP, but he is our Uranus. This keeps on going and pulling everybody off on the map.
Yep, pretty much just a huge distraction, right? I mean, that's part of the... I feel like that's just like the hidden passive of Uranus, like as a hero. He's a distraction. Wherever he is, he can usually get the attention of many, and that's what works so well about him. And you can kind of just play around that too. If you can continue to get that focus around you, you can let your team shine. But right now, Nepal is just playing really well. They're the ones basically controlling the pace of the game up to this point, 10 minutes in. If they can maintain that into that first Lord, that'll be crucial for them. You can already see even positioning happening here. Masarap going to be going, has the help with Panda. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 on the top side. Goes in with the Spear of Alpha. The damage comes through. Panda will fall. Masarap is next. Can't survive it. Double kill to Bulex.
Now 6 to 8 and catching up onto the gold. 28k leading through Nepal's gold lead. Late game is the answer. Look at that being pinned down one. Taking Buez down. The marksman, the gold lane of UAE slowing down their potential, but they're not too far gone on what's missed in game on the early game.
Yeah, even with that, they can't go ahead and start the Lord up here. There was also some pushing happening up by Jed. Now it looks like UAE might want to go ahead and secure this if they can. Lord can be half health here. Yahiko given the vision. Still, there's the pull, the Divine Judgment for the BBC, but it's secured by Yahiko. And now they're on the run. Goes in with the penalty zone, not able to flicker over the wall the way he wanted to. He will fall. But still 4 members of Nepal up, plus the Lord in a huge play.
Talking about an angle of Masarap with a penalty zone, catching Bulex. Unable to contribute on that team fight. Now Nepal's continuing momentum with the Lord being distracted, being pulled by 7M Dan. Now mid lane with a possible way of push. Second tier turret down. And still the defense of Nepal remains strong up top. One has only been taken. Now a lot of problems are being set up on the plate of UAE. We need to go for the wave clear. And will they make it through the mid lane or the mid game power spike that they're talking about with their own composition? 31k up against 35.
Man, this is one of the big things too, even just in terms of that first Lord, the way things kind of unfolded. It's UAE, they do have some counterpunch to them, but they need to be able to just go up front with, hopefully Buez has the items that he needs on this 1-1. You know, we'll take a look here at the items in just a second, but at that point, again, if you can get a really good crossbow of Tang off, or even overloaded damage from Weird, you just saw him pick up the Divine Glaive, so it should be there, right? Right on time, Masaran picks up the Athena shield. There you go, there's the items. Let's have a look at this.
Okay, we have the Athena shield, we have the Dominance Ice, delay healing. You also have a counter for the burst of Weird. BBC pinning down Buez.
BBC comes in, there's the damage already. Yahiko has to be dealt with. 7 gonna flicker out, can't get away. Mega kill already. Bulex trying to buy some time. Lunatic jumps in, then just gets a slaughter at this point. Triple kill for Yahiko. Gonna be looking for another, doesn't get it though. And that is a wipe out.
5 out of the game. 12 minutes in, taking down the last turret down bottom, then there's the push from up top in the middle.
That's it.
Now Nepal is looking to take this game up against UAE, starting their momentum strong and taking game number 1.
Well, like I said, man, Nepal, a team, actually both of these teams, but Nepal specifically, we saw the glimpse before we had to take that little pause there from the early game, that they meant business to build momentum, right? And that's exactly what happened there. They did it at the start before the even first turtle came up, and then from there they just built on it to the point, that was what, a 12-minute game I think it was. I didn't catch it there at the end, but just a strong showing there from Nepal, and specifically, I know we're going to talk about this a little bit here, OSX, is the synergy.
Synergy,
From
the confidence.
Masarap and BBC.
Starting in strong.
Big.
Yeah. And it's just
Clock.
one way of setting up momentum in the second day of IESF. First header of the day. Just complete having that grip on how they went through the game. And we're seeing glimpses on how UAE would actually bounce back. But it was the mid-game moment that they wanted to continue. But that goal, that Lunox, the mid lane Lunox could be actually an answer, but it was too late for them to continue.
I think, again, it made sense in a way, right? It was nice to see, because before we even got to that draft, man, we were talking about changing up the mid lane. And it's nice to see that we have a Lilia, although we did see, Lilia pop up yesterday. It didn't work so well, but it ended up working great here. And then we also saw Lunox. So there was a change in the mid lane, which is nice because you have kind of a different trend of the game. And this time, what I think worked out so well too, because you have that Lilia there. Again, it was the synergy being set with the way that the penalty zone works into. Sometimes it was just a heavy spin.
Oh, the surprises.
Yes,
Perfect.
and the way that they were able to just allow Yahiko to get to that point on the Leslie, like we were saying in the draft, where Leslie's just one of those heroes at one point in the game. The damage is going to hurt, and it's really hard to escape it, right? Because it's just the way she can kind of like move in and out. She can kind of like bob and weave in, and get a shot off, retract. Get another shot off, go back. And you get whittled down basically when you're just trying to farm. And so it's really difficult, and that's why I think we only maybe saw 1 or 2 crossbow tanks get off. Because if you're trying to get into these team fights, it's so hard to deal with, and that's what we saw from Buez here.
Yeah, and going back on the replays, 5 minutes, gaining control of the vision that Team UAE wanted to have. Look at that, the mid lane. They were trying to hold on this turret, but look at that, surprises.
That was so good.
Onto the penalty zone, onto the flickers, dropping it down. They were out of defense. They were out of hand on how to bounce back from this. From action to action, it keeps on going from all of the lanes.
Man, some would say, this was a very Masarap game for Masarap.
Yeah.
Right? There's no question.
There's no
I don't know
question.
why there's a question mark there, because he had an amazing game. And alongside, like I said, for a lot of those sets here from BBC. And the thing is like, even in this case, there was a lot of fight back from UAE. There was a lot of good potential here with even this lineup that they had. But unfortunately, once everything was expended, like they just kind of ran out of gas, so to speak, right? I mean, even in moments like this where they found their own pickoffs, it was great. But still, at this point, I just feel like they really couldn't utilize the gold lane specifically. I mean, Wanwan's a great hero, don't get me wrong, but definitely if you can't get the crossbow of Tangs off, if you can't get in position to get those the points down so you can actually activate that, it's really a struggle basically.
You're talking about how 1-1 could get the ultimate flying through the composition of the side of Nepal. One thing was missing though is the Ring of Order and the Divine Judgment of the Kaja. We were expecting more of it to be on the jumping side of how would you pull either Master up or even, well, Lunatic Panda, because two of the members here for the side of Nepal can actually be a bait or regen out of the battle. So this is one thing that they're also looking for. They were looking for the angle on who to pick out against Nepal. And who would that be? Because every time that they jump, something gets bursted down, and they sacrifice more of the team fighting and the push that they can give, just in case they could fight back through the mid game. So it was kind of, there's some hesitations on how the Roamer do in terms of getting that set for the 1-1.
There was definitely some, some hesitation. I think part of it again was just the bases were covered so well from Nepal, and the way that they just come out swinging, basically. Like even if you have a Kaja, yes, Divine Judgment is great. It's a great ultimate ability to hopefully get that automatic -1 from the enemy team. Problem is, if one, you're hesitating, like you mentioned, OSX, and you're not able to get exactly what you need, you have to watch out for heavy spins and penalty zones.
Well, looking back on what happened in our game, looking on the numbers of our post-game here on what happened in game number 1, look at this, the damage of the side of Nepal up against UAE. Total of 2nd turtles and 1 lord, and all of the turtles destroyed. Defense is down, and we almost half of the points, 8-16.
Just looking at the numbers here, right? Honestly, I felt like it was a lot closer for UAE in certain parts of the game, but most of it just kind of fell apart once again because you really couldn't, I mean, your gold lane just kind of got shut down for the most part, right? It was really difficult for you to work around that. And so that makes me, wonder, even with the Lunox pick, and you're hoping that you can kind of burst down some of these beefier opponents, it just, didn't work out because you had to actually use your brilliance so early on as well to kind of escape. So I just felt like there was a lack of firepower, from UAE, and if they could have dragged this game on, it probably, let's say another, I want to say 5-6 minutes, then they would have been in a better position, because then you can kind of work around that pressure that Nepal kept throwing at UAE.
The later stage, the late game.
Yeah, definitely.
The late game. You have the Lunox, you have the 1-1. All of the damage matches they need to penetrate through the Nepal, it could be the answer. But if you're up against Lilia, you would need to have that way of holding your initiation even in your HP, because as you can see, Kaj or 7M had the Dominance Ice, had only the Oral. You have Regen, yes, you need more of the magic defense here to go up against Nepal. So with this, either you go all in or miss the chance of having a perfect set, because 1-1 here had the corrosion side, we have the Demon Hunter Sword and the Windtalker. The build-up was there, but one of the thing is he can't get the setup that he wanted.
Yeah.
And the vision that they needed. So, yeah, more of an adjustment.
And, with that, too, looking at the stats real quick there, because, again, we had we were wondering how Lilia would specifically work after yesterday not working so well. Props there, because that was a 1-0-11 Lilia. And so the fact is, the capability to kind of whittle people down, for the most part, worked out really well for them, and then they just had that follow-up. Once again, your whole job as Lilia is to pretty much do as much damage with the balloons as you can, black shoes if you want to get that reset, keep doing it. As long as you're safe, you've got your, at least your battle spell to work around, you get tons of speed, and then here comes Yahiko on the Leslie, and I think that's kind of what we saw work out so well for Nepal there. So I'm still wondering if we see them go with a similar draft, maybe even if depending on the bans, right, how the adjustments from UAE, but this is exactly what we saw yesterday. We saw a very strong showing from one team yesterday, and then we saw very quick adjustments just from that, right? So that's why it is crazy for it's a best of 3.
Yeah. Well, best of 3 now as we look on to our matches. Well, one of the things we were utilizing was the ultimate of the Leslie. Vision. They had 2 visions by just utilizing the ultimate. And as you can see how they were reinforcing one another from middle. It was so quick for them to adjust.
Yeah.
And getting them off guard was one of the things that they were trying to delay right now.
Yeah. So I think also, in terms of points, again, points are very crucial here as we get through this day number 2. And I think I also heard from back of house the game going on. Because, again, there's 2 games going on, but you guys are just seeing the live stream one. I think it was 1-0 Bangladesh, I think is what we heard. So we'll have to confirm.
1-0.
Yeah, 1-0 for Bangladesh. Again, it's crucial because points for these 2 teams, they both are fighting for that spot in terms of they both coming into today had, I think it was negative 2 points?
-2.
-2 points, correct. So now Nepal gets a little bit of an upper hand. It would be great here for UAE if they can actually go ahead and take this to a game 3, right? Because a lot is happening. Like whatever you guys are watching on the live stream, there's other games going on as well.
Simultaneously happening. We have 3 games today being broadcasted, and 4 of those as well are being played simultaneously. So as the game goes by, as the broadcast goes by, we tend to update you with the stats.
Yeah,
on
we
how,
get the updates.
Yeah, we update, share you or get you in the loop to get in through the games of the day. Day number 2, we have 7 matches. 3 of them are broadcasted.
Is it 7?
Yeah, I think total.
I think it's 6.
7 or 6. I know. There's the last one waiting for a result. So
Yes,
that's the
yes.
last one to be announced. So depending on the results, we will know on who's going to be the last match of the day. But right now we have 3, focusing on 2 matches of Nepal. Currently it's game number 2. A bit of adjustment could happen from UAE. A bit of a way of like getting through the composition. One of execution as well, as we've mentioned.
Yep.
They adapted to the meta, but the execution was also needed to happen. And vision was one thing to consider in their own way of getting through the game.
The great thing about today, at least for the live stream audience out here too, is that we get to see Nepal, I think, play twice, basically back-to-back, right?
Today.
Because, again, this showing that we already saw, it's quite impressive, and a lot of people, like I said, you've been keeping tabs here and there. Maybe you guys have also watched the online qualifiers, right? And you've kind of seen how they have adapted up to this point. And if you just look at game 1, for example, it's impressive what they're able to do. And even just the communication factor, right, between Masarap and BBC, it works really well. So hopefully they can replicate that for their game 2. But for UAE, like I said, it's crucial for them to take this to a game 3 while they get through game 2 ahead of them.
Well, now game number 2, this could be an adjustment stage for UAE. Again, for the match of yesterday, game 1 could be a way of like testing on how will they go through, how will they see this, how will they make use of their own infused composition and personalities in the game. So more of this could happen in 2 and 3. So let's see how will they adjust, how will they look at this moment. Because in the draft, Nepal has priority banned the Navaria and UAE for the link. Specifically again for game number 2, same thing as well. So Eve is out, taking out the possibility of a threat of an AoE here with a burst. And Hayabusa, focused ban here, Naisu, 2nd time. For UAE taking out against Nepal.
Yeah, focusing on those assassin jungler picks like we talked about. I think that's it's either you let those through or you just kind of just ban them out, deal with them. Because honestly, even if you let some of those assassin junglers picks go through, it's not the end of the world. Like we've seen plenty of teams handle that completely well, and even if that just means dealing or choking out the resources, the buffs, sometimes that's all you have to do. So again, as we get through this first phase, we'll see if they want to ban out one more jungler. They already focused on those 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Novaria, Eve, Fredrin, very common meta picks being banned out.
Yeah, now they're on the other side. They've taken out the Kaja with them. So now this opens up more of Nepal, but seems like they're not changing a thing.
Okay.
Akai onto the first pick.
Well, he is, I mean, why not? BBC had an amazing game, the last one on the Sakai, and I would be surprised if they actually just go to Rizla again. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the game plan, but why not? If it worked wonders in game number 1, then might as well go with it again. Now the response, like I said, has to be from UAE. What do they want to go with? I like that they did just ban out the Kaja, but at the same time, like you said, did it really work? At least in the previous game, the concept of Kaja is always strong. Like, Kaja will always be a great hero, just the way that it works. But if you can't get to that hero, like the one you're targeting, which is usually the gold lane, then is it really worth it? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, burst down.
Yeah, and when you have, for example, Nakai to work with, it's hard to do. But already UAE going to go ahead and lock in the Diggy and the Farsa.
Yeah, seems like they're okay with it. And Diggy and a Farsa. Yeah, first they have immunity over the CC, which was so much from the first game. And the Terizla here, or even the Akai could be, well, how great we have draining out resources once they keep going with the Flicker and the old combo. So with this, the option of Nepal here, will they go for the Marksman again? Will they go for the EXP now? Because again, Terizla is still open. We have the Leslie. They're going for the Marksman.
Yep.
Again, and the Lilia. Nothing changing.
That's what I'm saying. If it
for Nepal.
I would say this, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Yeah.
And that seems to be the trend here, right? So to change this, UAE, after they pick in their next pick for the first phase here, they might just be like, dude, let's just ban out the Terizla. You know, we don't want the Terizla to go through in the hands of Maserap again. We've dealt with that combination, but even so, again, you can still live on the edge of danger.
Yeah.
You have Diggy at least.
Yeah, Diggy.
Right? You got the Times Journey to help you out.
You have the Times Journey for safety. Lilia is there. Now with this kind of roam for the side of UAE, freely you could get the vision that they needed. And to pair that up, well, Lancelot could still be open for them. And, well, Marksman, they're still hiding it through, though. Marksman, we have the Brody, we have the Leslie matchup now for the second phase. Will UAE now consider the Rizla, as you've mentioned? Is there a time to do it, right?
I think again, it's really up to their risk appetite, if you will. You know, like, do we want to just let it through and have them possibly take the same draft, like same composition, and then we have Diggy, so we at least have that safe card, you know, to deal with all that CC. I mean, the heavy spin alone, it's going to be much harder this time, right? So we'll see if that's the case. They could just even focus on other options, right? Especially in terms of narrowing down. Maybe they don't want to deal with Uranus, for example, right? There's a ton of things they can do. UAE, though, they have to really focus on rounding this lineup out because it's so squishy, man. Like, it's so... You have to have beefy boys for these last two picks. Like,
okay.
Utility and beefiness.
Utility and beefiness.
Yeah.
That's the core answer of UAE. So
Yeah.
with this, you're thinking about the roam here. You need a good roam, you need a good fighter.
Yeah.
Okay. So Julia's been banned out. Nepal could consider that beefy dude or hero that could be out of the protection of UAE's front line. So Kufra could be a good one here, or even the Grah, or even Atlas has been open, even Franco.
Yeah, I would love to.
Too much open.
There's a lot of
heroes.
There's a lot. I would love to see them pick a utility jungler here, though, and I think that's why you see like even the Fredrin. It's a good thing that Nepal banned out that Fredrin, but in terms of just the lineup that UAE needs, you know, they're gonna want. Like I said, one of the utility junglers. I'm not sure if they have a Martis up their sleeve if they want to go that, but still it kind of works in the way that just these three picks alone, you really want to be able to protect them, round it out, let your Brody get to the point where he can shine. At the same time, though, Brody is a lot safer, I feel like, against a Leslie, for example, rather than having to deal with the Leslie as a 1-1. I think still you struggle a little bit in terms of range, but at least you have the ability to farm up relatively safe, I would say, right? And if you can get to the point where you have the items that you need, you're almost, in a sense, when I see Brody's, I think like having torn apart memory, right? The way that it works, like you don't have to put yourself in complete danger. You're really just trying to get those marks on, and then you pull the torn apart memory. So that is relatively on paper a lot easier than trying to get the weak points off on a 1-1 and trying to, you know, get airtime basically.
Of course. So whatever the result is, let go of that ultimate in terms of getting out, because you have two heroes to the side of Nepal that could easily escape those kind of threats. So with all of the assassin bans of UAE, Nepal was expecting that they might use the Fanny.
Yeah.
Right? Global control on the junglers of UAE. So now they might consider something different here. They take out the Esmeralda. They still have no XP laner. So opening up the doors. Okay, some beefy hero could suffice their lineup. It's too squishy looking at these three picks of UAE.
That Esmeralda last ban too.
Pacific.
You know, interesting on that one.
Interesting.
But still, I like it. They just take the Terizla.
Stolen.
They don't bend it out. They're like, we'll take it. That's our penalty zone, Masarap.
It's our time now to do the penalty zone flicker. And responding, Nepal's like, wait, okay, they were expecting, like, they took out our Terizla. Because they're going with the same lineup in the first 3 picks, the Lilia. So now, up against the Terizla, well, Glue is still open, Lapu Lapu is still open. Opening up EXP, well, Alpha could still be EXP. A lot of good choices for Nepal to choose with this kind of composition.
Yeah, and you know, off the bat, you gotta think already. You know, what do you want to put in that XP lane? It's a Lapu Lapu we've seen pop up many times.
Oh, there you go.
Many tournaments, and it's paired with Lolita. So this, in a way, you know, you're forced to change the lineup that you had from the previous game just a little bit. Really, it's not too much of a difference in terms of execution, right? Now, the one thing is, instead of a penalty zone, you know, and having that, you still have a stun. You also now have Lolita available to you to get those Nuno blasts off.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Layering here is super important because you're working around the time journey, right? You don't want to like just use everything in your right on time. You don't want to use everything.
We just
your
did that.
whole arsenal, and then just time's journeyed away. That's not fun. OSX.
No.
You know.
You don't put your eggs in one basket if you're up against a Diggy.
Yeah.
Layering of skills is the most important thing that you can do. And it is a Lancelot. No wonder they ban out everything.
Well,
all of the assassin picks out. Yeah. For the hero of the jungler of UAE.
Yeah. You know, and I think it's a in terms of matchup, he's got to be able to really shine on this Lancelot pick, even if that means contesting every single objective to the point where, like, okay, you might not be able to completely get it, but with this lineup, they should have a good shot, right? Now for UAE, you got to be able to get those objectives because snowball potential is going to be tough to work around with, right? And I just love how fitting it is that Lunatic Panda
is Akai. Wow, matching names. Masarap in Lapu Lapu's image.
This is all planned.
Yeah, wow.
This is all just, I'm sure it's just planned.
And how would they well let the personality out is just completely unique. Now going in game number 1, 11 seconds in. Now on to the composition of UAE. This could be their chance in bouncing back in this game. Now layering of skills is possible, but how's the emblems now for this game?
Okay, this is what I was saying, right? It's nice. There's quite a flexibility in terms of emblems that are set up here. You've got that concussive blast. From Lunatic Panda, he's also got the swift. There's a whole lot of agility too, right? So they're really going to be working around with that movement speed. It is just, you know, is it like a lot of people are like, is that movement speed really that big of a difference? Yes, it can make the difference throughout the course of the game. That's great that they have that. Also, too, again, you know, with Yahiko here having an amazing game from game 1, still rolling with that weapon mastery, and then of course you're rolling here with Xerox. Xerox specifically, I feel like if Xerox has a similar game from game 1, that's going to be a huge thing once again for Nepal. Now on the other side, UAE, this is what I like, right? You have the Terizla this time. I like that Jed, especially because we got to talk to Jed, you know, and
yeah.
I feel like now that we've had that conversation with him, I could see why they're just like, Jed, just take the Terizla. Roll with it. You've got the Brave Smite now. You got that Festival of Blood. You're going to show them how the penalty zone works, and hopefully they're able to pull it off here.
Well, speaking of how they start here, is a great way of slowing things down a bit in the mid lane. But if you would notice here up top, there's 2 members here present. We have 7M Dan and Buez, the Brody and the Diggy, and also as well as BBC. Now, the focus is now with the gold lane, their damage output that they need to get it go for the early stage of the game. But 5 seconds remains for the first bullet to pop out.
Yeah, it's at this point, there it is. Turtle's going to be up. We'll see both teams kind of transition their way there. They're still looking possibly, like I said, a big problem was Yahiko. If they can get an early kill, at least put pressure, and that's exactly what they're doing. That works best for them. Turtle's already going to go ahead and be started up here. in position, they might just give this one up, it looks like. OSX. BullX just going to go ahead and get his buff instead. Jed's got the information, and they know they can't contest it.
Okay, Lunatic Panda or Nepal secures the first objective. This is what happens if they're up against a Lancel. This thing keeps on happening. Jed almost half HP.
Maserap not feeling happy about the Terizla being taken, but obviously Jed's not in a position where he can go 1 versus 1 just yet. You know, at this time, he's going to have to just kind of farm up a little bit. He is going to be able to regen any of the damage, for the most part, that is thrown at him from Maserap.
Yeah, and sustaining it with the Brave Smite Emblem is a great way for up against a Terizla. Now Buez has the Blade of Heptases. With this kind of item now, he could really have a strong sustain in terms of going up against a Leslie or Yahiko. Now, with the presence here of a Lolita, they can force things out with 7M Dan, with all of the time's journey. But in times of getting those layers of skills in, they need White also to consider on where Xerax could be.
Xerax is going to be, for the most part, again, taking what he did in Game 1 is everywhere. He's still got the black shoes, taking a little bit of damage, half health here. They do find BullX. He should be able to get away. Pneumo Blast can come in with a flicker, able to get out of it, though. Nice backup as well with the Feathered Airstrike. Going to push them back even more. Now BBC going to be in trouble. Torn Apart Memory will come through for the first blood. And right now, UAE setting the pace.
Good dodge and utilization of Thorn Rose there from Bulex, and Weird with the flicker, plus a Feathered Airstrike reinforcement. Talking about wrapping around those kinds of danger that Nepal set up, that's one thing that you've said. Layering of skills. If once you've missed the Numenon Blast with that kind of setup, that thing goes the other way.
It was a good attempt, though, right? I mean, utilizing the flicker in with the Numenon Blast, but still, Bulex played that well, very well. Even able to escape, you know, with a combination of skills from Lancelot, Thorn Rose, and everything else. So still, you know, at this point, UAE setting the pace. It's great. Gold is relatively even, though. So still, we're going to have to see if they can control this part of the game, transitioning to that mid. They want to fight for this turtle. Hopefully, they're able to secure this one so they have the even across the board for turtles. Yeah,
we have heavy spin from Lunatic Panda. And Akaya taking this objective could be most effective and viable to hold and even secure and pin down one.
Here comes Jed. Everybody making their way. He got the information. Already going to get zoned out a little bit here. Maserap with Bravest Fighter, already going to be secure. BBC gets the turtle, though. Do they actually still want to fight? Jed on the run. Looks like UAE is just calling off retreat here. Turtle, second one, going to the hands of Nepal.
Yeah, that was the second attempt, though. They were all in getting the second turtle for the side of the UAE. So with that kind of attempt, that was something that 7M Dan could actually be holding through, right? Denying the entry of the Bravest Fighter, but that was one of Nepal securing that part, forcing out the time's journey, and they saw that thing that they could actually be a counter and getting those objectives in.
Yeah, crucial. I mean, a lot of this micro play is working out, especially here. Nepal doing great, working with the map, but still a lot of focus on letting Yahiko farm up the best way possible, even just planting BBC up there, working around it. If they can get a kill here on Maserap, it'd be great, but Xerax already here to respond. Jed, though, went in with the penalty zone, so they're going to have to immediately call that off. Xerax didn't even show. And a little bit of a misplay there.
Misplay, used the flicker defensively to escape the possible CC of Maserap. Now up top, 3 members up against 2 Yahiko here in BBC. Well, resource was being drained out. Gold lane back again is on focus. They would really want to have a point here up against Yahiko. The problem is, if they miss up the chance there, or they might force something out from the gold lane, well, that's attention that they're looking for in terms of getting that setup.
This is relatively much slower, game overall, or I guess less violent game overall, right? There's only 1 kill so far. We're almost 7 minutes into this game. Both teams doing a great job on economy, though. They're farming up, they're working around the best they can. A lot of pressure even on both teams across the map, but so far it's all managed really well. But it might turn here. They get the time's journey out. Xerax making his way as well. Still gonna be looking. They get the Numenon Blast. That's huge. Buez will fall. So already a play being made by Nepal. Conceal play gonna come out. Maserap gonna go in. Goes in with a flicker. Immediately takes out 7M. A huge play once again. Meanwhile, Bulex taking the 3rd turtle here. Finally able to secure one for UAE.
Forced out resources in Chaos. Time's journey, you have the torn apart memory, 2 flickers used, and in Chaos, that's one you've taken back, but Jed Weird takes down one, and that is Xerox falling down in Nepal. Continuing the skirmish from top to mid.
Okay, taking a look at the items here too, you know, things are building for Yahiko. That's going to be major, especially in the damage department. Already having available that Berserker's Fury. Has a little defense as well, plus the cooldown boots to help him out. Now, big thing that has to happen also, Xerox wants to be able to whittle people down. He's got 2 items already, especially that burn potential, right? You've got that, and that's why he's running the Impure Rage too. He wants to kind of just be able to spam things out, right? Now, Malefic Roar already being locked in for Buez. The damage is going to be there. He's got the blade, like you mentioned earlier, OSX, and things are starting to fall in place, right? But both teams, like I said, relatively even. You know, in terms of power,
Gold,
in terms of gold and itemization, they're doing really well at this point in the game. So it really just comes down to that execution factor.
Yeah, we have physical penetration present. Malefic Roar up top. Jed, half HP.
Jed? Oh, he tried. He flickered, but still went down. Not going to be able to escape that. The damage, like I said, from Yahiko is starting really to show here.
Well, going back on the item buildup of the same momentum and gold of these 2 teams. Physical penetration spellbound present. Now they need to have good defense. Oh, BBC?
No. Bulex going to get sandwiched in. Can't escape that. That's just too much CC. And Weird comes in a little bit too late.
Using the Numenon Blast right on the turret of UAE. Missing out the chance there. It was too early to call that he won't have the setup right in the defense of UAE.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's the problem here. OSX is, like we said, layering, right? The layering of ultimates available to Nepal. Okay, the damage has to be respected. They already got the black shoes out here. Things are going to go all reset, though. Lord is now up and available. But yeah, they're already showing some of that damage in the, you know, for both teams, honestly. I don't want to just say it's one member. Buez has it. So does Yahiko. He's got the 2 kills already. So in the position here to start up the Lord.
Well, positioning, Jed could go in, Jed could hold off, but 7M Dan's threat here is still imminent. So most of the things that they can do here, but they have
BBC gonna flicker in, finding the Numenon Blast. 7 will fall. Weird on the run, can't get away.
Woo!
Sniper shot from Yahiko, able to find the connection. Jed will go in with the penalty zone, but no backup to help him just yet. And there you go. BBC will go back to base. They're going to set up here, transitioning into the Lord if they can take it. Buez, though, you got to respect his damage. They might just give this one up unless Bulex can do some fancy footwork here to stop them from securing it. 7 also now up. Monsterop going to jump in. Bravest fighter zoning him out. And it should be a Lord just in the hands of Nepal here.
Okay, Buez and 7M Dan. Good force out by Nepal, but the Lord now is being taken by Lunatic Panda. Nepal secures the objective. Meanwhile, on Weird, it's clearing out the lanes with a fitted airstrike. Now 7M Dan still holding through, but still defending onto the XP lane. Lunatic Panda also securing the waves.
Okay, right now they're going to have to just kind of be a little bit on the defense here for UAE. It's only the first Lord of the game. They should be able to clear it quite well with what they have. Again, you know, item disparity isn't that big. The gold lead isn't that huge. They're in a good position. They've got great high ground defense too, having a Farsa here available to them. They just got to make sure. They got to make sure they don't get taken down in terms of numbers, but they will lose some space to work with here on the map as the tier 1 will fall on the bottom. Lord still has to be worked with on the top side. Here comes the heavy spin. Jet can be locked down. Will fall. Yahiko grabbing another kill plus a turret.
Layer of skills, layer of damage. Nepal showing dominance there in taking all isolated plays. Bulex up top as well, trying to defend and push with or take down the Lord. Buez as well. Will the damage suffice though? And turret has been taken. Nepal pushing through base.
They're going to crash down here, still focusing on the mid. Losing space. There's the next tier 2 going to fall. Now UAE still on the defense. Can they hold it together? Bulex trying to buy some time, clear the minions. As he does. Nothing forced, though, from Nepal.
Okay, now, speaking of being forced out, how will UAE win a setup here with all of the skills that they have? They have a Diggy, they have a Brody, they have a Terizla. One way of getting through Nepal is they need to get in with the backline or isolate them for not using the skill. So one factor here could be the target could be BBC. The setup of the Numen Blast could be an imminent threat for UAE, but if they want to have that way of putting him out of those team fights, as they could do, they could have a way of pushing through the base. As you can see, only the top lane has been taken the side of Nepal. And with this kind of lead, could be not too far gone, but they could still worry through or penetrate through isolated ones from the members of Nepal.
Problem here is there's so many options. Jed gonna have to flicker out. Heavy spin already committed too.
No.
And as you were saying all that, you know, that's the thing. Nepal has so many options to start fights, to peel, to counter things. And so the job here for UAE is how do we get to Yahiko? Honestly, if they can get to Yahiko, that's a huge amount of damage that just gets taken out of the repertoire for Nepal. So if they can somehow get to Yahiko, that'd be great for UAE. The hard part is actually doing that, right? Because Xerox, like I said, one of the great things about Lilia, able to just kind of plant yourself at the front, even though you're technically a mage, because you have black shoes, right? You're able to pop that. If you get in danger, it kind of resets and you get your health back. So that's amazing for just the potential to basically scout for your team and put out some damage. Now, even looking at the items here, OSX, how's it going?
We have steel-like plates present here. So on the basic ones of getting the defense for a damage for a marksman. You have the Berserker's Fury, Magic Shoes. You have the cooldown, you have the Blade of Despair. It's all about physical penetration present for this Leslie that can pierce through any members of UAE. With this kind of things present, they don't want to miss any resources. But yes, Jed using that flicker for a defense, they keep on forcing everything out of this team that could be in the defensive state in terms of getting those team fights. So they might want to be careful on how to make those choices right if they want a set out of Nepal.
Yeah, one of the big things here for UAE as they get prepped up for another Lord drive into their base is just being able to manage not only the waves coming in and clearing those out the best way possible, but not getting collapsed on. If they can do that as this next Lord gets primed up, Jed not going to be able to find the connection with the penalty zone there, but they've got to defend, right? They have to be able to defend this and dodge either the flicker combination coming out from BBC with the Numen Blast or the flicker coming in from even Masarat for the stun. Already concealed play going to be used. They're looking to start it up early. Feathered Airstrike going to come down, still holding on. That's quite a bit of damage already from Buez as well. They have to respect it. Still though, Lord still marching his way down bottom, will get the charge in unless they're able to do something about it. Most likely will lose possibly 2 turrets here. There's the charge, turret, 1 hit away. They see if they can go. Heavy spin gonna come out for Panda. Buez with the torn apart memory. Won't be able to find a kill just yet, but Blue X goes in, goes down. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Lord still up here. Feathered Airstrike gonna drop down. They get Yahiko to flicker around. 1 hit away, still holding on to the mid turret as they do. UAE holds on. Can they dodge? Can they defend? Now Wave is pushing through up top. Now 2 members are out of each team. Now looking forward for the target. Now Weird here could eye on Panda. This might be their chance on on how can they turn things around. Now Jet as well is being present right now. It's the base that they need to defend, and even for the Waves as well. Yeah, again, Yahiko, so close to getting Yahiko down. That would have been massive for UAE. They could have potentially even turned, you know, that into at least getting that tier 1 down in mid lane to open up some space for them to work with before that next Lord comes up. So they're almost there in OSX. They're making their way there, right? The damage from Buez, like I said, is already, it's a huge threat. And I just feel like Nepal knows that, and they're playing around it so well, too. Now you have a couple, you start to get in that territory where you have to work through immortalities, and even just a tankier Panda, right? Picks up the Brute Force Breastplate. You're 30 seconds away from the next Lord. UAE might just be better, once again, like I said, to just kind of stay in base, you know, because if you get collapsed on or cut off through a sandwich play or anything like that, trying to commit to a Lord, that could be the game for you. Yeah, so hold the line. Hold the line, looking back on the leaderboards here of Buez and 7M Dan. And out and go, if they might go back to base, could be the next option of UAE to hold and wait for the possible way of hold this in 18 minutes. Because if the damage you're talking about could pop off on the side of UAE, that could be their answer to go up against Nepal. Because this defense is still up though, and the Lord would be the one to take them to get that way of bouncing back at this point in the game. They're going to have to pull something amazing off. Jad already going to be in trouble. Time's Journey plus the penalty zone comes out. So they don't have that available to them. They might just have to give this up unless Bulex does something amazing. But I don't think that's going to happen here. Nepal doesn't want that potentially to turn the game around for them. So this should just be another Lord secured here. Bulex gets the information he needs, decides he can't go in there. Gonna get stunned as well. Thorns Rose tries to get out. There's the Phantom Execution. Heavy spin being used as well, pushing him back. Masarap goes in with a flicker, finding the stun on 2. Still gonna be going. Jed will fall. Can they get the counter punch? Bulex goes in deep, goes in with the Phantom Execution, still finding another. 2 will fall for Nepal. Bulex somehow finds some kills through that.
Canceling out the Numenon Blast right on point of chaos. Nepal missing the set of UAE, and that cost them 2 members and to retreat back on their base for the defense. They have the Lord though. They have a push. They have a way of buying more time. But for UAE here on the damage, we have only Brody here. We have a Buez to count on and get into those damage and torn apart memories in. But will they have the time to defend on how Nepal set this up, no matter what the cost happened, if they missed that set out of that team fight?
So they successfully at least take care of the Lord here. They still got to take care of a couple waves. But right now, with that whole thing that unfolded, UAE holds on. You know, 18 minutes in, they're buying themselves more time. Yahiko, like I said, that is one of the keys here for UAE. They have not been able to find Yahiko at all for this game here.
How can you reach someone that can be invincible, can be in the most protective state by BBC or even by Masarab? So how do you even manage to penetrate that part of Nepal's game? Either I'm counting on Jed in making that flicker and penalty zone combo to get him off by surprise, because there's always Yahiko behind the Lolita. So that's one way of seeing that could secure a potential threat out if they want to bounce back in this part of the game.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Yeah, it is. It is going to be really reliant on Jed here, OSX, to be able to find those penalty zones. Nice spot out with a feathered airstrike, because Jed also has to be careful. As tanky as a Terizla can be, especially with the emblems that he's running, you can, at this point in the game, you can kind of just get blasted, right? And it's really tough to deal with here, but still, it looks like UAE is able to find some of that farm they're looking for, allowing the rest of the team to get to that point where they can hopefully, you know, withstand a full-on team fight, because right now it's just Nepal looking for a setup. If they can find that kind of set, that ambush, to give them the numbers advantage. You're already seeing that, right? The 2K crits, true damage from Leslie. I'm not sure. Maybe that's the 2 BODs already locked in here. At least I know almost was item locked, right, at this point, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, almost half of the map is being controlled by Nepal. We're seeing a mirror on how they wanted to position themselves, as you've mentioned, onto the ambush play and onto the vision they wanted to give. Yahiko, keep on utilizing the ultimate up against UAE is a big factor that they can give for BBC here to get on with the perfect sets. Now, the problem of UAE here, there's no front line, there's no tank could set up everything on their side that to counter BB's Numenon Blast. So with that kind of thing that they wanted to do, they kind of want to get them off by surprise. As Jed now has an immortality, this could set him up on getting a great way of taking 1 or 2 down from Nepal, because that's one way of starting up their team, the momentum that start from UAE. Well, the Lord is present here. They're waiting for UAE to make the first step, while they're waiting on who makes the first one. Because again, time's journey, either you use it or they force out a resource out in you and not make the call at all.
Man, I love what Jed's doing. He's so patient, though. But Nepal's not going to wait at all. They already get the time journey out. Masarab going to go in. Also had the conceal. Going to miss the Nuna Blast. Won't be able to find it. Weird will get shot off the map. But here comes the rest. Yahiko in trouble. Immortality will be popped. Still going to be looking for the kill. Can't find it, though. And now it's all bad news for UAE. Only 2 left. Jed finally falls in 7, running for his life. Nepal with a massive play. And in just a couple seconds, they're going to be making their way into the base here. And it's only a lone Diggy. The thumbs up comes out from the Panda. Xerox clears the lane. And just like that, Nepal ends this series in a sweep. And they're showing it in style here as they work on the base here.
2-0. 2 matches for Nepal, starting it strong with a dominant game up against UAE. You were questioning how 5 agility emblems were present. Well, that's how they wrap things around, completing how they wanted to go in the endgame. They were seeing the threat. They were baiting out UAE from that moment that they might use it as a trap. They were all hungry for objectives, but they saw a better way in trapping them out and forcing all of those ultimates. And by the time they wanted to bounce back, it was too late.
Man, I loved what Jet was trying to do there, right? He
Saw it.
He had the idea, but it's like Nepal just knew it, and they're like, we got to do this now. And that's what they did. They went with full pedal to the metal, and they did it, right? They already got that times journey out, and I loved it because this is what we talked about. And as you know, the players shake hands here again. It was a great series. The second game was amazing, and it's always a treat to see these teams battle it out. Again, Nepal here coming out with a win against UAE, and that's the thing though, they got the times journey out. The layering of ultimates was so good. It was the synergy was so good, right? The timing, and I think that's something that really stands out there. Again, Masarap having an amazing game. You know, he didn't get the Charisma this time, but he essentially did the same thing on the Lapu Lapu here.
Yeah. Same principle, same style. It's just the EXP laners here. No matter how his hero was stolen, it was a great way of like looking at the potential that I can still do it.
I think people got to watch out for that combination, man.
No, it's
BBC
deadly.
and Masarap. Masarap and BBC.
Yeah, it's deadly. It's a deadly combo.
It is a deadly combo.
Yeah. From that moment on, we were looking for how the layering of skills could actually work. And with the times journey present as a threat, well, that's how you make it through. Agility right on the map, reinforce right away, bait them in, ring the bell, and that's how you do it. Complete Nepal taking it. That's the first match of the day, and they have a second match coming right after.
Yeah,
for this one.
That's what I'm wondering, right? Because I was saying this earlier before we actually got to see game 2. I said this is such a big game for Nepal and UAE because they're still fighting for that, that qualified spot. Not, we haven't gotten the confirmation yet if this confirms them to at least make it to that next spot or at least the last chance qualifier that we have, right? But with this, it gets them those points that they need, right? They needed those points because I think they were at -2 before this, and now we had games back of house as well going on, so we got to see how things kind of all fall into place here, right? But this is already a great start of the day for Nepal. They can take this momentum that they have from here, bring it into their next series that they have ahead of them today. That's going to be, that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, and to think that Masarap's IGN has a question mark, maybe we could put it into a period from now on with that kind of combo.
Or an exclamation point.
Yeah, stating the fact that that is Masarap.
Yeah.
The damage hitting on you once you use the kind of Sessinol display style when Nepal is developing, man, this is deadly. So we have Mongolia, we have Nepal still climbing through their way. So who knows what happened today and tomorrow will show from Nepal here. A great development as well.
Yeah, it is. And I just think, if you go back and look at a lot of the play style there, for the majority of that game, I know we're going to take a preview of that, but I would say up to maybe the 12, 13-minute mark, things started to build from there, right? And, as we take a look at basically the breakdown and everything, it's just something that has to be said where you have that point where it's such a close game, and then minutes later you start building that momentum that you're looking for.
Not losing the chance of trying to bounce back. There was some glimpse of hope of how they wanted to play that game, but looking back on the replay here, 3 minutes in, there were missed opportunities when you're up against the Lance or Bulek. It was all Nepal dictating most of the times. Look at that, utilizing time's journey, catching one, dodging one another. So this is one thing that they utilize and capitalize on early game, and just keeping on punishing the gold lane of UAE.
Man, look at that. I mean, plays like this, again, this point of the game, it was a low kill game for a while, right? There wasn't too much action early on, and then things really started to pop off here. Jed, like I said, it was great to see him pick up the Charisma here, but he just did not get to use it the way that he probably wanted to and have that performance like Masarap had in game 1. So, and the layering, I mean, most of this that you're going to see is just the really good timing of layering of ultimates. And whether that was, the Numenor Blast from BBC, whether that was Masarap pretty much flickering in with the bravest fighter and finding, you know, his own targets. A lot of the times he was finding not just one, but two targets, you know, and that's huge value already. So, and then the whole time you've got a spinning panda literally to deal with. So, like I said, layering of ultimates was on point for Nepal, and we saw that from game 1 to game 2. So obviously that synergy factor is really there for them. They communicate very well, it seems like. And UAE was just, you know, struggling at this point in the game really to kind of catch a breath here.
Yeah, and that ultimate, that cancelled Numenon Blast, was a window of UAE to even strike back. And back in pursuit here, they were trying to target Masarap, but the one thing that was present here, the immortality that gave him way to escape here and just forced everything out of UAE to just take them all one by one. But this Numenon Blast was completely dodged, and the mayhem just completely dropped down in UAE. No matter how the Farsa escaped the map, it was not a great way for dodging the ultimate of Leslie.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Even with that Numenon Blast, you know, it's a dodge in a way, but at the same time, just because you have so many layers of CC, you use it to cut people off half the time, right? Even if you don't land it, just the fact that it's such a wide range, you know, AoE stun, it works so well. And even if you don't hit anybody, you just cut them off from going that way. And I think, you know, that's why I'm saying the communication there between the team to layer those ultimates is really what kind of stood out to me here. The execution factor of this team from Nepal. And I can't wait to see if they bring it into the next series, really.
Yeah, exciting things that they could do for adjustment here for UAE. So another thing to consider as well, though, they were trying to work on the metas that we've been expecting, right?
Yeah.
So there's still a great way of looking on bouncing back for UAE. So maybe a bit of time of adjustment that they can do. So, but now Nepal having a 2-0, gaining momentum. I say that's one way to start their day with 2 matches ahead. Well, that's way to secure as well on how they can push a potential way of getting through their matches. Now, looking at the head-to-head stats of the game, let's see how the game number 2 went. 14-5, UAE. Total damage from Nepal is almost 180k, taking all the turtles, all the lords, and the towers destroyed. 22 minutes happened,
yeah,
and just keeps on going. The Leslie 2-blade of despairs wasn't needed.
That's what I was saying, man. I was like, Yahiko's got to be at that point where you have those 2-bladed despairs, because that true damage was disgusting, you know, to deal with, and that's exactly what they had. And that's what I'm saying. UAE, there was points in that game where they had counter punches. They had some fight in them, but ultimately they could never get to Yahiko, except that one time where they actually got the immortality off, but still Yahiko, you know, was able to survive, basically, and that was already the end of the game at that point, right? So just overall, it was a huge task for UAE to even get to the targets they wanted to, and I just feel like, too, you know, we had a couple moments there where even with Brody, like Brody's damage, it's respectful, right? Especially a lot of the times, even with the torn apart memory, yeah, he might have only had 1 kill, but a lot of the times he was doing that damage, popping off those torn apart memories. They would bring the members of Nepal quite low, but unfortunately they just didn't have the follow-up needed. You know, like there wasn't any of that, and even some of the set potential, again, most of it is in Tarizla. So if you're not landing the penalty zones, it makes it extremely hard. So then you're kind of like, and we saw Jed, you know, unfortunately for Jed, he didn't land some of the penalty zones that he really wanted to. Sometimes he scuffed them a little bit. So, you know, when
force out flickers.
Yeah, so when you have that, and then you're kind of just forced to time's journey to safety half the time, you know what I mean? So unfortunately, when you only have one of those, basically one options to set things up and it doesn't work out, your game plan is, okay, we got to be on the defense.
Well, that's one way of looking at a great tech for an option. Terizla had a rough time in focusing the front line on how to get the perfect set. But we can't count out as well how he wanted to manage to, you know, at that point of the game that your point of losing, you have no way of like, this was purely instinct to make the sets right away. So maybe at that point, they would really want to secure a great set or even a good kill. But isolation was kind of the great option there, but it was too hard to even manage to divert the attention of Nepal, even closing their own late game. So I say a stronger answer, as you said, either a beefy hero or a strong one could sustain anything.
I just think, too, like, the Diggy makes sense, you know, but in terms of, again, you only have one option to set things up. This is similar to what we saw yesterday, OSX, where, you know, if you only have kind of like that one frontline option or one setter option, if you will, you know, in terms of that, it unfortunately doesn't work out so well for you. Unfortunately for Diggy, yes, he's great at canceling out a lot of the, you know, CC being thrown out, but what can Diggy really do aside, reverse time and whatnot. But he's not one of those setters that you're looking for to complement the Terizla, for example.
Yeah, and also Vision was also present there for the Diggy. It was a great pick. Well, one thing also is it was the time surgery the TJ has been using over and over again that they were lacking the chance of like breaking the layer of skills for Nepal to even use. So that's one way of doing it. Being ahead of their momentum, breaking down the way of like how can you even stop their possible late game threat. So seeing the possibility, it was just Nepal diverting everybody on the last point. They want the objectives, they want to push. Well, that's one way of securing the element of surprise. So props to Nepal for doing it well. 2-0, more matches ahead.
Yeah, 2-0 already for the day. I'm not sure if, we can expect more sweeps ahead. If Nepal manages to sweep again, that's going to be massive for them in terms of like points, right? Because now they've kind of dug themselves out of that, in terms of points, dug themselves out of that hole, already getting a sweep, and they can continue it on. Again, momentum is usually favored for a lot of these teams that do have sweeps and they go and play again. They're kind of already warmed up, they're on fire. So exactly, we got to figure out what kind of happened back of house too in terms of points and results. But what can be said about this too is that even with 2 different games now for Nepal, they've kind of switched some of that play style up a little bit. But what doesn't change is the synergy, the communication that we have. And usually, for us, when we're watching some of the greatest teams around the world compete, that's always kind of the standing factor for a lot of these teams is just how much synergy they have. And most people say the shot calling, right? Well,
the chemistry.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here
truly.
Specifically. But for Nepal is, I would love to know who is their shot caller, right?
Because, who's the captain?
Yeah, who is that captain? Because when we've talked to some of these players, some things obviously game to game change. There's a lot of that dynamic there where it changes, and also depending on some of the heroes that they're playing. Again, Lunatic Panda, where we see, the Akai being picked up, they're able to go ahead and utilize that as well. And that's why I think it worked so well with layering, right? And shot calling was on point here for Nepal. So hopefully, like I said, they take that from this series. They bring the momentum moving forward.
Confidence, chemistry, synergy being present. We've seen a lot of teams do this. You know how they do their friendship as well as their bonding, continuing to develop their games along the ways of the scrimmages.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one way of seeing that. What's behind all of this preparation? What's behind of their friendship? Maybe, who knows, maybe they're all brothers as well. That's why we might discover. So maybe close friends who bonded back in high school. Then now, so right now, we're about to hear the winning interview with Wajay and as well as Bara on stage with Nepal right here at IESF.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى لهذا اليوم وقدروا منتخب نيبال أنهم يأخذون المواجهة الأولى لهذا اليوم وعشان كذا معنا اللاعب يايكو بنسأله بعض الأسئلة بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الماضية.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. As we just seen it, ladies and gentlemen, Nepal won 2-0 against the UAE, and now we have a little talk with Yahiko, one of the members of the Nepalese team. So Yahiko, how do you feel winning this match?
We feel good and excited winning as a team. I think, yeah.
مستانسين متحمسين صدق هادئين بس ميودين بكل ثقة.
طيب دامك جبت اخوي براء سالفة هادين، هم قبل شوي فازوا بنتيجة 2-0، فأنا ودي أربط سؤال بخصوص المباراة الأولى والثانية. ما ننسى أن المباراة الجاية بيكون منتخب النيبالي مباراة ثانية عندهم في الستيج، فكيف تجهيزاتهم؟ هل هم مستعدين أو بيكونون تعبانين بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الأخيرة؟
You're absolutely right. So everybody right now is wondering, as you just won the first match, you're cool, you're calm and all of that. 2-0, not bad at all. But now you're going to go to another match, back-to-back against Cambodia. How do you feel about that? Any strategies? Anything going on with there?
Well, Cambodia is a good team, and we were already mentally prepared for it before the game. Yeah, so yeah, we're ready.
He's ready. I guess we're ready. جاهز يا وجيه نشوف
كلنا جاهزين أكيد كلنا جاهزين.
ممتاز. Well, best of luck to you and to Cambodia as well. Coming up next in the coming match, but we're going to have a little break and we'll be back with the Gamers Aid IESF Asian Championship happening here in Riyadh. Stay tuned after the break. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back again for more excitement and more action with skill, strategy, and sheer adrenaline taking place right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. وجيه كيف الحال؟
يا اهلا وسهلا فيك اخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام. ومثل ما شفنا في المباراة الماضية كان منتخب نيبال هو الفائز في المواجهة الأولى لهذا اليوم ضد الإمارات، ولكن ما علينا أي خوف على المنتخبات اللي خسرت، لأن ما زلنا في الجروب ستيج وما زلنا في دوري المجموعات. بيكون في فرص كثيرة أنه يكون في تعويض للمنتخبات اللي خسروا في هذه الأيام. أما الآن احنا متجهزين للمباراة الثانية، وخلونا نحيي ونرحب معنا بمنتخب كمبوديا.
And ladies and gentlemen, right now for this second match taking place right here, let's hear for Cambodia. And now, coming up next, let's hear it for one more time, Nepal!
تحية قوية لمنتخب نيبال. منتخب نيبال ثاني مباراة لهم لهذا اليوم، وأكيد أيضا عندنا منتخب كمبوديا داخلين بمستوى مختلف وحماس أيضا مختلف. فصراحة أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق، ودنا ننطلق الآن لإخواني المعلقين عشان نبتدي فيها المباراة.
Well, Wajih, you're absolutely right. Nepal, for the second time, the stamina, and they have a lot of patience taking place right now, and a lot of confidence. But Cambodia is a team definitely to watch out for taking place right here in that second match. So, going up next right now, and let's head it out to a little recap video of what happened earlier here in the Asian Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gamers 8 Asian Championships here for IESF, the road to Romania. We already witnessed pretty much one awesome series to start the day. It was a sweep here. Nepal playing again. I'm Naisu, joined here with me is OSX, and we're excited for the second series.
Second day, and we have more actions to fulfill here in Nepal. Starting strong with a 2-0. Now with more surprises of the day, we are about to see how they adjust. How will they quickly do things around with this kind of team going up against them? Again, the starting point of this game is always about momentum. It's always about adjustments. Now we might see a difference for how will they do this with this kind of team. Starting it today with Cambodia, we haven't seen them yet play on the broadcast.
Yeah, for the broadcast, we haven't, right? That's a good point because, again, going into this tournament, a lot of people their eyes were on, of course, the Philippines, Cambodia. These are two teams that a lot of people are familiar with so much. And then you have these outliers that have been proving just how much they have learned, how they have adapted to the play style right now. Again, highlighting the new kind of meta forming, right, with the new emblem system and everything else. Well, for example, Mongolia, we talked about this earlier, how kind of they're this dark horse energy basically for this tournament. Now Cambodia and Nepal, I believe with the updated standings OSX, they're both now at total points because they had to work from negative points. They're now at 0-0 for Group A, right? So what this match could potentially mean, obviously, is both two teams from both groups go to the playoffs, right? They secure themselves that spot. The other team, the third place from the group, from Group A and Group B, will end up in a last chance kind of qualifier matchup, right? Where they're looking to lock in that last fifth slot to Romania. So that's kind of what's on the line here. And again, Nepal is the team on the momentum, like we've mentioned. They just had an amazing sweep, and it was a very strong showing for them.
Yeah, this is always the part of the tournament that you said double zeros onto the points start from day number 1. This is one challenge, or this is one thing that fires up a team. Coming from a loss or coming from a great challenge from IESF, this boils down to create or show some new strategies, new picks, cheese strats, pocket picks might show today, because at some points, and even in our tournaments, even in our ranked games, and even I feel that once you're in the lowest rank and you're climbing up top, things can go differently while showing the best potential that you can do in this kind of competition. So for this kind of tournament matchup, it could go either way.
And one of the main points here to take home from this all too is, again, this Cambodian team they have a lot of experience, right? They've competed a lot, and people are familiar with them. Now, Nepal, on the other hand, again, for a lot of this, our first glimpses for a lot of people around the world, OSX, especially on the English viewer side, is those online qualifiers. Maybe even this leg of the tournament. Yeah. To the point where, by the time we get to Romania, you're super well, you're well versed in all these teams that eventually make it there. Yeah, and the thing with Nepal, like you mentioned, again, the fact momentum based. Two people that also really stood out. We talked about this earlier. Same thing again, BBC, Masarap. Yeah. The combination, the shot calling potential. I'm really curious how this will do matching up against a team like this from Cambodia. That is, again, they are. They're well-versed in pretty much competitive MLBB, to say the least, right? And I would say, essentially, people were also surprised that Cambodia lost to Mongolia, right? I mean, there's so many surprises. This was from yesterday that we didn't get to see on the stream, unless I think people tuned in elsewhere when it was broadcast in a different language. But still, the fact is you have a lot of these surprises happening, right? And this could be that match, like I said, that secures the next team from Group A into the playoffs, because we've already got, of course, Philippines and Mongolia locked in.
So stakes are high. Let's check up on the roster of Cambodia going through this match. We have Fury, we have D7, we have CCAT, Kaligma, and ATM that we usually see back in SEA Games. And now they're here, the Cambodia team is here, and we might see more of them today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to pretty much count on these guys to do what they're known to do. This team, usually from Cambodia, is very aggressive. They like to play a little risky, and this is this is kind of the trend so far. I mean, and it really adapts to the current meta setting up here. Let's take a look at the next roster here. Again, we just saw these guys from Nepal. We've got Lunatic Panda, Masarap, question mark. We've got BBC, Xerox, and Yahiko. And across the board, man, I gotta say, every one of them shined in their own way from the previous series, right? There's not a specific person here that is carrying the team or anything like that, is doing more than the other. And that's something that really shines for a lot of the teams around the world. When you're looking at some of the best, it's where the synergies, obviously, their shot calling is there. And it seems like the communication is so on point. And this is, again, while I was highlighting the pretty much overlaying, the overlapping of ultimate abilities from Nepal from the previous series is something that Cambodia wants to like handle right away. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the keys. And not only that, but also if we were to kind of come up with our own keys to victory here, you got to take care of Yahiko, man. Yahiko, other than the combination,
the gold lane, the marksman,
other than the combination we talked about with BBC and Masarap, Yahiko, you have to get him down because previous games he's nearly deathless. Even the previous game, I think he was deathless.
With the Leslie.
With the Leslie. So maybe take the Leslie away, but really focus on getting Yahiko down.
I love what you're going through here. So respect bans, you have steals that could actually happen in this game. So if looking at the marksmen of Cambodia, they could actually be doing that, right? They can do it on themselves or take it up on themselves because one thing that we saw there, also the qualifiers, is they adapted too quickly when things could go wrong. So this personality might show up, a new strategy might show up, so things can possibly happen if they go up against Nepal here. Up against a 2-0 team that just gained momentum, I think things could go a good way for Cambodia if they have a good level of doing things in the draft. That's where things starts. The drafting. So either pick something out, they steal something out, or trim down how Nepal went through all the challenges from day one and to day two.
You know, even looking across the Cambodia lineup, right? Again, a lot of people watching at home are familiar with this, and what I'm wondering too is if you haven't been able to see them play on the, this updated kind of meta and the emblem system, is how have they changed their play style? Again, this is a team also that has been to other international events, and they have a clear play style, and I think it clashes really well with what we've seen from Nepal so far, and I just wondering exactly how they transition too, because now up to this point, day two, let's say we're at the midpoint for day two, right? It's you've come to a point now where you've seen a couple different play styles presented by the teams from around this Asian Championship, and things work. Really, it depends what kind of card you pick from your deck, if you will, right? What's up your hand, or what's up your sleeve, right? So I think for Cambodia specifically, a lot of people are wondering, we had these expectations, if you will. A lot of people had these expectations, and what is new on the table? What is new up their sleeve? Part of that, again, is how do you utilize that gold lane? Because you now know that you have that gold lane matchup, right? And I would love to see how they kind of evolve that, because they were a little gold lane eccentric before. Also, the XP lane was massive for Cambodia in other tournaments. So, now you're matching it up against someone, like I said, who has made waves already this early on.
Yeah, speaking of how they would want to evolve, so draft might show anytime soon. So this will be a game changer on how will they approach this. If they're up against Cambodia, if they're up against Nepal, we could really eye on who is the possible deadly duo. You've mentioned Masarap, you've mentioned BBC, so that kind of duo here could be even in the eye of Cambodia in trimming down their possible comfort picks, their power picks that might be in their hands, or they can actually even adapt how they usually do and work. So if Cambodia sees that kind of way of like dealing in terms of those kinds of problems, maybe if that's one way of showing that, hey, we have evolved, and this might be their way of showing that in this point in time, they have a chance to go up against different teams as well. And even on Cambodia, this player was also the one who was just wearing the red jacket. He was one of the things that we saw back in the SEA Games as well, in the Southeast Asian Pro Leagues, that we saw that in this team, there was one way of telling that who's the captain, who's the shot caller. And that was one guy in Team Cambodia that keeps on doing his thing and commanding his team.
Well, in terms of pretty much, again, you have so much data to take on, these familiar teams, familiar names. And, even for someone like CCAT, you've seen CCAT perform so much on a high level that you're wondering exactly how has that changed the course of their play style again across the board, right? So we're gonna have to find out here as we get through the draft. Now we're jumping in. First band's already gonna be out here. We do have Cambodia taking out the Leslie. That is a great option.
Respect ban there.
Take that out of the hands of Yahiko again. Also another pick that popped up twice from the previous series, right? They're gonna go ahead and just take out Xerox's Lilia, who honestly, yesterday's performance was questionable, but then today it's like, all right, this actually fits really well there, right? So the response, though, from Nepal, they go ahead and take out Novaria plus the Eve.
Yesterday we saw a bad game for Selena, and the next time we saw another game for Selena. It was a good one. So one of the teams that we were seeing in IESF is they still managed to pull through all the mishaps that they experienced in the first game, and going on the third game, they have a chance to pulling it back. So there's one way of reprogramming these kinds of ways of using their own comfort pick. So it's a good way of seeing that Cambodia is eyeing on the strengths here of Nepal and opening up something from their book. So one thing also to consider is the utility jungler of the Fredrin, who's just perfect in any situation that you've mentioned even yesterday.
Oh, I love that they did this, right? Even the Kai. These are all pretty much respect bans in essence, right?
Yeah.
And right away, first pick priority for Cambodia. They just take the Ling. They're going to be happy with, putting that in the jungle, hopefully work around that, secure those purple buffs, because we know there's going to be a focus also from Nepal to kind of choke that out. Right now, first pick, though, for them, they want to go ahead and take the Faramis. Let's see what they take for the second part here. If they want to go ahead, again, we've seen teams now, even in that first phase, right? Sometimes they're securing themselves that mid option, the roam option, and then usually gold lane if they want to go there, if they want to take a marksman before more are banned out. That's still an option here. Now, in terms of, again, handling the Ling, you just need to cover your bases, right? And Nepal, it looks like they're already taking that Beatrix up.
Okay. Going with the marksman, going with the Roan. Yeah, that is Super Shima. Kaligma. Shima, yeah. The one who just wore the red jacket back and also the C game. See? He's smiling on camera. He knows when it's at him. And it's how to show his personality right here in IESF.
We heard his message to another prominent jungler out there in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. We know. So now we kind of see that they prioritize on this Ling. And with this point, Farsa is open, but they're going with the combo that we call.
This is old school.
Yeah, in our country, Angela, it's the Angela and the Ling combo paired with the Uranus, and he's smiling right off the camera.
This is a throwback. So, like, do we just see that? Do we see Nepal, like, let's just take the Esmeralda, man? Like that, like, do they want to do that? Do they want to go ahead and like park Esmeralda and go back to the eternal battle that we're used to seeing with Uranus and Esmeralda? That might be an option. There it is, right?
Oh, wow.
Deal with the shields, man. There's going to be a ton of shields out there that you got to deal with. You might as well. I feel like we're back in, I don't know, in terms of for everybody that's got MPL out there, where this is seasons ago. Like when we were on that patch, and all we pretty much saw was Uranus and Esmeralda. But it's different now, by the way.
We've talked about how this could game go in the beginning of the series. Pocket picks back on the strategies way back in the seasons. Now we're about to see the Angela being back with the Ling. A perfect combo, whatever the jungler goes and around the map, a complete response with the Heart Guard just to continue doing his own thing in taking enemy jungler caps. Now on to the second phase of the ban. They've taken out the 1-1 as well for Nepal. So as well as the Franco, so they don't have a tank, they don't have the marksman. Still balancing out for the second phase, and also capping it out with a Claude.
That's a lot of focus, yeah. That's a lot of focus on the marksman options here for the gold lane. It still begs the question: do they actually want to go with a marksman with this lineup, the traditional one, or do they change things up? They still have the option to, right? I mean, especially if they want to go ahead and park one of the mages up there. Not sure if they'll go that route, but still. I mean, even what we actually saw a great lane of Gold Bane versus the Beatrix, and it ended up being very effective. So, but for now, Nepal picking up the Julian here. They want to go ahead and lock that in for the jungle. That's going to be that jungle matchup, Julian versus Ling. We'll see. The last two picks here for Cambodia.
Julian versus a Ling. Well, we could all count out how dependent a Ling could be on the purple buff. So with mobility and resistance early game, with the pick of a Julian, covers everything probably on the map early game.
Unless it's flex too. Like,
Yeah.
I do want to say Julian could be technically flexed still. We have seen him pop up in the mid lane too. Again, even the Faramis, you're not really sure if they want to go mid lane Faramis or even roam Faramis. We'll find out here with the last pick. But already, okay, there's the Lolita. So yeah, we've got the mid Faramis, we've got Lolita in the roam, and then of course we got Julian in the jungle. Across the board though, this is a great set potential, right, from Cambodia, and it's nice to actually see this Lunox pop up again, right? So we're gonna see how that pans out this time around.
Yes, it's a gold lane Lunox.
Yep.
How the rage and how the fuel goes from, if you want to get those points in, looking at these strategies way back is being shown right in this very game. As they ban out the Kaja, they don't want that pick off. There's a Cho. You don't want that kind of ring of war, and also with the combo of the ultimate of the Kaja, it's much more terrifying than being defied or being cancelled on a setup. So this, either way, the setup of Nepal as well is trying to keep up as well in the early game, you might think.
Yeah, early game is going to be massive here. Again, in the hands of someone like Super Chuma, this Ling especially. If you can somehow stop him from just kind of running amok or running a rampage, really, if Nepal can do that, and going off what we saw last series, I think they can. So jumping into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, the second match live streamed here today, it's going to be Nepal versus Cambodia. Again, both of these teams now pretty much even in terms of points for their group, going to be fighting again for that second spot, hopefully, to be able to go on to the next portion of the tournament.
Early leash from Yahiko up top for Lunatic Panda, getting his orange first. Meanwhile, on the other side of Cambodia, Ling or Super Shima on the other hand has prioritized on the purple. Look at that, Seacat might be trapped here, low on HP. Early pokes there from the mid lane of Nepal.
Okay, and like I said, early rotations are going to be important here. Nepal needs to be able to control kind of that pace that would be set, or at least expected with this lineup that they have. Also the fact too, you got to be able to kind of counter around, once again, the fact that they're going to have a ton of shields, which is great. They have an Esmeralda, but typically you're not going to see Esmeralda and Uranus in much of the fights early on, right? So then you're kind of working against those shields, some of that extra, basically padding of health. Hold on.
Oh, Super Shima using the of blades for defensive out from Nepal's possible ambush. He's going down deep there on Nepal's area.
Okay, well, that's already off to a great start here. Nepal kind of controlling things the best they can. Again, Chama's fine, right? He had to use the ultimate, but that's what it's for. Leading into this first turtle, though, that's where things kind of get a little dicey. You can see both teams, too, kind of getting in position already. They also regenning, going back to base, getting set up, because first turtle in this matchup is going to be very crucial. Again, both teams love momentum in their favor from game to game and how that transitions to the series. So, Chama's going to go ahead and start this up. He's got the purple buff. His orange will be up in a couple of seconds. Seacat should also now have the Way of the Dragon available here. So there's a lot on the line. You can see a lot of zoning trying to happen too. ATM, though.
ATM on half HP, but he is a Uranus. Now Masarap being trapped in. We have the Dragon with a kick. That's a stun. That's a knock up Masarap. Now might fall down, but the blast will connect to the Super Shima, but Lunatic Panda secures the turtle. Now it's going to be action here for Cambodia. Two members trying to defend, low on HP, but Masarap here being trapped in 3. He's still safe. He's still making it through, but the first blood goes to ATM. BBC as well gets down Seacat, and now that's 1-1 from Cambodia and Nepal.
Okay, that was I almost thought Masarap was going to get away. They're still going, though. ATM just trying to slow down Panda here. But it was a good trade, right? The 1-for-1. Nepal securing that turtle, which was, great that they did that. Again, it was started up by Cambodia. So right now, great responses.
ATM is still doing his thing up against 3, sustaining the fight. Seacat as well, looking for an angle here. That's Shunpo as well. Jeet Kune Do here trying to knock up BBC. Meanwhile, back on the duties here. Gold lead, ahead by 100. But ATM is wrapped. We're looking for this eternal battle you've mentioning that might happen, and we're seeing it now right in our eyes. Now going on to the focus on the gold lane, they don't know where Seacat is. On level 4, but this is the deadly setup that we might see. A setup from Cho. We've seen a good Cho game yesterday from Troll, from KSA. Now they need to beware of this threat from now on.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of this, Nepal, the biggest thing they have to watch out for is just, getting kicked. right? Just getting kicked with the way of the dragon into whoever Cambodia decides they want to go. And if they can do that, if they can at least avoid that situation or respond with it, and I think that's why it's great that BBC is on this Lolita.
Looks like he can Jeet Gondu out of Yahiko. That was 4 members on a reinforcement.
Like I said, biggest thing, handle the way of the dragon. That's how you do it. They handle it perfectly fine. You take that out of the picture, and really Cambodia has nothing they can do.
Knock up from Julian. Fury now receives the Numenon Blast right in the turret. He can't escape damage. Yahiko. That's 2 kills. All going to be a Trix. D7 takes down BBC. Now Lunatic Panda now going back on half HP. Still climbing through and sustaining D7. Trying to hold their top lane in the first 4 minutes. And they're still holding it through. Second turtle is up for the taking.
Seeing a similar trend here, OSX. Yahiko, 2-0, right? And it might be a different hero this time, but we do know how they like to scale into that, right? Having these early leads for, even if it's just Yahiko, they do really well holding that on and transitioning to mid to late game. So Cambodia's got to be able to do something about that. That's going to be CCat's job. But right now, this turtle is going to be up here. It's going to be juggled around, danced around for now. CCat also might be looking for an advantage if he can find one. But, you know, at this point, this is, again, one of the things about a Ling, right? You've got to go grab your buffs before you even contest these objectives, these neutral objectives. Meanwhile, Yahiko just picked up a BOD. So he's farming up pretty well. Like I said, he had those early kills too. So both teams just kind of dancing around this next objective for now. Yeah,
piercing damage onto the gold lane now. ATM still looking for an angle. Masarap still looking for a great way to hold off that Uranus. Now still, and talking about Super Shima right in the map, trying to steal the orange up top, up against Lunatic Panda. Here comes the Heart Guard trying to take on
nice dodge.
Lunatic Panda, trying to dodge in the Tempest of Blades. Now 3 members on the reinforcement. CCat as well, trying to get in for the cover of Cambodia. Now Turtle is still up, trying to steal that orange. Was a bit of a risk from that moment.
I think it's a risk you can expect though, you know, especially from, again, a team like this. Oh, D7 though.
Okay, D7 now, he might receive that kind of setup, but now with a response to the counterattack, CCat with the way of the dragon. Now Super Shima, will he still go? Look at the damage piercing through BBC, almost low on HP. ADM trying to knock off BBC, but misses the chance. Now CCat as well, half on HP. Saracen Panda now trying to dodge defense, but Masarap still draining the shields right off Cambodia, and they don't care about a turtle at all.
Yeah, you know, this second turtle is probably the most, is the longest this turtle has stayed up, at least throughout these games so far. No one's really paying attention to it because it's just both teams, the way that they like to play, the play style they have, they're very hungry to go ahead and start building up on those kills, those items that they need, right? This is also a great pickup for CCat. He needs that Radiant Armor, right? In terms of the items that he needs, he's going to have to deal with that because there's so much magic damage also being thrown at them, even just between Panda and Xerox, right? Xerox, yeah, he's a Faramis, but, you know, even with Lethal Ignition, it's going to build up even stronger, so you want to be able to have that defensive value, too, but they break out for the turtle.
Oh, turtle now. Who's going to take it now for the first time? Now, off-cam kill. Super Shima takes the turtle from up top. Now, 3 members might take on Super Shima here. ADM as well, trying to zone out Xerox and BBC. Now, Masarap out of the battle. Now, continue on to the turret. D7, secure signal onto Xerox. Now, Shima being low on health, still surviving the fight. BBC as well. Now with the defense of D7, Love Waves and Heart Guard making on point for the regen, escaping the death from Nepal.
So there's a lot of good things here happening for both teams, right? I mean, there's a lot of back and forth for both of them. But right now, Cambodia, able to kind of out-sustain a lot of these situations or skirmishes early on is going to help them. There's another big item pickup here finally for D7, going to help deal with some of the stain now. This is the thing, too. Shama continues to just plant himself in Nepal's jungle. That's about the best thing you can do is, you know, put pressure at least there, put that on Panda, not allow him to just go and get his buffs for free if you can, right? Even if they can do it on the purple, even better. But right now, just the way things are kind of falling into place, Cambodia is slowly building up that lead.
Off-cam kill there, D7 on an Angela, taken down an Esmeralda, Masarap. Now ADM on half HP. Love Waves making to the regen now. 4 might be trapped here. ADM burning through his HP. Yeah, he takes down 1. Now Luminum Blast, will he get? No, the regen comes in from the Cold Altar as well, saving Nepal from the possible takedown of D7 and Fury. Now backing out ADM and CCat down for the trade of 1 against Nepal.
That was such a good area to be in for Nepal, right? And the way that they utilized the Stampede there, and even just having that Cult Altar is paying dividends right now for Nepal. And as we take a look at the items here, again, it's relatively close, right? So items are being locked in here. First ones for the majority, working on their second here. It was crucial that you have that cooldown reduction and that Necklace of Durance. So Monsterop should be able to withstand a lot of this, though, although that regen's going to be hurt.
Oh, now Tempest of Blades finishing down Monsterop D7 again. Angela on a killing spree. This is crazy. Now, yeah, he takes down one, taking out Seagat. There's no roamer for Cambodia, but ADM as well, trying to hold on the turret from mid. That's it. Brilliance in for Xerox. Now almost half HP burning down. Look at that. Shadow Stampede pulling in two, but draining out Seacat up from that battle. But Fury here receives damage from Lunatic Panda as well. Yeah, Hiko is on a streak, 5-1 and 2, making it another pickup on that Malefic Crow. Talking about penetration and a setup for this Lord.
Like I said, Yahiko, he's going to do that, right? He's going to go ahead and continue to build up here just like he has the previous games in the other series. Cambodia's got to be able to control that. They have the tools that they need. You know, there's some push in the top lane here. But even with that, Nepal still doesn't want to overcommit to this Lord. They know the rest of the team of Cambodia is going to be up. Even if D7 didn't come up now, you just heart guard into the fight. The focusing Mark Emblem is also doing a lot of work here for Cambodia in terms of like the team fights and skirmishes going on. Now, biggest thing, Yahiko's positioning. As we saw from the previous series, with this, with not having Flicker, he's in a huge risk at any point in the game as long as he doesn't have that, right? So you really got to count on having that Cult Altar or any of the peel available to you, and that's why you see them dancing around this mid lane so much, not really committing to the Lord just yet. They know at any point Cambodia could just go ahead and force a situation for them.
I love what you said, overcommit. 30K is still with Nepal right now. The goal is still even, and they're not letting go of that economy that they can bounce back into the later stage of the game. They're buying more time for more damage, and against Cambodia, they're not letting more of those things slip through. This is one thing that they're trying to do, not letting out more of the resources as the game goes by.
Yeah, you can see even the pressure, still going.
That's the kick received. Seacat with the Jeet Kune Do. Now he's been stunned with the counter attack. Xerox almost low on health with the regen of the Cold Altar. Now they might be pierced with a Tempest of Blades. D7 again, taking a BBC 2-man knockup on Yahiko. Now Super Chima taking a Lunatic Panda. Now will the snipe connect? No, it won't. Fury taking down Maserap. 3 members down, and Cambodia still lives 10-9, and this is the Lord being taken on their side, and they might go in for a push up against Nepal.
No, they're going to go in for a push. Indeed, are also going to take resources away here from Panda. So, you know, just like that, it's like Cambodia flipped a switch and said go. And they're still going, right? Xerox is going to fall here in the mid lane. They're just going to buy some time, wait for that Lord, and push down that mid, right? They still got to work through the tier 1, tier 2. But like I said, Yahiko is kind of that saving grace for Nepal right now. Should be able to relatively stay alive pretty well, maybe lose a couple turrets here, but they should hold on to the turrets in the base. And if they can get a pick off, that would be great for Nepal. But right now, it's all about defending as much as they can here.
Pick off. Yahiko, he tried to pierce down D7 with one hit of the sniper, almost 3/4 HP. The isolation, the pick off would make a good move for Nepal to take a -1 from Cambodia to make a push. That makes total sense, but what is the gameplay or the game plan now of Nepal? Look at that, bursting through damage. Now Lunatic Panda might be in trouble. Shima taking him down and securing with the Tempest of Blades. Now jumping in through 4, knock up onto 2. And they take down 1 turret out of Nepal. Tier 3 turrets now being melted down by Cambodia. Securing it, 1 Ruben Blast would make it through. Isolating BBC, now they're on a streak, exchanging kills with a trade of 2-1. Last tier turret for Nepal. Can they still defend? Can they still hold on to make through the damage in the later stages of the game? Yahiko might be the only chance for the damage. Still holding on. Waves coming in, Cambodia losing 1, and that's only ADM.
Man, Cambodia got a lot for that first Lord. You know, they were able to just get, all turrets in the base of Nepal just on that first one. And this is what I mean by, the experience of this team and those decisions, right? Even with it being the First Lord, able to find a moment of weakness in Nepal's defense and just capitalize on it is something that shows, again, how much experience they have. Now, Nepal, they're still in a position to be able to pretty much turn this game around, right? It's looking grim in terms of gold and whatnot, but yes, you were right. You pointed it out earlier, OSX. Yahiko still survived, even that siege, right? If you can keep him alive, the damage is obviously there. But what needs to happen is an amazing set. If that's the Numenon Blast, then so be it. But there has to be, if let's say a multiple person Numenon Blast and they're able to survive that and follow up with the damage, which they already have, that's going to be massive here for Nepal. Even looking at the items, right, it looks like Yahiko even picked up a Haas Clause to have some of that regen available if he gets poked down, because he knows that with the way that the relationship between having a Ling and an Angela works, you're going to get whittled down, you're going to get pressured. You have to be able to take that damage and build it back up, right? It'd even be better if he's able to get that Wind of Nature faster or sooner than later, rather, right?
Yeah.
So now they find themselves here, possibly just giving up a Lord. Might not be able to contest this. We'll see if they do.
Look at that, trying to go near this objective. 4-man knockup, and that is the Numenon Blast. Will he take something out? No, they miss out one good setup. Now Shima secures the turtle now. Things get happening. Chaos just dropping down in Nepal, dropping down the Tempest Blaze right on to Xerox. There's no one to sustain him with the cold authors at this point for defense. Now with the exchange, Shima goes down. Yahiko still the last hope of Nepal. Damaging through. Fury takes down BBC. There's no setup for Nepal here, but they can still defend the base. They have wave clear. They can still make it through. Divine Glaive onto Xerox. Man, you're right. Yahiko on Nepal, still making it through, still alive. The hopes of Nepal can still fight through in this late game.
All right, they just have to defend this. They're going to go ahead and try to take care of this Lord. Should be relatively easy. Not sure if Cambodia still wants to put the pressure, though. Looks like they want to.
Oh, ATM. That is one regen from Xerox. Now, what is the game plan here? Lord being melted down. They're still clearing it. They're still defending it.
Wow.
They're feeling the damage piercing through their HP bars right now of Cambodia. And they're backing out now for defense reinforcement. Look at that damage leaderboard from Yahiko and Xerox.
Well, that's what we pointed out minutes ago, and you know, throughout the course of the game, even the previous series, Yahiko is massive already. And it could be a turning point even for Nepal, even though they're economy-wise, they're down here. But here comes Chama.
Oh, look at that. Tempest of Blades, ADM, trying to reinforce it through Yahiko with the monster kill. His on a streak, ultimate being dropping down from BBC. And now ADM with the Heart Guard. Will they catch one? But BBC here's being caught up by the Chikundo. Fury secures the kill. Now 2 members out. Shima was the trade. Now this is Nepal fighting through the late game, 16 minutes in. And the goal lead is catching up against their side.
Well, like I said, right? Continue to find moments where you can, Nepal. That's the best case scenario for them. Find moments. If it's Chama jumping in without the Heart Guard, then so be it, right? Take them out, but then you still have to get over the obstacle that there's still massive shields between ATM and D7, right? Something that you need. They didn't have Panda after that fight as well, so it was good to kind of fall back as much as possible. The problem is, or the big question here, even the situation, you know, as we get into that 17th minute of the game, can we even like contest the Lord? Can we even get close to it? And I think even at this point, it's almost too much of a risk. As massive of a game as Yahiko is having, if he gets cut off or outplaced and you don't have anywhere to run, you automatically kind of just lose and collapse, right? So the placement, the positioning here is crucial, and the decision of, do we actually want to contest this Lord? Do we think we can defend against that push for that third one?
Okay. So if you want to ask or you want to check on the potential of Nepal here, their hope for a setup could come from BBC here. But what I'm seeing is he still has no immortality. If you want to secure that, yes, they have the Faramis. What if at one point he misses the ultimate again inside of Cambodia? What could happen? What could be the possible clapback if he misses that setup? If in few moments that he could get his ultimate, maybe that's the confidence that they need, because right now it's the Athena shield with a choice of BBC. Now, Shima securely melting the Lord down quickly. Not contesting at all.
I think that's okay though. Like, that's why I was asking. You know, the question is, do we actually want to fight this? And it seems like Nepal is like, no, we don't, because same thing. If we try to get in position here, we're going to get cut off in some way or another. You got a Ling flying over your heads, right? You don't want to deal with that. So it's better to just have your, even though your back's against the wall, to at least be safely in your base and do that, right? And try to clear this out, even though it's a strong push with this third Lord of the game.
Can they defend? 3 waves pushing in. Masarap being caught in 4.
BBC?
Dropping out the HP. That's Nemesis Blades. That's the exchange with Luminal Blast, but no caught from the side of Cambodia. Now damage will pull through. Look at that. Melting everybody down, but Yahiko gets the kill. That's 2 members down with the Immortality Bomb. ATM still secures that. Still defending Nepal. It's not letting go of this base. Despite of what happened, Yahiko, the silver lining of Nepal, is now showing that they can defend and they can hold it late game. This is their window of power.
I mean, what an amazing defense. Third Lord already entering that 20-minute mark. Nepal showing life despite kind of the rough 5 minutes they've had the previous, for the past 5 minutes. Looking here, I mean, just looking at this replay, the defense, BBC with a nice Nuno Blast to stun and stop Chama as well. Gets him with the stun twice to slow him down, allowing more time because Chama was looking to push that in even there with that heart guard. So just also a great defense all around from the members of Nepal. They're back in a similar position, right? They did make their way up there to the top lane. They're like, hey, let's get that at least tier 1 down, right? So they get it finally. But they don't have much space to work with. Given that awesome defense that they just had, they're still in the same position.
Yeah.
Relatively the same, right?
Same.
We still have to second guess if we can actually approach this next Lord. Now that one, even if they just give that up, it's almost like a 50-50. Do we give it up? Because if we give it up and try to defend the base, that one's a lot harder to defend against, you know, because fourth Lord of the game, things kind of get crazy, right? So on top of that, you just want to be in a position where we've got some of the immortalities taken care of, right? Are we confident enough to be able to get a numbers advantage, if you will, before that Lord comes up? Because if that happens, if they can somehow get a pick off and then lead into getting the Lord themselves, the first one for them, for Nepal, they could just march into the base from there.
Wow, it's still an even ball game. Right now, it's even though there's a few difference on even in the gold, right? What happens now is if they fall onto land of the perfect layering of skills there, the Yahiko just pick up the wind of nature.
Yeah.
Now he has a physical damage immunity here just to survive the damage of Cambodia. But onto the positioning, Cicada's on the bush. Oh, what? This is a deadly setup here from Cambodia. And look at that, ATM trying to zone off Nepal, but was this a good move? They forced out the Numenon Blast. Is this a go time for Cambodia? This is a follow-up with the way of the Dragon Seacat, but that is the Cold Altar being sustained by the side of Nepal, but now it's a 4-man knockup. Lunatic Panda takes down Fury, and as well as ATM still holding it. Forced out resources, Fury is down, 5 members present for Nepal. Who's going to be the target? Yahiko D7, just fall down in the hands of Nepal there. No matter how they forced out an ultimate 2 members down from Cambodia, Nepal striking back strong and slowly.
See, that's where it feels bad to be a Uranus, because you're the cause of that start of the fight, right? ATM was the focus. His teammates end up falling to come help him out, and he's still alive, right? That's the downside. So now you're going to see ATM trying to make, up for it, but he can't.
No,
he
he's
gets
down.
Absolutely demolished, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Nepal turned things around. Look at the mid lane, though. They're going to just go for a last-ditch effort to push.
Oh, no, they're pushing in. Only 2 members left for Cambodia.
Chama!
Who makes it? Lunatic Panda secures the Lord. Shima misses. Oh, Nepal still lives another minute up against Cambodia, and they're going in for the push.
Did I not just say? What could Nepal do? Get a numbers advantage, which they happened. They got Fury down with that whole ATM kind of debacle. They then transitioned to a Lord, and now they're marching through the base here.
Enhanced Lord with a great push and damage. She got on half HP on the tier 3 turret as well in the mid lane of Cambodia. ADM back in 4 seconds. Meanwhile, trying to split the map here. Numenon Blast.
Oh.
Nothing connecting the side of Cambodia. They forced out an ultimate. The Lord has been melted down. Now BBC did receive the damage. They're still pulling through the defense. Now Shima here. Will he use the place? Yes, he will. Dropping in 4. Will the damage connect through? Will it pierce it through ADM? Still throwing up everything. Draining HP down on Nepal. Now Seraph is down. Panda is down as well. Now Nepal target on BBC. There's no counter for the tank here now. The last man standing could be Masarap and Xerox at this point in time. Nepal is still pulling it through, but Cambodia as well. Trying to take down Masarap. Masarap not pulling it, not surviving. Immortality Pop as well. With the recalls, and that's where he's still making it through. But no for Fury secures the kill. Xerox is the only one left for Nepal.
Oh, I think that's going to be it here, OSX. Xerox left alone. Guardian helmets being picked up. Get that regeneration. We're still almost 30 seconds away from Panda being up. And now it's tough. It's only Xerox.
How the tables keeps on turning. That's the kick. That's the way of the dragon. And Cambodia in the last minute of defense and take back. They take game number 1 up against Nepal.
Well, what a turn of events that could have been. Because it was looking really close there for Nepal. Things were falling into place after defense. And you really got to admire at least that, the tenacity themselves that they have as a team to try to turn things around there. The only problem with that is once they had that Lord and they were marching down, that's what happened. They got caught out, right? Yahigo didn't really have space to move around with.
Yeah.
Because you only got so many defensive options, at least when you're on a Beatrix. Even though he had a massive game, he was, he had about 10 kills. He was playing crazily. But unfortunately, the way, especially when you have a Ling kind of hopping around above you and just going from one part of the map. Again, Chama was at that, bottom lane trying to push that in, put pressure there. But then he immediately came back and just crashed down. And then Masarap wasn't there in time to help out with that fight. Things kind of just fell apart, even though they had that amazing, fourth Lord take, which almost also went in the hands of Chama. He was flying around, not able to get the retribution off.
This close.
Super close.
Super close to secure that Lord with the retribution. But on that point, Ludwig Pan is trying to secure the damage. No, we kind of need this push, but it's still on the base. This happened back in SEA Games with this team as well. It's just this close calls, these close fights keeps on happening, and that minimal window of mistake, they capitalize on that and they turn things around. Well, this is just Cambodia going back on the last minute.
It's
I think I need to take a breath here.
What a game 1.
Wow.
I'll say that much. Again,
wow.
And the thing is, like, Nepal, the whole play here for them for this game 1, they didn't disappoint, right? I mean, for the most part, they were holding their own. Yes, they had a deficit at later on in the game, late game, right? Probably the 12-plus minute mark. That's when they started having to pretty much defend in their base. But they did it time and time again. And if you look here at the highlights, right, I mean, it was a good early to mid-game transition. And then things started to scale in favor of Cambodia. And I'm surprised, too, once again, the fact that we get to see kind of this OG duo of heroes, right? The Ling, the Angela still works out so well. And it really is kind of a menace to deal with because of just how fast you can move around the map, right? But still, as I said, Yahigo having a massive game, able to turn things around in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights early on.
Looking at this, 9 minutes into the game, 7-7. They were trying to take on the first tier turret in the mid lane, but how they managed to divert everybody out of the map here is all about dissecting on how they wanted to pull down or lower down the threat of Cambodia. But at some point, it didn't matter how it went from early game to mid.
Yeah.
It was these tight corners that they were trying to utilize with. They can't have a good setup with Numenon Blast. They can't get a good way of... they can force out so many things against Nepal, but in an open space, in an open window, they try to take on those ways of like, we need to bounce back from this. One of the missing things that we're trying to deal with is the damage.
Yep.
That was present from 12 to 14 minutes. Look at that. Setup after setup, Lord take after Lord take. Super Shima. still on to the point that he keeps on contesting everything that he wants to do for his team.
I mean, this is something that you kind of expect in terms of Cambodia having the Ling in their favor, kind of setting that pace. And like we were talking about even before the draft, and then you pair this up. This was a great defense, though, too. Like I said, BBC able to find that stun with the Numeron Blast, gets the additional one, buys a little bit more time. They clear this out. And this was what? Yeah, 3 Lords were down. So this all led into that 4th one, right? So this was a show of the strength that Nepal has to really stay in the game, right? Even when their backs are against the wall. This is where things kind of fell apart, because as you saw, they really tried to keep Yahiko alive, but things just kind of, in terms of placing, and it was in favor of Cambodia's lineup in that kind of position on the map. And then even this, again, the last-ditch effort for Xerox here. Just overall, there's in terms of Nepal, they don't have to change too much. Like the play, like we've talked about this in the previous series. The synergy is there, the shot calling is there, but what they have to be able to do is this kind of. I feel like they're fighting with fire in a way, right?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, and they have to be able to answer to that and kind of control that burn, if you will, from Cambodia.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to put Cambodia on the list now. Cambodia, Mongolia, even Nepal.
Yeah.
It's, man, the 3 slots. And as you said, these 2 teams were on a 0 negative, right? 0 negative points.
They were 0, yeah. They were
0.
both at 0. So now we've got a point over to Cambodia.
And to look at the fuel and also how they managing through the challenge that they want to make it through and represent the country in Romania. This is where the stakes are going higher and higher as they unveil, as you said, strategies back. Pocket picks, cheese picks.
These are kind of pocket picks, right? I mean, how many times have we seen, with this, even with for example, Chamal. We know he likes those more risky jungle picks, jumping around, flashy. They are flashy, and you talked about this even with this jacket, right? His jacket's flashy.
He's the one wearing red in that GameCube. So it's telling us like he might be the captain or even the shot caller of the team, because back in Cambodia as well, we were trying to interview him. But now, on that game, let's see how the post-game stats goes. We might see how it was measured, how the momentum was built, because 24-16, that even on 19, we stopped counting about the goal.
Well, like I said, you got to give it up to Nepal for the point that, again, Cambodia was in their base at like the 12-minute mark. So they held on for another additional, 10 to 12 minutes. They were able to keep going, keep their lives in this game anyway, and they knew kind of, again, what's at stake. And I think it's also a apparent thing. We've talked about the Ling and the Angela combination here. The fact that you have Lunox have this type of game, get to a point where those Chaos Bolts just hurt, man. You are just getting deleted. And it's something that, again, it's nice to see Lunox pop up, right? Some variations even in the mid lane and kind of work around, whether that's a gold lane, mid lane, you kind of have these changes happening in the meta. It's really refreshing to see. On the other side, the idea, the concept there was right. Even Maserap locking in that Esmeralda to handle these shields.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, when it came to that late game, that 24-minute mark, great that you get that 4th Lord. But when you're in such a position against this lineup that Cambodia had, where you are literally putting everything in your basket to keep Yahiko alive, there's only so much that can be done there, right? And with this type of sustain, the shields, and everything else, even if you have some of those counter items to deal with some of that, it's not enough at that point because of the way that the scaling works and everything else. You kind of need something in your own to burst through that, right? And just unfortunately, again, it looked like Nepal was really, really close there, but they just couldn't cap that one out with that 4th Lord.
Yeah. I'm excited how this best of 3 goes. But having the first point in this game set up momentum from Cambodia, who was challenged yesterday in the off-stream fights or even the battle. So now waking up from a loss, learning the lessons from yesterday, maybe that's one way of dealing or translating that moments into a win, just as today. So we might see longer games as the day goes by.
These are definitely been longer.
Yeah, Nepal and Cambodia on head-to-head, and most of the things that we expect that it might boil down to the draft. No, it was execution. It was the discipline that they were pulling throughout the game.
Well, I can't wait to see what's more in store more in store for this, right? Because we are going to be taking a short break here before we get to game number 2. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that quick, short break. The Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championships here for MLBB. It's me, Nice alongside OSX. The players are getting set up for Game 2, and we just saw actually an amazing Game number 1 from their first series of the day, second one of the day actually, second for Nepal.
Yeah.
Right, and at this point, again, like we said, point-wise, crucial for both because they were even, they were tied up in terms of points to get that second slot from Group A. But now that Cambodia has found that win, again, it was a great game, 24 minutes, probably one of the longer ones that we've had so far up to this point, OSX. And there probably just needs to be some minor adjustments from Nepal.
Yeah, and execution-wise, it's there. It's present. They just need to get a hold on those window of mistakes that they can commit. Because at some point, you've mentioned that, yes, they were rising on with the core scores, riding with a great kills onto their marksmen and even in the XP lane. But the problem is, if you're up against the lineup of Cambodia, knowing that Shima and also Sikat is on point with the setups on how to enter these kinds of team fights, you might want to secure your late game or end game answer. Look at that.
He's feeling it, man.
He's feeling his on. He's releasing the energy. Shima on our camera. Oh, he just says, okay. They're okay. Nepal is okay here. So trying to do a reset there. And with Nepal going head-to-head with Cambodia, I say they still have a heart of a champion that they can push through with their game. Yeah, see? Thumbs up. As we say yesterday, Jazzy.
Jazin. We're learning here,
We're
right?
learning it.
But yeah, it's both these teams set up, and I'm trying to remember. I believe this is, again, we met these players just recently. I'm pretty sure that's Masarap. You know, we haven't asked him yet.
We want to know
why the question mark and why Masarap.
Yeah.
You know, does he just maybe he has some Filipino friends out there?
Yeah, that inspired him to do
Yeah.
or make this IGM for his own identity.
Yeah. Funnily enough, like I think that was one of the first words I ever learned.
Masarap. Yeah, if you hear Naisu doing his vlogs and his short videos, and then when he tastes food here in Saudi Arabia, he says Masarap yan.
Wow, Masarap yan.
In Filipino, in English means it's so good. It's so delicious.
Yeah, but I just don't, I exclaim it. I don't question it.
Not question.
Yeah,
It's
but-
exclamation point in your head.
Well-
but it must wrap his question mark. We want to know why. We want to know the story behind this IGN. We'll talk to him after the break.
Yeah, we'll talk to him after the series here. Hopefully they can take it to a game number 3 again. Second draft now. Nepal already going to go ahead and take out the link. That is just pure respect, right? They don't want to go and deal with that combination again. Novara, Eve being taken out here. So we'll have to see exactly what pops up in the mid lane. I kind of love the flexibility so far, at least today, right? Because we've talked about Eve and Farsa popping up. Yes, they've been there, but there's been some variations. Not sure if Lilia is going to be utilized this time, but with Nepal having that first pick, there's quite a few options on the table here for them. Although Lilia, Akai, Leslie all taken out from Cambodia. So that begs the question, what is that power pick here for Nepal?
Fredrin is open. Fanny is open. Even Lancelot is open. Fredrin, okay.
Safe.
That's a safe route. It's a good first pick answer. And we're right. He can't go away with this kind of pick. This is one good answer for Cambodia's way of doing their play style in the jungle.
I think, too, we just see possibly Nepal take, once again, I was going to say Beatrix, but that's just taken out of the hands from them. So this forces, Yahiko to play something a little bit different. Also, again, we saw him perform so well in the Leslie from the other series earlier today. And just recently, like the last game, he was popping off, man, on this Beatrix. So it's taken from him. Wondering what that wants to leave for him to choose from for this game, because so far I gotta say Yahiko has been massive for all the games of Nepal.
Yeah.
And so if you kind of just solve that part of the puzzle, then you start off to a great start, and that's kind of what Cambodia has done here. So this has to kind of be a testament in a way, right? To see if they can test Yahiko's hero pool, and if they can also test his ability to carry this not carry the game entirely, because we've talked so much, about the synergy between Masterap and BBC, but he goes with the Klon. So,
Which was banned out.
Yeah,
Game
which
two,
was banned
game
out
one.
before. So, is this enough to help carry through into a game 3?
Yeah, Eve was out. Farsa could be the viable partner for Claude in terms of the damage, but if you're into the back line, the answer of the Joy is just perfect for the Claude and as well as the Farsa. So with that kind of way of putting in mind that the pressure or the aggression that can come in from a Joy, you might want to secure a great tank, a great roam there to hold or even to catch a Joy once he gets his beats on for the back line.
gets the beats going, you know? I think the Claw, too, is just a great answer to deal with the Cold Holes there. You technically have two great options, right? You got the Blazing Duet. You also have the Feathered Airstrike, like you mentioned, because you want to burn through that as fast as possible because it kind of becomes in a way, like these team fights, these full-on team fights, just with this first phase from both teams is already kind of like this push and pull kind of dance, right? That already leads into those turtle dances, those lord dances later on. And you want to be able to avoid the joy as much as possible. And so that's a great choice, right? You've got literally your mage, your Farsa that can just fly away, your wings by wings. You've got a Claude that can BMI out of there. And then you got Fredrin. Fredrin really doesn't do much but walk around with his hand in his pocket, but still he's pretty durable, you know? So yeah, like me, I do walk around with my hand in my pocket at times. I don't know how quite durable I am, but you know, it could work. So as we get through that second phase here of the bans, last ones, Kaja and Lolita, good options here. Cambodia is just on point right now with the bans.
The Lolita and the Kaja, they know how the Beatrix is important to them as their first pick. The way that Nepal did this work in capturing a good set was the Lolita and the Kaja. They don't want that set, they don't want that thing going up against, because there's no tank yet for Nepal. They take out the Hayabusa, that's the assassin option, or the jungler option for the side of Cambodia. Now they take out the Uranus.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, now Franco.
The Franco man.
Finally, we're seeing a hook.
Well, I thought you were going to say we're going to see a Viking, you know?
Yeah, a Viking with a hook.
Well, it's nice to see him. And I don't know. I feel like some people were tired of Franco too, kind of like they were tired of Fredrin for a while. But it's great to see it because you also said, you know, you want some of that tankiness to pop up. So they lock in the Franco. Response though, right? Diggy and a special here. A special, the Terizla special from Maserab. This could work out really well, right? We saw him perform super good on it the previous series from game one. So tools are there for Nepal. They have a well-rounded composition, right, in terms of the physical and magical damage. They also have their own CC potential and a way to counter play around it. But in a way, as far as Cambodia goes, is this Joy going in the jungle?
We'll know for the last pick.
Let's find out.
Yeah, because it could go either in the EXP, the mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not really Chama.
Nah, it's not a Shima kind of hero.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably played it at some point, you know, in the jungle competitively and whatnot, but it just doesn't engross the red jacket.
Yeah, the buttons are not enough for him to even be flashy or move around, and he needs something like Lancelot to just go through, dash out through defenses and per team fights.
Let's be honest, he's flashy.
Yeah,
like,
I want to ask why he keeps on wearing red.
It's just personality.
There's a lot, yeah. There's a lot of things that we want to ask him play.
Maybe he just likes that drink. I don't know.
Yeah,
you know, so
it hypes him up. But okay, in the lineup of these two teams, Terizla again, we were seeing it with Maserab. They could be dependent again with a knock-up, with a penalty zone. They might be counter-reactive with the Times Journey. But on the side of Cambodia, it's also dependent on with the hooks of a Franco, which initiates a lot of team fights that they can go in early games. So they might, if we're seeing Nepal's composition, they might need to go aggressive in a way that they might force a lot of ultimates out of Cambodia.
Well, let's find out. We're jumping into Land of Dawn, game 2 here. Cambodia possibly looking for a sweep that should be able to secure themselves a spot. Let's take a quick look at the emblem breakdown too. Quite a variation, right? We've got both gold laners running the tenacity. They're going to have that, but the difference between the quantum charge and the killing spree also still having that agility as well, moving around. Now, on the other side, the big thing again is Maserab. He's got the Brave Smite. He's got Festival of Blood. The biggest thing for him is just landing the flickers and landing the penalty zones. That's a nice hook. Panda should be fine. He's going to get whittled down a little bit, all leading into that orange buff here. Maserab helping him out.
Seagat now being trapped into...
That is Maserab.
Maserab.
That first blood.
Taking the first blood. Nepal strikes first. Now, at that point, the D7 wanted to delay the jungler of Nepal, which is Lunatic Panda. He kind of think that he might go in the orange, but no, Xerox, good escape there with the flicker on Wings by Wings. Yeah, he could have gone, well, dead. if he
He
didn't
could have
use-
gone, yeah, he could have visited the grave.
Yeah,
Right?
that was one way of using the flicker for escape. Now, at some point, Cambodia and D7, he's looking for ways of delaying Nepal, which they did. Now, back on the focus on Shimani and XP lane, we have ADM against Masarap. Now, for the Terizla, and up against a Joy, much more of a way of evading those or forcing the Terizla to keep using. Good hook there from D7. Now, ADM, will he let him go? No, he won't. BBC falls down. Now they strike with the first point, and the turtle is up. Now setting up for potential taking his objective. Now Cambodia holding the turtle on them side, but D7, 4 members here present, 3 members rather present. Now Lunatic Panda is eyeing for a red tree battle, but who secures this first objective? Super Shima dropping on help, and Lunatic Panda secures the first turtle. Now Feather Airstrike used for artillery and bursting down members out. Seagat can't use Might.
ATM.
Now Appraiser's Rat might connect, but Masrap there taking down ADM. That's a double for Team Nepal here. And still managing securing the objective and a kill onto Cambodia.
That was a great, just basically minute and a half for Nepal there, really coming out on top. Masrap having a massive game. This is what I was saying in the draft, you know. He got his hands on the Terizla once again. This is where he had an amazing game 1 from the previous series, and he's already on fire for this one, right? 3-0. And the big thing about that is once you start having this kind of lead on a Terizla, this scale, you get so tanky and so far ahead in your terms of your itemization that you're able to do some pretty crazy things for your team, right?
Yeah.
He's going to go ahead and work as much as possible to be that guy, that front line, to not only allow the Fredrin...
Bloody Hand and Iron Hook combo. Fury finishes the job. D7 aiding the gold lane, utilizing the hook as well for that crab coin for Fury. We're talking about how crazy things can happen to support the team members. Now they're funneling onto the gold lane of Cambodia to take their own damage. But that Fury dropping down the ultimate. Now he's using Blazing Duet, trying to trick out Fury and D7. Still safe for that engage.
BBC's got to be careful here, right? That's now 2 hooks. I guess that's a problem when you're big. Right, maybe you got to be SBC.
Yeah, it's hard. Like,
yeah, it is.
Right? And to see the possibility of him being bursted down and dropping out those resources, he needs to place himself in a safe spot. Right?
Yeah, there it is again.
BBC.
As we're saying, right?
D7.
And at some point, right, you have to, what he's doing is trying to get that vision, obviously, with the, alarm bots and everything else, but still, in a time, you're going to need that time journey for your team, and you don't want to just continuously be hooked, obviously. They're going to go ahead and clash, though, for this turtle.
ATM using the beats, being on the deep in the back lines of Nepal. Now, who takes the second turtle? Who is going to be? Now, it's going to be Sika taking out BBC. There's no time journey, but Shima secures the second turtle. Now, Cambodia is going back with a strike. Lunatic Panda being trapped before as well. Lunatic Panda lowing down on HP. Fury secures the kill. That's 201 for this Beatrix. Building up damage. Now they're going back to base. Great trade for Cambodia.
Yeah, great trade there. Able to secure themselves a turtle on top of all of that. So now, 1 for 1 in that department, but still, Yahiko, you're seeing it, right? Claude just naturally needs a little bit more time to build up here, and I feel like as the game goes on, he will be more of a threat. But right now, biggest problem is just D7 landing these hooks. This is why Franco is such a threat. Because, naturally, even if you don't have an early game where you're just landing hook after hook, really it just takes one. You could be missing all the hooks in the game, you land one massive hook, it turns the tide of the game. Well, in this essence, D7 is just making things work for his entire team. So as they build that gold lead, you can already see in the items here, building up. Masarap, though.
Look at that sustain. Penalty zone dropping in 2. Will he even live through this? ATM secures, popping his vengeance. And a sliver of hell secures the kill for Cambodia.
That would have been tough, right, if Masarap was able to survive that. But, yeah, taking a look again at the items, they're really on their way to where they need to be. Like I said, keep an eye as well on Yahiko. He's only got the DHS. He's got a little bit of defense here. D7 going to take some feathered airstrikes.
Oh, D7 might be close, being taken down by
Here comes
Nepal.
ATM.
ATM to the rescue here. Will he get a kill? But that is a time's journey. Won't make it to the cut. ATM as well, taken down to kill. 4 members being regenerated by a good pull. And a hook from D7 with a flicker bloody hand combo. Serving Fury another kill. Cambodia still going through this fight. Oh.
Man, he stopped the recall there too. It forced Xerox to be like, oh, hold on, maybe I shouldn't recall there. So respect on it. But you know, as some of our dear friend casters around the world would say, D7 right now is just cracked. Man, he is landing hook after hook. And I don't know what the rate is, but they got to do something about it. So now
Need a hook counter.
yeah, hook counter. Third turtle of the game is up, and Cambodian is in a great position to take this as they've built themselves a nice, comfortable, about 3K gold lead to work around. You can see even the call from Nepal is like, Yahiko, just go farm. Push, farm, get those items. Get those 3-4 items that you need on Claude to really just shine with the damage of the Blazing Duet. But still, you know, Nepal showing some fight here. Another hook.
Another setup from a D7, but with the knock-up, the counter punch from Mashanak. With that penalty zone, will this be for Nepal's counter-attack? But the punch will now follow through Cambodia. Flicker misses out. That's kind of initiation, but still, ADM secures the kill onto BBC. 2 members down. Cambodia still lives. Now Xerox Hill will fall back with the Wings by Wings. Now present onto this turtle. Cambodia will secure this turtle. But there is a push down bottom, trying to get it with objective trades cross map.
Okay, at least Xerox went down there. It's tough because this is what we saw similarly, right? Where Cambodia, they put the pressure on when they start getting this momentum, and it's always around kind of the mid-late game transition. We're 8 minutes in here. Turtles have all been taken care of, and it leads to a really strong First Lord kind of objective take. Even ATM, right, having the confidence enough. Oh, hold on.
Thorn Rose, he's just getting it through all the defenses. Yeah, he go. Oh, he went in too deep.
Ankles broke.
Whew. Yeah.
He wants to be flashy, but, you know, things like that can happen.
Oh, no, ATM, will the Vengeance make it through? No, he won't. Lunatic Panda, that's 2 kills for Nepal. Oh, Shima and ATM, they kind of need to not go down deep with Nepal's defenses, just capitalizing through. That happened in game number 1.
Yeah, well, again, you know, this is Chama we're talking about, right? So you kind of expect some of those moments to happen where, you know, they're kind of feeling very confident that they can get that kill. But this is Yahiko we're talking about. Yahiko is just having really good games from series to series, game to game. So, again, he is that kind of trump card here for Nepal. They really need to be able to count on him, really,
wow.
Especially late game.
What a pull from Zekat. With a Shadow Stampede. Oh, hook misses. That was close for D7. Electrifying Beats might be activated here. 3 members might go down. Super Shima here. BBC secures the kill. ADM is down, but what's going to be the counter punch? 3 members might be in trouble. Hook won't land for Yahiko. Nepal takes down 1. That's ADM for Cambodia. Still holding through this first-tier turret of their base.
See, even with this, like, there's still a lot of fight here for Nepal. And that's the great thing, because even when Cambodia finds those moments where they start really pushing on the gas, they start building this massive gold lead. Nepal always finds ways where they can to kind of whittle that down and not let it get out of control. Now, you know, now the First Lord is up here. They could be in a good position to actually fight this too. Yahiko also has, you know, the items for the most part that he needs. He still might be working on that 3rd, 4th item, looking for that. Another hook though.
Initiation from Cambodia with the bloody
Nice.
and the hook, but reverse time. D7 might be caught up here for Nepal. That's their counter punch, but still surviving it through with the piercing damage.
Conceal.
And burst of Nepal, that is the counter play, the conceal for Cambodia as well. Oh man, peel after peel, back and forth, a dance on who initiates first.
You see, this is what I was saying, OSX. I was saying it is these 2 teams, the way that they play, it's like fire and fire, right? They're dancing with each other, and it's a back and forth between who has that initiation, who has that counter, and they're playing around with it so well. Now, this all leads, like I said, into that Lord. Big Fury pickup here with the Haas Claws. That's going to be crucial, like we saw in the previous games in the hands of Yahiko, to sustain some of these fights being thrown at them, because the way these 2 lineups work, it can be very extended, right? The fights can go back and forth. We just saw that where you have that kind of retreat in then the reinitiation with the conceal. This is why both these teams don't want to overly commit to the first Lord. Even though it's the first Lord of the game, you still really want to be able to buy time to farm up, get the items you need, and that's what we're seeing here even from Nepal.
Wow, ADM is really trying to contest that purple, but Lunatic Panda secures that objective. Not on my watch. 11 minutes in, 7-10 score. Cambodia still on the lead. Now they might secure a push here because, as we see, three turrets of Cambodia and Nepal is still standing. They're not opening up a part of their map just to be taken by one of the jungles of their own team.
Here we go. This is the dance, right? First Lord of the game. Going to be working on it. Chama pulling it to his side. Both teams getting in position.
Look at that.
Keep an eye on Cambodia.
Fury and D7 patiently waiting down bottom on the bush. Nobody's checking from Nepal on what might happen. Okay, we have no clue on where these two might come from.
There he is.
D7, Bloody Hunt, onto Yahiko.
Wow.
There's no marksman for Nepal. It's go time for Cambodia to punish this. Now it's one way or another. Super Shima takes down 2 and a trade of 1. Shima once again trying to go for a trade with Cambodia, but the cavalry is here to take on one of the defense. 3 members down and a Lord present for Cambodia to take. Fury starts to the damage, but Nepal didn't know exactly where D7 and Fury could happen. A crucial kill for Cambodia.
They just gave the kill, pretty much just go for the Lord here for Fury. They want to stop it though.
Oh, Lunatic Panda is going alone on life.
Woo!
Now still surviving through ATM. Takes out BBC, now they're on pursuit. Will they take down Masarap? Yes, they will. The penalty zone. What a follow-up with the Iron Hook. And the Bloody Hunt continues. Masarap still sustaining the fight. He still lives. And Yahiko with a blazing duet. Still safely escapes the wrath of Cambodia. Fight after fight. It's still similar from game number 1. Who won that? There's 2 men down of Cambodia. It's still Nepal going for the trade.
Chama's setting up here. He knows they're going to go ahead and start this. This is for Nepal. They're going to push him back.
He's low on health. He's low on health. No, he won't survive that. Yahiko takes the kill. Lord is now with Nepal. They're going in for a push. Waves coming through. Now Cambodia will be on defense.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that, you know, this all started especially too when the fact that with Chama dying earlier on, it was tough, right? He got that double kill early, but with him going down, they told Fury to go ahead and start the Lord. Things kind of went from there, but then by the time the fight broke out, Nepal was back up. So, you know, with mistakes like that, being a little overzealous is going to just kind of, you know, bite you in the behind. So now you got to work through this. Lord still working up here. Should be able to clear that Fury just fine, but losing half the health on the tier 3 turret. Still trying to hold on to this mid the best they can. They're going to lose some of that space to work with too. ATM though.
In the back line, trying to invade Nepal slowly but surely. But Seagat, oh no! Dropping down HP, they forced and used the called altar, but Super Shima to the rescue, taking out BBC. Time's journey is out for Nepal now. This could be a follow-up of damage. Lunatic Panda might be in trouble. Be trapped in 5. Fury getting a kill. 5-1-5. Cambodia still pushing through those challenges. A trade. There's no trade for Nepal. They might go for a retreat in defense. A pull and an iron hook once again for D7 plus a turret takedown. Oh, now that missed out. A penalty zone onto Cambodia. Resource has been used, but Masarap takes down Seacat.
Oh my goodness, we saw it. We didn't see that part too, but when he BMI'd back, Chama was right there. And it just gets from bad to worse here for Nepal. Cambodia just punishing them, and it looked like it could have been so good for Nepal, but just a mistake and a mistake after another leading to this. So now Cambodia looking to possibly end the game. Some of the members should be up here. Do they end it?
Can they end this? Can they defend Nepal? Can they still hold on? All members complete for Cambodia. They're eyeing on the base. Cold altar being used to regen and sustain. They're trying to retreat back. It's too risky to push through the base this early on for Cambodia.
Man, if just looking at this game, D7, massive on this Franco, 0-0 and 10, and I wish we had, you know, just the hook figures here, the accuracy rate, if you will, because he has just been finding the right targets, and even Xerox, you know, taking out massive feathered airstrike damage is crucial here. Even looking at the items, right? Everybody, for the most part, for Cambodia is where they need to be. Biggest thing, though, even with, you know, you have Yahiko with most of the items that he needs for the Claude to shine, the problem is once you look for those penalty zones coming out from Masarap, which he just missed that recent one, right? Wasn't able to get it. And then you use the Blazing Duet with Yahiko, even if you have all those items, but you're not able to find the target, and in that point he was looking for Fury, you lose so much firepower, right? So now we see possibly a really big potential play coming through here. This will be massive if Nepal can pull this off. They still do have to worry about ATM pushing the top side. That's why we see a transition from Yahiko to go deal with that, most likely probably utilizing the Blazing Duet as well to try to clear it as fast as possible. But look at this play here coming out from Cambodia.
Oh, it's wrapping around from the back line of Nepal. What to be the security here for Cambodia? That is the beats going through the defenses of Nepal. They didn't see it coming. BBC is down. BBC is down for Nepal. And now Cambodia is utilizing this mistake that Nepal made. Now they have the Lord here to take on the push, and Minions are pushing in the mid lane of the base of Nepal.
It's so much to deal with here. They're still going.
And Super Shima secures the objective. Masarap is still sustaining. That's the burn from ATM. A Lord push to the mid. Waves coming in from top, mid, and bottom. How will Nepal bounce back from this?
Well, they're going to have to defend, right? Defense-wise, they're still good. I mean, they have great clear, but they got to watch out for these hooks, man. That's one. Deal with this Lord as fast as possible, because Cambodia looking to march it in here for a sweep if they can get it off.
Okay, now the base is half for Nepal, half HP. They eyeing for locking the tab, but Super Shima, there's no time's journey for Nepal once again. Now the Lord is still pushing through, but ADM is down. 2-3 members are dropping on bodies of Nepal, but it's the end for this game. Cambodia secures this match with a 2-0.
There's Shima. So he's feeling good about that. Again, congratulations there to Cambodia. Sweep. Another sweep here. So Nepal, you know, getting their own from the previous series. And then they face off against Cambodia. Cambodia gets that sweep themselves. So this is going to be interesting for the standings, at least once we get that update. But still, you know, in a way, Nepal has a lot of impressive moments. But you see that too. Cambodia made mistakes as well, right? And everything kind of falls into place and adds up. But the biggest thing that led to this too was that wraparound play, right? At the end there, when Nepal was feeling like, yeah, they could stay in this. They had some hope there. They went and sent Yahiko to go clear that lane. And as soon as that information was presented to Cambodia on the map, they knew that they could just wrap around and find them in one of those bushes, right? Or they had the information beforehand.
Yeah.
And that immediately, all you have to do if you're Cambodia and against that lineup, get that time's journey out of here. Put the pressure where they had to, right? And that's exactly what they did. And then from there, they just collapsed down. So overall, you know, in terms of that course of the game, in terms of the series as a whole, there was great moments for both these teams as we see them shake hands here. And also there was mistakes that they have to learn from as they get prepped up. Again, both these teams still fighting for those positions to go to Romania. Again, we have 5 out of the 8 teams that will qualify for that. And, you know, we have to wait for that confirmation if this also does put, of course, we have Cambodia in that second place. It should, right? Because they get that sweep. Again, so that would also put Nepal in a position where they might be going off to that last chance, right? According to the points. We still don't have, of course, we have back a house games going on as well. So overall, sweep and sweep. You know, this has been a fast-paced day here, Francis.
Talk about day number 2 and how they knew Cambodia saw the problem there in getting their threats out of those kinds of team fights. The Diggy was one of the major threats that they were eyeing upon. It was kill after kill. They want to have a good step. They want to have a good run and getting those objectives, because once the time's journey has been activated, it's always about a go time for Cambodia to strike back. And looking at this point that they have bounced back from their losses yesterday, I said this is a story building up counting through the days of IESF.
And with that too, you have to consider the play styles here. Like I said, are very interesting because they clash like fire, basically. You know, and we're gonna take a look here exactly the replay from this this game. Again, game number 2, the sweep for Cambodia. And you'll see it. You'll probably see it throughout here where there are some mistakes being made. But man, D7, this guy was just landing hook after hook. And I think that was a critical component to why they succeeded so much in this game alone. If this was not a Franco, they wouldn't have built so many of these situations for the team to shine, right? So hats off to D7 because the guy was just massive here for this one.
Franco's, what is it with 7, right? We know it's a team who also have a 7 on his IGN, and he also uses a Franco. What's up with the players with a 7 on their end and has a good way of performing, of using a Franco time and time again?
I think it's just one of those heroes that even though people sometimes they feel like Franco isn't useful, especially if you're missing those hooks. But like I said, it really comes down to that one hook that can change the game. But in this case, it was all the hooks. Like, he's just landing them all. And I think, that really allowed the rest of the team to shine. Even we saw Chamal get a little overzealous in some parts of the game, taking chances. But when you have that much kind of confidence in your team, and you know that you can count on them and whatnot, then you kind of take those chances, right? Because, again, this is the play style of Cambodia here. Like, that's how they like to play. And I feel like it was well matched against the team from Nepal because that's even what we saw from their sweep from the previous series, right? They like to play a bit of that risk. But I felt like in this series alone, Nepal was kind of, they were trying to catch up a lot of the times to Cambodia.
Yeah. And 14 minutes onto this game, 11 to 14, they were looking for avenues on taking the set out of Cambodia. It's just Fury, serving Fury all the kills.
Yeah.
Hook after with the flicker and the Bloody Hunt combo just keeps on going and going for Cambodia. And one way of disabling the composition of Nepal was taking out the Diggy and as well as the Rizla, which was a big problem. If they lose that hook, you're, as you say, a dependent on the setups with Cambodia. So this is their own way of like dealing with the problem. Oh, okay, in terms of draft, it can be good, but it's all about disabling the fact that we might have a chance if we have a complete way of disabling their own approach. While 18 minutes keeps on going and in the late game, that's one way of securing their own way of like winning the series.
It's nice to see too, like some of these games going a little bit longer. We have, I'm not sure exactly what our average game time is, but we've seen games end in 10 minutes, and now we've seen games even go up to 24 minutes. So you kind of see pretty much the compositions that are really shining and their potential, basically, especially for a late game. But I would say the 18-minute mark is more like maybe an average mark, And I feel like, again, if this game, let's say it dragged on for another 5 minutes, and Nepal could have turned things around, it might have gone in their favor to go to a game 3. But because the things were there for them, I just think that Cambodia, having the experience that they have, that's why you see some of those plays within the game, right? Some of that, even that wraparound, like the fact to push that lane and then wrap around and profit off that works really well. So let's take a look here at the post-game stats, exactly what kind of broke down here from game 2 for the sweep here for Cambodia. As you see, 18 minutes, 24 seconds for this one. And across the board, right, statistically, they were very strong. But I will say that Nepal still fought back the best way they could here.
Of course.
And big one, once again, like I said, D7, massive game for him to allow Cambodia to get to the point where they did, especially in the hands of Fury here.
Fury with the kills 8, 1, and 6, getting his hands right away. For the Hasclaws, we have the Blade of Despair as well as the Malefic Roar of completely penetrating the defense of Nepal. He even went for the boots. But mostly we either see a different way of switching those items if he wants to go full damage, but with the aid of D7, keeping all the hooks right on point and the accuracy of the setups was a great way for Fury to feed on those kills.
Yeah.
And also, Shima, on the other hand, was one way of contesting this Fredrin, well, all being on the defense. But one thing also what he did was he keeps on diverting all of the attention in those missed team fights that Nepal is doing. So it's in one way, they still managed to secure it. You still need to look out for the joy as well throughout the team fights that keeps on happening. Nepal, they need to also wanted to see the chance of getting through those games. 18 and 24 game time.
Yeah, and I think, in the case for Nepal here too, it's unfortunate because Masraf, again, he had like a great start, right? He had a great start to the game, and what we saw from the previous series was that synergy, even the way that he interacts with BBC in terms of rotation and setup potential. And I just feel like a Diggy in the hands of BBC, yes, he was getting hooked a lot, but even play style wise, it's not what we were used to seeing from the previous series too, right?
Yeah.
So many times there was that great layering, whether it was the Lolita, whether it was the Akai, where BBC interacted very well with Masraf, and I think that's something that really works for their playstyle, for the success of their playstyle. So, I'm not sure again how deep that hero pool goes, or that's available to them, but it was a very good draft from Cambodia, and that's what we were talking about from day one, OSX, is how these teams will adapt. We'll watch these games. They'll adapt throughout the days. It's only day two, but there's so many games happening again, simultaneously, other than what's streamed here.
Yeah, we will update you on how the points goes, because this is 3 slots left for Romania, for their countries to be represented. Man, this point of our broadcasted games of today, things can go differently if they change. You mentioned about adaptation, you talk about flexibility, you talk about changing metas. We've seen Angeling back on the field.
Yeah.
So what more could happen even on the last matches of our day goes by in day number 2, because day 3 is happening and approaching fast. And this is one of securing those momentum. If you have the great start today from a losing streak yesterday, might as well continue that way of winning and winning all of your matches.
Well, that's why I'm wondering too, because our next match later for the stream here is a Group B match, right? So we're actually going back to Philippines, and I believe they're playing Saudi Arabia. So, and Philippines already securing themselves that spot. There's still kind of this obstacle, right? Again, for Saudi Arabia. So I can't wait to see that. But still, at least now that we've seen some of these games from Group A, we've seen kind of what's changed as well from them, from adapting from day 1 to day 2. And I think we're just going to see more for day 3 and day 4.
Yeah. Whew, I'm excited more what could things show here. We've seen Esmeralda, we've seen Uranus. We also seen, I was expecting the expert might be used earlier in the previous 2 matches. It was hovering. You were expecting for Gord to show up. So a lot of things could happen here, but a lot of this also could show in the teams who is bouncing back from yesterday.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the stage and hear from the ever so popular Chuma. Take it away.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأخيرة اللي كانت بين منتخب كمبوديا ضد نيبال، وشفنا انتصار منتخب كمبوديا بعد ما فازوا بنتيجة 2-0. عشان كذا بتكون معانا بعض الأسئلة أنا وبراء بنسألها للاعب تشما من منتخب كمبوديا، وحابين نقول لهم أيضا ألف مبروك على انتصارهم، وحابين نسأل عن شعورهم بعد ما فازوا بهذه المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. First of all, of course, we are here with the ever popular here, Chuma from Cambodia. Congratulations, and how do you feel winning this match?
For the winning, I feel so excited. Yeah, but not so excited because we did a lot of the mistake today. So, yeah, we're gonna fix it in the next match, of course. But still happy because I love the feeling of winning.
You deserve it.
He loves the feeling of winning. يحب إحساس ويكون سعيد دوما يفوز. هاي إحساس جدا جميل، ولا إيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
أكيد في أحد يفرح بعد ما يخسر أو إنه ما راح يفرح بعد الفوز، فأكيد إنهم يستاهلون هذا الفوز بعد ما شفنا الأداء منهم وقدروا إنهم يفوزون بنتيجة 2-0. فحابين نسأل كيف قدروا يفوزون بنتيجة 2-0 ضد خصم توهم فايزين بنتيجة 2-0؟ هل استخدموا استراتيجيات مختلفة أو كيف كان الأداء بشكل عام عشان يفوزون بهذه النتيجة؟
As Wajid just asked right now, and I think a lot of people are wondering right now, as we had a talk with one of the team members of Nepal, and they said when they're going to face you as a team, they have their own strategies and they were confident about it, but you kind of surprised them, you won the match. So what do you think was the factor, or what do you had as an advantage for winning over Nepal?
Actually, the winning is what we expected because we come here with confidence, we come here to win, and the only upset thing is we was lost to Mongolia yesterday, and yeah, it's a bit sad, but I can say that I'm gonna arrange them in playoffs if I have a chance. Yeah.
Man, Hamas, look at that, man, the confidence and all that, even the way he stands like, we got this, we got this. Love that, man. ولا رايك يا وجيه الحماس قايم والثقة صدق موجودة.
ومثل ما سمعنا كانت عندهم خسارة ولكن قدروا انهم يسترجعون حماسهم وقدروا انهم يفوزون في مباراة اليوم، فالصراحة نتمنى لهم التوفيق وباقي المنتخبات ان شاء الله نشوفهم في البلاي اوفس او بالنهائيات، ولكن بتكون معنا مباراة أخيرة للعبة موبايل ليجندز بعد بريك بسيط وبعدها بنرجع لكم مرة ثانية.
Well, best of luck to you and your team, man. We're going to see you again as well with new strategies, skill, and of course, a lot of sheer adrenaline taking place with that. Any last words to your viewers, maybe even back in hometown?
Yeah, thank you for all of you, even fan of me or not. Just thank you for watching us, and I hope that you keep supporting us in the next match. That's all. All right.
Simply said. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers and gamers around the world watching us right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for the Gamers Aid IESF Asian Championship. This was the confident talks of Chuma right here. And we'll be having a little break, and we'll be back with more excitement happening right here at the Asian Championship.
one purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, the excitement is still on right here at the Asian Championship as we get to see day by day, match by match, who is actually going to end up going to Romania, the road to Yash. And we are here right now for another match and more excitement taking place right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers 8. وجيه الحماس للحين قايم مو براضي يخلص.
اكيد من يوم شفنا بدايه المباريات من امس اللي هو اليوم الاول الى الان والحماس ما زال مستمر. وصلنا اليوم الثاني ما بقى الا عده ايام ونشوف مين اللي بيكون البطل ومين اللي بيتاهل الى بطوله العالم في رومانيا. ولكن الان بتكون المباراه الاخيره في لعبه موبايل ليجندز لهذا اليوم وحابين نستفتح هذه المباراه بمنتخب المملكه العربيه السعوديه.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This match, المباراة حامية خيالية نارية. I mean, this match is going to be out of this world as Saudi Arabia is going to face another well-known team. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Philippines.
تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين. أعزائي المشاهدين مباراة حامية تجمع منتخب فلبين ضد السعودية وأكيد كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين أننا نشوف هذه المباراة طالما أنها المباراة الأخيرة لهذا اليوم وبنشوف مين اللي يقدر يثبت نفسه في هذه المواجهة ويتأهل معانا للبلاي أوفس.
I swear to God, as I am out of words and lack of terms to explain how I am hyped for this. It's like a Super Saiyan mode taking place in this match between Saudi Arabia and the Philippines. And now we're going to pass it on to our casters to fire it up. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Abara. Welcome back to the caster's desk. And good afternoon, Saudi Arabia. And hello to the world. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu. For the third match of the day, we have Philippines versus Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, this is one heck of a match that we might see. We've seen the similar roster of KSA. And on the Philippine side, I know we've noticed that somebody's playing different for the EXP lane role.
Well, we'll find out once we get to the rosters, right? The roster reveal. I think a lot of people that have been following Philippines probably are familiar, right, when the walkouts came out. But again, we'll save that. Now, the thing here, OSX, is this matchup, yes, it's the last matchup that'll be streamed here today. A lot has been happening, right? I mean, things have fallen into place. Also, we did see, I believe, I looked, Nepal has secured themselves that slot for the last chance qualifier. Again, that will be the matchup where they try to lock in that 5th spot, you know, whoever ends up facing off Nepal. And this matchup, again, the Philippines already securing themselves their spot, right? They're at the top of the group. But this is very important also for, of course, Saudi Arabia, KSA, right? Because this match, they are currently, I believe it's +1 in terms of points. Below them is Kazakhstan, which I think they have -1. So depending how this series goes, this will change that, you know, that formation for them, and they could obviously end up possibly fighting off against Nepal in the future.
Now, as we talk more about the players who's going to go with the match up against the Philippines, let's check on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's lineup for this one. We have Tarzan, Sanji, Cuffin, Troll, and Lark. Nothing changed. It's still the same that we've witnessed on day number 1 on the first match that they had against Kazakhstan.
Yep, and I would say the player that really made an impression yesterday when we were watching, obviously we talked a lot about Troll and him being in the roam role and how a lot of the teams, the way they kind of adjusted, even when they faced off against Kazakhstan yesterday, was just ban Troll's heroes, right?
Four.
And then, there was like 4 bans committed to that, and that was kind of the, it seemed like the piece of the puzzle that had to be solved. So I'm wondering if they've come up with a different plan, at least for today, against a monster team like the Philippines. But this is a great, once again, a great test for Saudi Arabia here to see if they can pull things together and what they learned from yesterday.
Yeah, again, we've seen how Mongolia, we've seen how Nepal, and also Cambodia even had a restart. So it's not impossible for KSA to bounce back, because from day number 1, they could still consider it as a learning process on how they wanted to go in the other matches, because as they adapt, we've seen how teams quickly take down those notes of what could be improved on. So it could be a no surprise on how they adjust, but on to our cameras, we're seeing Team KSA for this one.
Yeah, also, I feel like we also have to highlight, Tarzan. Like we said, Tarzan in the jungle.
The king of the jungle with his Ling, yeah.
Yeah, just the way that he's kind of performed even yesterday was great. But again, you've got to, just basically the matchup in the jungle, Kyle Teasy, you got to work with that. We're going to be taking a look here at the Philippine roster, of course, as well. Let's see if there were some changes, of course, from what we saw yesterday. And it looks like it's okay. It's going to be Flap Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, Ogwin, and Super Marco still. So as far as this, no changes, right? But we did see some interesting hair on the stage.
Yeah, we were kind of excited on how the entrance was made in the Philippines. We'll see. But for this lineup, yes, this is the championship lineup of Team Cebol Philippines. And now, as we know, they're at 4 points of the standings, 4-0. And Mongolia is now 6-0. So 2 climbing on the charts at the top.
Yep.
So something tells me that this might be still a continuing momentum for Philippines.
Man, I am excited. I'm excited for this matchup, but I'm also very excited to watch Mongolia eventually. Like when we finally have that live stream. I think a lot of people actually even have been messaging and wondering about, this team from Mongolia and how they've performed. And again, the fact that, yes, they have 6 points. They went 3-0 for their series. It's going to be a fun match to watch in the future ahead of us. But right now with this one, like I said, the obstacle here for KSA, for Saudi Arabia, is to hopefully secure themselves a game, if not the series, against this team from the Philippines, right? That's going to be massive for them in securing that 2nd spot out of the group.
We are looking. You've mentioned that Nepal is now in the last chance.
Yep.
And KSA could even bounce back and get their win. They're few steps away from getting their representation in Romania, and this is one caliber that we're trying to see. How will they go through all of the challenges of today?
Yeah, it's a good, again, we didn't get to see all those matches, but we did see that match that they played against Kazakhstan yesterday, where they had that massive game 1, and then there was a reverse sweep from Kazakhstan, right? So, to see where they are sitting now in the standings, that they've already kind of refined some of those mistakes maybe that they had, or some of the approach they had to the game, and this is what better team to, test that out against, if not the Philippines? So I'm really interested to see exactly what they bring to the table. Again, there's been some variations in terms of emblems, of course, but that's just kind of up there. We've seen so many unique kind of configurations, and then, of course, the heroes as well. Throwing back to maybe months ago, like you mentioned, with the Angeling combo that we saw before. Not sure if they want to utilize that, or maybe even use what they saw the Philippines do, yesterday, where they go with that sustaining lineup, that kind of durable lineup. That might be something else. And that leaves the question as well. Does the Philippines play that again? Like, do they bring out the Florin once again?
Oh, yeah. We weren't expecting that the Florin might show up, and as well as the Alpha, debut picks coming from the Philippines, and as well as their the gold lane Bane as well. So looking back on the camera and the Philippines and their gaming cube, there's one thing I noticed as well, that it wasn't, see, it's not Flap Teasy. There's a new player with Team Philippines right now.
The hair is the signature.
Yeah.
Right? So we're excited to see this again. He is too, giving us the double thumbs up. And that's the thing too, is if you've been following kind of the scene, you know that the XP lane's in good hands, right? I mean, it is, and we'll have to see how that dynamic changes, right? Exactly. And one thing that I will say is XP lane matchup here is crucial for, I mean, any team, really. Like, the XP lane nowadays isn't just that kind of leave it alone lane and see what happens, So, and with someone like that, with
it's Xbot.
I've heard differently.
It's okay.
But I know most people, when they see it for the first time, Xbox,
yeah.
like, that's how they say it.
Xbox, yeah. XBOCT.
But I've heard differently. You know what I've heard it is?
What?
Havost.
What?
Yeah, like, is it? Okay. I have
That's
seen.
uniquely
Okay.
sounding good.
There's a little background here. Let me give you a little background while the players get set up, right, for the draft. Xbox is how it looks face value, right? But when I first saw it too, and I was casting one of his games, this is in another tournament around the world, and I was like, man, how do you say this name? And my co-caster at the time, shout out to Sona, he said that it's actually Havost, and he had asked him personally how to pronounce it. So, I don't know if that's, we'll have to find out exactly how that works. Is it Xbox? Is it Havost?
Oh, we'll know for sure. Now, in the draft, we might see a different way of how Philippines approaches this game, because this is the first time we're seeing Havost or Xbox in the lineup.
Okay, we'll let you say Xbox.
We'll
let you say it.
We'll know, but this is the first time we've seen him in the lineup of Team Philippines. So this might change everything on how they usually approach the game. So yesterday they went off the meta by not choosing the traditional marksman heroes. Now with the draft, we're looking at focus bans on the gold lane and the jungle. So we have the ban of the Fanny, we have the 1-1, but Philippines, they have been consistent in banning out the Skadeta. And that's one way of like how Ogwen works around the map, how he wants to secure coverage, vision, how he gets into the recon. So they're trying to ban out mostly of the roam choices of KSA. You have the Franco for Team Philippines. They had a fight yesterday also off stream. Now probably they might know something what could be the edge here in taking or making KSA choose the strength in their first pick.
First pick's always strength, right? I mean, you always get that kind of upper hand of being on the blue side, but at the same time, we've seen just the way that I guess the game of the draft has developed over the course of, even this new meta being set in place. There's so many good picks that even if you have that first priority pick, most likely, the other team has that plan. They're going to grab two of their own. And I would say that the first phase in general, it's almost, I don't want to say standard, right? But it's just like most people are like, oh, we can kind of predict things happening here, right? But
that is 3 possible bans on the roam.
Yeah. I think you go ahead and focus on that roam the best that you can. You focus that down, right? Because that is such a game changer role so far, even what we've seen through the series.
But wait,
there's more.
You got me there. You got me there. This opens up the show of Troll.
The Troll of Troll.
Yeah, the Cho of Troll.
Oh, the Cho of Troll.
Yeah,
okay.
Which is also a beast on how he performed the first day, but they
They don't take
considered
it.
Eve for this one. The mid lane, you've mentioned how AoEs and sealing all the quadrants and team fights are so much important right now in the meta. So you have eyes on this, maybe learning something from yesterday, prioritizing the Eve is much way to go in their first pick. Again, okay, Philippines responded in with their Ling and Uranus.
Well, this is, like I was saying, kind of expected in a way. You go ahead and lock in the Ling early on if you're confident enough to, take that risk. In a way, it is a risk from what we've seen recently. The answer, though, from KSA is going to be the Arlot. They go with that. I still think, man, what we've seen from Arlot, even from yesterday, you ideally want to be able to utilize that final slash, right?
Yeah, but vengeance.
Yes, but well, in terms of countering that or working around it, okay, that's
See?
great. That's great.
They have it back in their hands. I saw them smile,
Yeah.
getting their signature pick for Troll, and this is setups. And you have an Eve, you have an Arlot breaking team fights in paper, but in execution, we'll also check on how will they approach that part, because right now they have, Philippines has the jungler, it has the Uranus, they have an EXP lane, so would this be a good choice for them to take the marksman? Because as we can see, and in the previous days, it's either they go with the marksman first or they go with the mage hero first for a few. So we might see how the difference changes here. But it's not.
This is what we were just talking about this earlier, man. Going back, throwing it back months ago with the Angeline combo.
Yep.
And this, do they ban out the Esmeralda so that it's just not picked up? But then again, you already have an Arlot there. I'm not sure if KSA wants to go that route of parking a Esmeralda in the gold lane. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what we've seen in the past before pop up. So you kind of have these options now available to you. But what you really need to do if you're KSA is deal, with all those shields.
Yeah, and dealing and draining all of those defenses in team fights, there's a lot of ways that they wanted to check if this be a viable way of building through this draft. How will we move through these kinds of choices if you have a breaking point of having global coverage with a Ling and also an Angela on their side? And I mean, this throwback on this combo, it's classic, but it's gold in a way that it works, especially with a new emblem now. Well, Angela will put him on the charts here on the winning ways if you want to go in these kinds of matches.
Well, I'm wondering too, again, where that draft's going to land, because we kind of had a preview, but they might still be figuring things out with that. So if that is that first phase that we saw, and we saw the same heroes kind of being locked in before previously from the other series, it's a lot to deal with, and you kind of need the right answers to deal with all the shields, and not just the Angela, but even now that they've locked in a Uranus, right? it's
considering first two picks.
First two picks, it's tough to deal with. So I know that. Okay, so we just got confirmation, right, that it might be changed up here.
Okay.
So I don't want to dwell too much on it, right? But if that is the case, if for example, Philippines has the same idea, it could work in their favor. And this is going back to the fact where we were talking about emblem-wise, how things have changed, how now some of these compositions, these team compositions that favor the shielding, the sustainability, the healing, right? It's tough to deal with, and there needs to be kind of that question, is there enough within the game to deal with all that sustain and shielding and whatnot? I mean, there's some heroes that have that, even some of the passives. There's items across the board also, which we've seen pop up now. But I feel like more so it's like CC layering, having those items available, but early game it's really tough to get to that point.
Yeah, so that's why mostly we see mages rocking out the assassin emblem for pokes, depending on how they want to do with their second tier emblem. As you want to say that it's more like a sustained team fight from early on. You have the regen, you have the shield. With this kind of composition, some teams balance it out. Either the answer with agility, the answer with mobility. But most of this is how effective is the adaptive penetration. It works both in good ways, the magic and the attack damage. So it's one thing that things could go wrong once you're in the game, but in execution, can also be fixed. But I say with this that there's a lot of ways, there's a lot of possibilities to even execute the fact that we can't get out before the focusing mark wasn't probably used at all before the
Before
old
the emblem?
Yeah, before the old one. But with the mixture of everything here, the support, even the tanks, even the roams, even I myself, is so much more effective in responding. And even for invades, if you're a Franco, if you're an Atlas, it's one way of like getting through like the back line or having a good set.
I would say the most we saw focusing mark before had to be. There was only a couple players that did this actually before the emblems changed, and one of them loved to play it on the Franco. And so he had focusing mark on it, and he's known for his tips out there in the world, right? He loves to take that focusing mark before in the Franco, so every time he landed that hook, he would basically allow the team to shine with that extra damage. But now, you know, we see a lot more focusing mark being played on multiple heroes.
Yeah, we haven't seen Atlas yet showed up in IESF. We've seen Khalid yesterday. So if we want to dwell about on roams, we haven't seen Valir show up. Being even an aggressive type of hero choice in a different team. So if we dwell more on the roams, well, Gord could either be a roam if you would want to. If that would be an outside of the box situation, I saw you do a show match. So
The show match.
Yeah. If everybody knows, Nice did a show match against a different casters, was pulling up with this kind of caliber of going up against. Again, there's one thing that we want to see in these kinds of situations, that in the fact that if a team is losing from yesterday's challenges, sometimes we see how they bounce back. They carry on the weight. Like, we need to translate these losses into winning victories. So if we focus on in the roam, because at this game, KSA and PHI have great roamers. We are seeing two great roamers here will shine in this kind of game. So, well, worst comes to worst, they might trim down their choices for the tanks and for their roams, but at some point they might need to choose for comfort. They might need to choose for something new or something old. But for the Philippines here, a lot of ways also to adjust as well on how will they want to go up against KSA.
Yeah, we got to see exactly if the draft did change or if it's relatively maybe they have the same first phase already locked in here. I think still if we talk about, you know, compositions, it will. So we did hear that that first phase should be the same. So now diving deeper into it, you know, having those first picks up again, as long as KSA has something to deal with the early game kind of potential with all the shielding, with all the sustain, it should be handled. And now are these first three picks, you know, the Eve, the Cho, the Arla, enough to handle that? Now, in the hands of Troll, the Cho being there, I will say at least they have that, right? Because that's where we saw his best performance yesterday, was on the Cho. So as long as he's got that and he's able to find the pickoffs where you want, all you have to do is, well, you gotta assume that the Heart Guard's gonna come through if you find a way of the Dragon. As long as you have the follow-up damage, you know, so that's something you really have to consider.
Speaking of considering, KSA has eyes on the possible non-traditional gold lane choices, but Super Marco has chosen the Claude, and they ban out to the gold lane possible Harith or Lunox, but they're responding with a Bane as well as a Leslie. A good counter though for the Claude, but this time around is a Bane. So we're looking at I think the Bane is much more going here in the jungle, right? Rather than being in the either way. What could possibly happen? But for the Philippines, is surely securing the fact that they have the Fredrin, a much more liable if you're up against either an Arlot or even a Bane that we might expect to change in game. But I say this is one solid way. They have trimmed down the Brody, they've taken down the Karina, and if you're up against a Link, that's one way like to level down the fact that early game could hurt with that true damage. They might as well know that they want to have a caliber early game with this kind of composition.
Well, in just a second here, we're going to be jumping into this first game. Again, we can only analyze so much because the improvements for KSA, obviously learning from yesterday, is apparent in the standings. So now we get to see it and witness it against a team like the Philippines here. Now that we're jumping into the Land of Dawn, game number 1 here in the best of 3. KSA fighting for that second position within the group. Philippines already securing their spot here.
On to the EXP lane, the Philippines go to take and poke in Arlot. Now this is the thing. Uranus has been very effective amongst our games of the day. Half HP onto Ogun, still sustaining though. Troll, on the other hand, might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's quite aggressive. Already going to flicker out. So, you know, this is something to be expected, if you will, for Troll on the Cho. Very comfortable pick for him so far. You saw, again, previous teams just kind of ban out all Troll's heroes. And even, let's just take a look at the emblems here.
Now looking back on how they managed to do a mix and match here, we're seeing how the pokes will differ now for Coffin, knowing that he's up against either, again, the Angela. But at this point, trying to poke in, Troll and Tarzan.
KyleTzy quite low, getting some of that regen back. No follow-up though, just yet. Good response. Few now. Half health as well, Super Marco, to cover fire. They're going to back off, no one falling.
Okay, going back on the laning stage. Still securing KyleTzy's momentum. Again, as a lane, but looking on the EXP, it's still the same thing, like cutting lanes, trying to aid on. Okay.
Sanji though, not level 4 just yet. KyleTzy able to get away with the Tempest of Blades. Sanji, if he was level 4, just a little bit more, that would have been the first blood. Still going to be going though. Xboxed on the Uranus. Going back to the lane.
Yep, Impure Rage on to Coffin as the tier 3 emblem, getting in with the pokes here. If you're up against, well, a Fredrin or even an Angela, you want to get those pokes and spams just to force out the Heart Guard right away. But Xbox is just the only one here for Team Philippines. Meanwhile, 3 from KSA, 4 present.
Okay, KyleTzy working on his buff. Might just give it away as he does. So, Turtle secured here for KSA, off to a good start. And that's the thing, right, is if you can kind of continue to play around that KSA, getting those objectives. We saw this yesterday too, where, you know, Bane was planted into the jungle and it didn't work out too well, right? It just wasn't enough to deal with a lot of things being thrown at it. But this time already off to a better start, I would say.
Yeah.
And same thing too, Lark getting his hands on the Leslie, like you mentioned in the draft. The true damage, the potential there is massive as long as you can get to that point. And we saw great things even from Lark individually. So hopefully he can continue to just farm up, right? Farm up the best he can here.
And looking at this one, it opted for a different route for the tier 3 emblem for Tarzan. Might be getting a good amount of damage. That's a poke. Troll.
Look at that. Already with the Way of the Dragon. Comes out the Heart Guard. Tempest Blade's going to be committed as well. Still nobody falling down just yet. And that's what I'm talking about with the sustain. Troll still going to give the go signal with the G Kundo. Tarzan now trying to help him out. Still, look at that sustain keeping him going. It's tough to deal with here. And this was the question, going back to the whole talking points of it.
Yeah, that is
what can you do with the sustain?
Yeah, going out of a sticky situation that Coven is giving out to the table, the Void Crystals, and that's one way of aiding your own goal lane. You have Ogun using the Heart Guard, using the Love Waves, being present in most of the times that there is an ultimate coming in from Coffin or even a setup from Troll. This prevents them from being in the back line in the Philippines, because once that they do, that they have a chance to even kick or do a setup just like Troll might be doing right now, he kind of be bursted down.
Yeah, Troll's doing an amazing job right now. All they need is a little bit of follow-up, right? They need to get to the point in the game where they can actually capitalize on what Troll is doing, and that would be great for KSA as they start up the second turtle of the game. Philippines getting in position here. Few also sticking on Troll, trying not to let him find his target. There's the Way of the Dragon. Turtle going to be secured by Tarzan as well. Still looking for the pickup here. Can they escape it? Ogun going to be in trouble. Massive final slash, able to find the kill. Meanwhile, Troll will fall as well. Xboxed also quite low, but going to regenerate that back up as he makes his way back to the lane. So far, though, quite even.
Yeah, being even. KyleTzy getting on his purple, securing more of the buffs and objectives in on their camp. I say they're trying to get on with the trade here. Yes, you take the turtle right out of our hands, but that's two. But they're willing to sacrifice it now, because at the spike of the mid to late game, this is where the composition will shine for Team Philippines. You have a Claude, you have a Uranus. One thing to consider here is the healing, the sustain, the ability to melt through KSA could happen either mid to late game, but right now we see how KSA is capitalizing on their early game window to mid, that they want to secure more of that momentum as they go up against Philippines.
Oh, look at that. KyleTzy quite low as well. Gets the Heart Guard here. Now Sanji going to be in trouble. trying to keep alive here. Still, it's the 1 versus 2 essentially. Sanji will fall. Ogwin coming out in time for Kyle Teasy.
Staying alive. Ogwin onto the response of that ultimate. Now still being in a safe position here. Now with that kind of sustain, you need that amount of damage. Who's going to be the winning damage? Your Lark. We want to see more damage, and how will it pull off into the gold lane. Looking at the state here, they're on the same level. We have level 8 between Super Marco and Ogwin. I say they're being patient. They're buying more time to how their winning condition will work.
All right, now to bottom lane, Pokes. Kyle Teasy making his way along with Ogwin and the rest of the crew here. Cuffin knows what's going on. Good thing, again, this is major for them. They got to keep Lark alive, just farming up. Most likely going to lose that tier 1 turret. Super Marco goes ahead and grabs that. Now all this leading to that next turtle. If KSA can secure themselves the 3rd one in the game, they still are off to a good start at keeping things relatively even in terms of economy here.
Well, economy could be even, but the push, even the turrets down taken by Philippines from KSA is almost 2 turrets down. Look at the macro response of Team Philippines up against KSA, but now a fight is about to break.
Lark's not there. Troll trying to find the right target, not going to be able to find it. Sanji with the final slash will go down here. Even into the RWM, still going to be looking for more. Troll quite low, has to get out. Cuffin in trouble, 1 hit away. Will find it with the Angela tied to Kyle Teasy as they find more, and Lark's a little bit too late to the party as 4 members of KSA fall.
Truly a worthy of a trade for Philippines, sacrificing Kyle Teasy, but that was 4 members down inside of KSA. Now they have more position. Supposedly they might want to take this 3rd turtle, but with that kind of fight, Philippines is now getting this first turtle objective of this game, and momentum slowly building up from this moment on.
Yeah, taking a look at the items too, you know, time after time with little skirmishes or team fights like that build up in terms of the gold lead. Again, it's still about 3,000 gold at this point. You can see too, majority of the players here working on that 2nd item now at this point. Now, Cuffin's still going to be crucial here in the team fight capabilities, especially around the objectives, right? He already has that Ice Queen wand, helps with the slow, but still what you're really banking on, again, with this lineup is Lark to be able to get that, you know, pretty much the first BOD that he's going to lock in here. He already has the Berserker's Fury, but still needs time to build up, right? And also the right setting here. And still few eyes set on Lark, gonna push him back. Ogwin also taking the brunt of damage. Troll gonna go in, nice kick into the turret. Will find a kill on Ogwin. Now few gonna be the focus of KSA. They can't quite get it because here comes Kyle Teasy. Now focusing down. Tempest Blade's gonna come through, finds another one, chases Troll back. Philippines punishing KSA here.
Diverting with maximum damage output. Philippines securing that 2 kills. Tarzan and Cuffin, 2 kills over the jungle of KSA. Now they're pushing through a macro response here in the side of Team Philippines, breaking through turrets. Now how do they want to even answer that? In KSA, we haven't seen damage yet building through the defense of Philippines. Now 1 more kill goes to Kyle Teasy as a 5-1-3 and a turret down in mid.
Yeah, again, this is getting to the point, right, where KSA scrambling here. They can feel the pressure being put on by Team Philippines. Troll gonna go in once again. Wrong target to kick, though. It is X-blocked. Tempest Blades under the turret, looking for Lark. Has the Heart Guard too, in a bad position. And it will be a wipeout here as Philippines puts on the pressure.
3-13 Philippines. Now pushing through the last turret of defense down bottom. Now Sanji here would be the last line of defense, but the problem is 3 waves are coming in right in the base of KSA. They need to defend this point if they want to push it through and survive the slaughter they've received early game.
Yeah, at this point, again, like I said, you know, this is very similar to what we saw from Philippines yesterday, building into that lead. It's the 10-minute mark. This seems to be when they just flip the switch and just push on the gas. So KSA somehow, some way, has to defend this first Lord push. Already 2 turrets down in the base. It's going to be very crucial for them to stay into this if they want to. Again, you're talking about a very hard to deal with front line, right? In terms of just Xbox alone. As the Lord makes its way down the mid lane, KSA has to prep up for the defense.
Well, speaking of defense, Xbot just completely take a Twilight Armor. This reduces a single burst damage right on to KSA's skill output. So this is one way of like securing the fact that if he might be the first one to soak up the damage, he might be the one dictating how Philippines will rotate in the base of KSA. Now Lord in the mid could be the defense of KSA now. Needs to happen.
Should make quick work of that. Again, it's only the first Lord of the game. Biggest thing is, can they hold on to that turret? It looks like so far so good. One more wave of powered up minions charging in. And it looks like Philippines has their eyes set on that last turret. They want to completely expose the base here. Kyle Teasy waiting patiently as well. There you go. Turret gonna get whittled down here by Super Marco. They might try to punch it in. Hard guard along with the Ling. There's the Tempest of Blades looking for the kill on Troll. They can't find it. Still held on. Sanji low as well. Blazing to it, pushing them back. Tarzan will fall. Crystal is gonna be worked on. Still holding on. Final Slash to buy some time, but it's not enough as Philippines takes game one.
Strong, clean start for Team Philippines in the series 1-0. A great way of combining more of the layers of attack and skills right onto KSA. A complete dominant start for this match.
Like I said, throughout that game, at least, you know, early to the mid, KSA was kind of holding on, right? And they even secured themselves some of those first turtles, the 2 first turtles of the game. They had some control there. But one thing that we see a lot on that macro level is just the way that Philippines rotates around the map, the calls that they make, and even if they give up, you know, let's say a neutral objective or even a turret, for example, space around the map, they're usually finding something else. And that all those little things lead up to these big gold leads, right? That time, nearly it was over the 10,000 mark, and you know, it's kind of the thing there that a lot of these teams have to deal with is they can maintain or at least stay toe-to-toe, sometimes even get the advantage early on to mid-game, but can you hold it together? Can you keep it there, right? And that's where a lot of these strong teams, they shine so much on that macro level.
Yeah, speaking of being on a macro level, the response of the combo of the Angeling it's a classic. It's old but gold, but how they approach this and getting around the coverage. Yes, it's the macro answer of Team Philippines up against KSA. Again, they were slowing down the fact that they need to get the farm in for the Bane and also for the Arnold. Again, the Arnold has been targeting the right moves and taking the back line of the Philippines, but the defense and the damage wasn't really that enough to suffice even the damage output of Philippines has went through from early game and on to mid. So that's one way of securing it. Maybe they had time to adjust. Okay, they have banned out the traditional heroes of being in the marksman, but going back on the replay here, back in 4 minutes into the game, they had a good target. Ogwin was the target here of Sanji having the first blood on the side of KSA, but that was the way of gaining the objective for a trade and how Kyle Teasy managed to secure his objectives as well. They know at the fact that early game they might lose some chances, window of mistakes can happen, but as they try to capitalize on the windows that KSA missed, just keep on going, building momentum, going a strong, again, flowing way as the game goes by and 6 minutes in.
Yeah, not only that too, but just the whole interaction between having the Angeling combination and then your Ling running killing spree, like there, even in instances where you're kind of like baiting people to come attack you, right? And then here comes the heart guard, then you end up getting that advantage with the sustain and the shield, and then you get the kill. So you get some of, you basically get a nice little reset there. So at this point, I just expect to see more Angeling come back, and I think that's in a way too when we talked about the Florin composition that we saw Team Philippines use yesterday. In essence, this is just another like variation, right? We saw how much kind of difficulty that KSA had to deal with early on with the sustainability, the shields, and everything else. So you might want to, if you're watching, for these kind of team compositions, you have to come up with something to deal with them. And I feel like, again, early on, KSA kind of had the right idea, right? And it was nice to actually see even Bane here, again, just have a little bit of a better time in the jungle, at least able to secure, those early turtles and everything. But still, it just wasn't enough to fall into place. Unfortunately for Bane, if you're comparing Bane against a Ling.
With
The
an
mobility,
Angela.
with an Angela, the mobility and everything else, the amount of time that Ling is just going to be everywhere he needs to be, right? It's tough to deal with when you're just Bane.
Yeah, having in mind that you have an Angela with you, early game, they know windows of how they could be punished easily. So with the help of how Ogan managed to secure all of those ultimates, it's one way of like, we need to have a snowball onto this Ling and onto this gold lane. I mean, 6-1 and 7 from Ling, and also no deaths onto Super Marco with the Claude. Now, as we go and look at the stats on what happened in game number 1, let's break down a bit on how did it go for Team Philippines. 3-14, with all of the damage dealt that they had here, the KSA needed to defend. And looking how they built it through this process, a complete snowball for their own lineup.
See, that's what I mean. You know, the KSA, even though they were holding things together here and there, they weren't able to get any space on the map to like work with, right? There was no turrets down for them. It was very difficult to find pressure in one of the lanes, really. And also because, again, as good as Leslie is as a hero, especially to scale up and, you know, kind of become this menace, you need quite a bit of time, and you need to also be just taken care of, right? Like, that's something you really need. And in this instance, even having Troll on that signature Cho pick, he wasn't able to utilize the kicks. Yes, he was kicking people into the right position and you know, finding the right moments and stuff, but there wasn't enough damage basically early on, you know, even when he had that level 4, and it was unfortunate that they couldn't follow up on those sets from him.
Yeah, speaking of sets though, they have the Eve as well to maximize most of the possibilities of having more of the edge and finding the right angle for Philippines. That one thing that was considered here, few or even in the Fred and built in the dominance ice early, trying to sustain more and deflect those well, healing and attack speed right on coming from KSA. So this one thing that they wanted to do, that being in the presence of these kinds of team fights works well early game, and they know who to target and who to bait in those kinds of objectives being taken away. 9 towers destroyed by Team Philippines, and looking on to the buffs, orange and purple, complete 7 for a Ling, completely dominating game number 1.
Well, that's why I said, like, if you just look at the jungle matchup alone, even if it was any players out there in the world, right? It's the Bane versus Ling, and then knowing that Ling always kind of has that extra layer of protection in terms of Angela. You know, you can rely on that hard guard whenever you need it. So even if people are invading the jungle, which typically a lot of people, that's the game plan when a Ling or, you know, some type of assassin jungler is locked in, is let's take this guy's purple buff and hope that, you know, we slow him down a bit. But in this case, when you have that Angela, and I think this is why even back then that composition, the combo was so strong, you know, until eventually you can find something to deal with that. But then that's the thing, you just pair in the old classic Uranus as well. You know, there's too much to deal with. Even though they had a dominance ice, like I said, you can kind of stop some of that regeneration going on and some of that healing. But if you lack the damage, which, let's be honest, a lot of the heroes do early game, you know, you're kind of relying on the right, like, push and pull between these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah.
It's not going to go in your favor, and that's kind of what we see. And again, why I'm saying in the jungle, the Bane versus Ling matchup isn't that great for the Bane.
Yeah, there could be a better choice. We might see, because we've seen also Bane being picked up in the jungle yesterday. It wasn't even a good of a result. Yeah, and gold lane worked.
Yeah.
For the Bane, so they might want a different consideration how they would put these kinds of meta heroes in a different lane or role. So that completely might be a way of like having a silver lining on how they want to take this game into a further state of winning back on what was lost in game number 1. So Angles was there, they let the Eve go. Team Philippines let the Eve go, and also the Cho, and they're more prepared on how to handle the signature picks here of a team in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. I think this is the time, if you are, you know, KSA here, Saudi Arabia, that you might want to lean towards, maybe you mentioned it, you know, some of the pocket strategies, some of the cheese strats that you might have up your sleeve, and just try to pull something off. Again, what you're really fighting for is that, you know, that second standing in the group to get to that point in the playoffs. So right now, knowing that, even though what I would do actually too if I was KSA is focus on those 2 compositions now that we've seen from Team Philippines, whether that's just taking out the Florin so you don't have that, maybe the Angela, maybe that warrants that ban as well up to this point, because you can let the Ling go, right? For the most part, you can let the Ling go as long as you take care of the Heart Guard.
Okay, you can either have a -1, but not 2. That's a good point. Either the Angela or the Florin. It was open as well. They haven't banned out the Florin in game number 1, so they're much more focused on. We have the marksman ban, we have the jungler ban. So if they want to target the playmaker here in Team Philippines, who would it be? Because everybody in this kind of team has more experience in getting those winning translations in from the loss that they had from all of the matches that they went through.
Well, it looks like, the players are getting pretty much into the draft here, and we can see that now. First bans coming out, right? Philippines taking out the Kadita. Will be nice to see KSA at least focus on one of those heroes early on, taking out possibly just Angela, right? Or I'm not sure if they feel like Florin should even be taken care of, but I feel like that kind of sustainability composition is something really that needs to be handled, and if that's just 1 or 2 bans towards that, then so be it. But we'll see how that kind of develops over the course of this tournament, the tournaments around the world too, because I know a lot of people have been talking about just how strong those compositions can be, right? So as we get through first phase here, Kadita and the Franco being taken out. We'll see what the last ban's going to be from both teams. Also 1-1 in the Fanny, right? They don't still going with the Fanny bans towards Team Philippines. Last one, though, yep, going to be the Kanja here.
Okay. 2, 3 tanks on the ban of Philippines now for KSA. Will they consider your thought there, Naisu? Will it be the Florin? Will it be the Angela? Will it be a Stain here that they might ban for the side of Philippines here? Knowing that they could still open a lot of power picks, so they need to choose who they want to trim down the hero pool here. So, for the fact that the Philippines chose
Joy
Fredrin, but now they wanted the Joy out. So some tells me they might pick up the Eve again for KSA. Let's see if Philippines takes it on the Prio since their first pick. No, it's still the same thing. We still have the Ling, but the Angela still being present for the draft of Team Philippines. So they have the Uranus, they have the XP lane now, stolen from game number 1. So believe that this is one way of seeing. So they have more sustain now.
This is good, right? I mean, again, if you're not going to ban things out, ban the heroes out that lead to that composition, then yeah, just at least take one of them, right? That kind of is the complement to that. So do we see Philippines still lock in the Angela as we do? And the response also, right? They go ahead and take themselves the Esmeralda.
Okay, you have 3 power picks here showing still the same Angeling present. Esmeralda, we have the Eternal Battle once again. And for this, they might want to secure their marksman here because they have taken out 1 possible pick of Philippines that they can get. But yes, they did. They want to go with the Brody just in case, because there's a lot of escape, there's a lot of dash, there's a lot of jumps out from Team Philippines to evade those things. One way to answer this is the burst of torn apart memory. But this makes total sense right now if they want to go through the team fights moving on.
Yeah, so I like this. I like the fact that we're seeing some of this dynamic from KSA. And even so, I still feel like my question with this, and it'll continue to be my question, OSX, is it enough to deal with pretty much the Angeline combo? Not just that, but even, again, what we saw yesterday, right? The going back to, those heroes, the healing meta, if you will. Mm-hmm. And we know, again, teams that love this play style. And it might lead to, naturally longer games, but the way that the Philippines has been playing it, even with those compositions, it's rather quick, right? So it's taken that kind of concept of these longer game compositions, but then they snowball so hard right now that they're able to end games, or at least get into the base, the 10-minute mark, right? That usually that first Lord is taken. Sometimes the base can even be completely exposed around that 10-11 minute mark with the way things are going. So again, if you're KSA, you gotta have the answers for that. And they go again with the Cho pick here for Troll. And you can see how much focus, again, even from Philippines, was on that roll.
On the Troll. no Minotaur, no Kufa, even the Kaja not being available for KSA. So they're still forcing out Troll to use the Cho still. So with that, with the Brody, you get a counter with the Beatrix. So this sums up how they want to have the invade potential in the side of KSA, because they have more sustain with the Faramis being present.
And I think, you know, even with that, even just having that Cult Altar, in this case, you still need to be able to go toe-to-toe early on, you know, with what the Philippines is going to be throwing. We're going to have to see what the last picks rounded out here. It's actually the Fredrin, so they'll be parking that. So this is interesting, right? You now have wait, hold on, who is going
To jungle?
No, you have the Ling.
No.
Ling's in the jungle.
Yeah, but on the last game, Few rocked the Fredrin
Yeah.
on the mid. So this is a different way of looking at Few has opened the Fredrin in his own hero pool and letting Kyle TZ use the Ling.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying, though.
thing.
Like, how often do we see Fredrin parked in the mid lane?
Only maybe this day. So
That's why it threw me for, you know, this was a curveball, but I'm sure it's, you know, popped up here and there, but interestingly enough. And I think, again, it just allows yourself that dynamic of having another kind of front line, a little bit of that combination CC available to you as well, while you just hope that Kyle TZ roams around in the Ling and is able to pop off with the damage until eventually your Beatrix does, right? So, but my biggest question, too, with KSA is they're still rolling with the Bane in the jungle.
Okay, we've seen teams take the same comfort or strong hero on their side, no matter what was the result on the previous one, or whether they lost or whether they win. It's something that tells me that this is one of the comfort picks or the strong picks that they have, that they want to polish once again, reprogram on having a good reset on how will they want to translate this here into a winning situation. So who knows, maybe this might be the game that they're looking for.
We'll find out if they can get that redemption for the Bane. Anyway, into the jungle they go as we jump into the land of Dawn. Game number 2 here in the best of 3. KSA looking to take us to a game 3. This looks very similar, right? Troll's movements here from game 1 as he makes his way to get some of that vision. And like we said, right, it is a few on that Fredrin. Going to be parking it into the mid lane. And Troll is going to force out that retribution there.
Good way of invading, getting vision early on, looking at all the emblems right now. Oh, hold that thought, Tarzan.
Yeah, Tarzan
Being targeted by Havas.
Poked down quite a bit. You know, he did manage to get that purple buff. Of course, this is kind of what you can expect. He will go ahead and start up his orange. Again, looking at the emblems here, OSX, how's it looking?
Focusing mark still on Ogwin, still on to the way of using and utilizing how he would respond in invading, but in the side of KSA, we have the pokes, we have the Impurage present in Cuffin. Back in the game number 1, he wants to keep on poking them in all of the things that he can do to drain out more resources of Team Philippines, but Kyle TZ dropping HP there, but here comes Philippines to respond with a 3-member engage in the pit.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of back and forth right now, a lot of poking going on. I don't expect really much until that first turtle comes up in about 30 seconds here, unless they find some type of pick off once they hit that level 4. Again, you know, Tarzan having that, putting pressure here. Here comes Troll, though. Now the focus again, pushing Super Marco back. Want to get that extra gold, everything they can. They just got to be able to play around this. Deadly Catch going to be used, too. Now Cuffin being the focus here. Kyle TZ using the Tempest Blade. Still going to be looking. Gets the Flicker out. Still on the hunt. Now Troll. Luckily it was there, but yeah, that is a Flicker burned. All this leading into that first turtle of the game.
Yeah, KSA focus on taking out the outer turret energy shields right away in the first 2 minutes of the game. Giving it all to the gold lane, Lark. So something else with they're maximizing up the fact that they need to step up on how he could have damage in terms of team fights. Because right now, we see Avos and Sanji here. Still on the XP lane job as well. Now going on to the coverage here, nobody's taken a turtle yet, but Philippines is also securing how they could gain coverage if they want to make KSA move to take this first objective.
Okay, well, both teams getting situated here. First turtle Troll now having the level 4, right? He's going to be looking to get that Way of the Dragon, but it's going to be a similar thing. Do you have the damage follow-up? Lark's going to be in trouble. Tempest Blades coming out with the Heart Guard. First blood going in the hands of Super Marco. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Do they have the answer? Troll and Cuffin a little bit late. Again, no one's starting up that turtle, but this might be Philippines' chance to go ahead and start it up. Still, pressure up here in the top lane.
Yeah, the focus is on the gold lane, delaying the damage of Lark to go in for the mid lane. The flicker on the Troll.
Troll going to go in with the Way of the Dragon. Should be able to find the kill. Oakwood can't get the flicker over the wall he was looking for. Will fall, going in the hands of Lark. Now still going to be looking for more. Turtle was secured. Xbox in trouble. On the run here. Should be able to sustain it, though. As he does. Meanwhile, on the top, Troll. What a Colt Altar. Few, though, will fall. Such timing from Cuffin.
No trade at all. Philippines trying to get in a chance of taking down Troll and a slither of health. It was so close in getting it, but that was the respect that we've seen that they don't want to attempt early on because they have Cuffin, they have a Brody, and they have a good way of soaking up more of the damage early game because this is their window. This is their way of like, we can still sustain the fight, that we need more damage for Lark and as well as getting more kills. But the problem that they can actually have is how the map is being opened from time to time. Troll is more focused on the gold lane. There was one problem that we needed to address from game number 1. The vision was lacking, but if he had more way of like channeling through the coverage of the map here, they might gain momentum from that point that they did.
Yeah, and with that, both XP laners just kind of cutting those waves. They're going to be looking to join the team here. You can see a lot of focus. Here comes the Heart Guard once again. Sanji, though, on the run, does not have the ultimate available anymore. They're going to go under the turret here. 3 versus 1. Tempest Blaze is dropped. Tarzan trying to make his way here. Does he get there in time? Sanji will fall. Tarzan a little bit late now. Xbox on the run. Another pickoff from Team Philippines.
Calculated jump right here from Kyle Teasy with Ogwin as well as Xbox right in the turret just to take that one. That was the EXP lane. That was Sanji delaying more of what waves that he can more clear. And we're heading in for a pause now, and that's game number 2. Yet to see what's going to unfold in KSA.
Yeah, again, this is what's happening here is tempo, right? I mean, it's starting to be set. We even saw just both teams kind of ignore the first turtle for a while, right? They kind of went that route, and at the same time, what you're looking for, and this is something that anytime that Angeline combo comes out, even if you see them up at the top lane, they could be in the bottom lane in an instant, right? That's one of the advantages of him. So now, again, it's a similar situation where I said, you know, the Bane matchup, the Bane versus Ling matchup, you have to be able to cover your ground, you know? And yes, he's got that little speed boost, you know, that you can work around with the map, but still it's nothing in comparison to the Finch Boys and Ling just hopping around everywhere, right? So you really have to be able to, if you're KSA, you have to be able to find your wins where you can, because when it comes to covering ground, that's not your lineup right now, you know? So what can KSA do? It's find the wins where they can, even if that just means farming things up for now, and just, even if they get targeted by Team Philippines, just holding on, right? Just hold on the best they can without a death.
Yeah, looking at the build-up right now of the items of Team KSA, we've seen the steel leg plates present for Troll as well as Lark. We have the first item in, that is the Blade of Heptancy. So if you mean that in terms of what the damage output that Philippines can give on to KSA, they might need more defensive damage now because they have been answering much more of the trails that Kyle Teasy has been doing. And with this, with the starting build, same as game number 1, the Corrosion Scythe, as well as the combination of the Killing Spree, you have that on-hit slow, you had that Killing Spree movement, you have the momentum to leave in terms of getting those ganks in. So that is one way of dealing how the macro game is working right now for Team Philippines.
Well, that's what I said from the previous game, right? OSX, you know, in a way, it's similar, right? The macro playstyle, the macro game from Team Philippines is where they really shine. And that's why I said, you know, KSA, in a way, they kind of have to hold on and deal with it in their own way, right? And if that means just finding wins where they can, even if that's just in economy, then, you know, go with it. And so far, relatively even, right, across the board in terms of gold. It's nothing too crazy. Same kills across the board, too. One thing KSA has that turret. Also advantage a little bit there in the space. So now they can work, hopefully able to secure themselves a turtle here. Still going to go ahead and will down Few a little bit. Super Marco taking some damage too. Tarzan just trying to get in position here the best he can for the team.
I say KSA has good cover and hold. As you can see, all of the turrets still intact. Up in this game, that's the jump from Xbox.
Okay, goes in with Falling Star Moon. There's the knockups here. They're going to be in trouble. They don't have it available. Cuffin will fall. Still, Turtle going to be worked on. Tarzan secures it. So they trade a body for the objective. Still holding on. Now trying to defend the mid lane. The damage is there also from Tarzan. Will he press the situation? Going to force Team Philippines back from there.
Wow, Uranus doing damage right on Few. Almost half HP. That the presence of this Uranus, not in by zoning out members of Team Philippines, we can count out more of the drain of even the EHP, connecting more of the passive through him. And with the Purify present in his hands, but he can do anything.
Yeah, right now too, you can see that, right? Even how much patience Kyle TZ has to just steal things when he can, even if he's using that Retribution, right? Just like he did. He's also just picking up the Berserker's Fury. That's big for his spike here, the power spikes that are going to start happening into the mid game as they get the pressure going, right? Sanji, once again, too, on this Uranus should be just fine, even if it's a 1 versus 3. This is the best thing that KSA did for their draft, too. They took that. Now Troll, once again, going to find Few here. Do they have the damage available to him? He is quite low. The Heart Guard comes through, but they finally get the kill. Colt Alter comes down as well, still putting the pressure. Another sniper shot lined up here. Sanji looking to cut them off, forcing him in with a Falling Star Moon. Still holding on. Xbox on the run. Nobody falling just yet for KSA. Quite tanky as well themselves. They back off.
Well, everything is happening. We have Kyle TV taking down the first turret down bottom. Yes, they lost a few, but they had to trade something out of KSA, and that is the defenses now getting in with the waves. Looking at by just the items of KSA, they have more, or building up on sustain with the Steel Leg Fist. We have 3 members. We have Troll as well as we have Tarzan. Looking at the damage output that, again, Kyle TC can do, and Super Marco, they might want to sustain the fact that they can still live and not drain the Cult Altar so fast, because that was 3 members used all of the ultimates onto Few. They drained it right away, and it gave so much window for them to take this turtle, but now Super Marco trapped.
Super Marco in trouble. Had the Heart Guard too. KSA making moves here in the mid lane. They do get the turret. They trade it for the turtle. Do they still want to fight here? It looks like Team Philippines does. Gonna commit to it. Few jumps in. Has to be careful though, calculating. They do back off because Super Marco's not there for the fight.
Yeah, even lead, even in the gold. KSA and Team Philippines, they might lose 1 member there. They trade with an objective that KSA that didn't utilize that much yet. So that was just the turtle, the last turtle of this game, and that was one way of looking at the damage here. Look at that. We have the Esmeralda rising on the leaderboard, almost 37,000. Now a fight might pull through here.
Comes Kyle TZ. Tempest Blade's going to be dropped here. Still going to be looking for more. Quite a few at half health. He commits to it. Here comes the Heart Guard. Troll goes in. Bobs and weaves. Can't get away though. Super Marco cleans up the kill. Tarzan is next. Cuffin a little bit too late here. Still going to be working on it. Has the backup. Here comes Xbox. Jumps in. Cuffin in trouble. 1 versus 4. Will finally go down into the tier 2.
Philippines setting up the surprise and attack. That is the threat of an invade with this kind of composition. Team KSA, Cuffin was too far in the mid lane, and he hasn't been in good time to reinforce that with a Cult Altar. So seeing the fact that that is their window, dividing the attention, taking Sanji out of the picture is one way of sustaining the team fight that we see against KSA.
Man, even Sanji taking quite a bit of damage on this Uranus, forced to pop the ultimate here. But ultimately still holding on to the tier 1. That's the best thing they can do for space right now. As they lose one in the top lane. Super Marco whittling it down. They'll eventually lose this one in the mid as well. All leading in to that first Lord of the game here in about 10 seconds. Still going to be in trouble here. Troll going to get off the kick. Heart Guard though, just no follow-up damage available. Sustaining through it all. Pushing them under the turret they go. As Troll falls, do they still want to fight it out? Tarzan trying to help the team. The sniper shots are going to be lined up here. Lord now up as well. As Philippines want to go ahead and grab it, they push them back. KSA in dire straits right now.
Pushing their backs onto the wall. KSA answering most of the threats Philippines has been setting up. 2-1-5 Kyle Teasy ahead by 2-level EXP. Now this time around, they might be pushing for a defensive state instead of being more aggressive. If by just looking at their items being building up right now, in the side of case, we have the Dominance Ice, we have the Brute Force here. Most likely, the situation Sandy could sustain, but
Kyle Teasy can go in with the 10th place. He gets the Cult Altar out. It gets a lot of resources out here from KSA. They're going to go back in, pushing them back. Super Marco landing up a shot, forcing KSA back here. Meanwhile, they're waiting for the march here into the base. Again, the first Lord of the game here, still holding on. KSA down quite a bit of resources.
yeah, speaking of resources, they need more items as well to cope up with the damage. As we can see, we have Lark here, we have the Malefic Roar, as well as Blade of Heptases. Well, he has the damage for his team, but one thing that they also need to do, if Sanji can't sustain that Tifa, he needs to have a suffice amount of magic damage that Cuffin could give. But as we can see, we only have the Clock of Destiny for this, again, the Faramis. So if you want to have more kind of a layer of burst damage up against Team Philippines, you need to have more way of coordinating that kind of attack.
It's again, it's going back to the fact that this sustainability, the shields, is so much to deal with. Even with KSA having some of the damage items already locked in here, they still need more time, right? 12 minutes in, Lord going to be charging up, should be able to make quick work of it, but they're going to force the situation. Xbox jumping in, Tempest of Blades followed with a Heart Guard. Under the crystal they go. Lord's still going to be up. One does fall, Xbox is down. And now they back off here once again. They lost the inhibitor turret. KSA still holding on.
They need more damage shot, they need more probable. They need to secure more. Oh, look at that, half HP onto Cuffin. You're just looking at the items here. He has the Lightning Truncheon, he has the Clock of Destiny just now. But the answer is, can it make it through or pierce through Philippines? But looking at this defense, we have the Fleeting Time and also the Ice Queen Wand over to Ogwin, as well as for Esmeralda. You have, look at that sustain. You have the Antikyrasu, you have the Oracle, you have the Dominance Ice. This is their eternal battle, but this time around, he has more edge of sustain, even with the pokes using and utilizing that Falling Stormer right in for the side of Nick KSA.
I think that's one of the biggest things to deal with for KSA is that initiation pressure from Team Philippines is something to deal with, because again, it's the Ling and the Angela combo, and you pair it up, now you have the Esmeralda to jump in on the team. So how do you deal with that for KSA? They have actually great items already on Lark, right? He's got pretty much what he needs, but it's more so about that positioning. Is he able to get the marks off? Is he able to capitalize on it with that torn apart memory? That's what's so hard, because this lineup from Philippines is so mobile that you just have a hard time, and then, after it's all done and said, you have Super Marco just kind of firing off shots, or whatever gun he decides to play with here on this Beatrix.
Yeah, 4-1-1 on Super Marco. 2 turrets left for KSA's base.
Oh,
Initiation from Troll.
Troll going to go in again, not going to be able to find exactly what he wants. It's Xbox as he makes his way. Here comes Kyle Teasy on the top side too. Lark grabbing a kill, but it's a Heart Guard combination once again. Tempest of Blades will follow up. Troll in trouble now too. Can't escape that one. Few will fall. It's a triple. Kyle Teasy now going to be able to get away here. Sanji going to force him back alongside Cuffin. And now Ogwin and Kyle Teasy taking the purple buff, all leading into that Lord now for the taking.
3-man down on to KSA. 3 deaths onto this Cho. And also they need more damage for Lark here. Another objective taken by Philippines, and the purple taken away from KSA. And the damage leaderboard shows the 3 members of Philippines right now is rising through a scary situation for KSA.
See, that's where it's tough. Even looking at the damage leaderboard, it's for KSA, your biggest thing here is Lark. Allowing Lark to get those marks off, to get the damage out. Because, Cuffin at this point too, even Tarzan, you're hoping that you can just sustain the fight a little bit longer with the Cult Altar. Your damage isn't going to be that great in comparison across the board. I mean, even Xbox here, he has so much damage built into his kit, and he's kind of a menace to deal with, right? Because he's so tanky in his own way. So then you pair that in with the shields. If he does get the Heart Guard, look at this, Cuffin getting already whittled down here, has to go back regen. Lord going to be worked on. Sandy trying to buy some time. Has to regen as well. Popping that ultimate. Mid turret will go down. Lark picking up the Wind of Nature. Going to be crucial here. Can they hold on a little bit longer? Lord finally goes down. One turret left. Team Philippines setting their eyes on it. It's just a couple hits away here. Base will be fully exposed. Kyle T's going to jump in. There's the Heart Guard. Tempest Blade combination. Forcing them back. Turret will go down. Deadliest Catch, though, keeps them at bay for now, despite the exposed base.
3 ultimates used by KSA. 3 waves pushing through. They might still need to clear this path if they want to defend more, but they will need this Lord for a push. They have been struggling early game, but there's a call here for Troll. Using the Conceal, might be seeing a potential way of like isolating a member out of Team Philippines. Look at the base. Wave pushing through up top.
Given the you know, that'd be a risky maneuver, right? You're using the Conceal, you're looking for some action. You're 10K gold behind, though. You're hoping that you can get a win somewhere, I guess, but you know, who do you even focus on if you're Troll? Who do you try to kick here? Few, though, gonna cut them off. Here comes Kyle Teasy again with the Heart Guard, and it's a disaster for KSA. They're gonna get collapsed on. Tempest Blade's gonna come down, looking for the cleanup. Pushed back with the Deadliest Catch. They don't have any minions just yet to push in. KSA still on the defense, holding it together. Few, though, goes in. Tarzan will fall. KSA still in it on this defense. 16 minutes, 17 minutes into the game. Pushing them back.
Minions
Now making their way. This could be it. Down 2 members, doing the best. Cold Ulter used. Heart Guard once again available. Gonna get kicked here by Troll. Cuffin falls. Crystal gonna be worked on. Philippines looking for the sweep, and they get it.
A total of 6 points right on to IESF. Philippines now in lead with Mongolia. A great way of dominating the start of the 3rd match of the day.
Man, what a series. Not even just this one, like the series of the entire day here that we've got to,
it's all 2-0.
It's all sweeps, you know? There we go, we got a fan out there too. Feeling music, supporting the teams. Again, you know, we're here at the SEF Arena, guys, and feel free to watch with us, you know, in person, because I believe entrance is free as we get closer here to the finals, the championships. There's, you know, fans out there as well. Of course, some players shaking hands here. But amazing day number 2, right? Things fall into place. And I think I'm really curious because we had the back of house games, OSX.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what happened with Kazakhstan, because that's who we had to consider, right? We had Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan fighting for that second place.
Yeah, they won yesterday up against Saudi Arabia with their reverse sweep.
Yeah.
So let's see how the non-stream games go, because we can actually tally the results here on how Saudi Arabia could still have a chance to represent themselves in Romania. So big shout out to our Filipino fans here supporting Philippines, and I see one Filipino fan is happy having all the signatures complete in his own poster. We've seen him yesterday, and we see him now again.
He's joining the flex, by the way, because Philippines was flexing yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. Oh,
remember?
Yeah, right.
So he's part of it. Yeah.
You want to be part of it?
I don't want to be part of it. I'm okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just, you know, I'm ready to have some awesome food out here. Again, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the food is amazing.
Yeah.
And we've had, what, 3
Chicken
action-packed
biryani.
series? Yes.
Amazing food here right in Saudi. It's a dream come true. Tasting it like firsthand here, it tastes different. It tastes amazing. So we can expect more. I'm even excited on how to get to the catering part over there and see what's in store in our menu.
Well, you know, the taste of victory is also amazing for these players out here, for these teams out here. And, you know, as we before we get to the breakdown of the game and the highlights and everything for that matchup, again, it was a composition used that I feel like there needs to be an answer for this, man, before we get to day 3 and 4, because I see other teams kind of adapting it as well in the future, whether that's the Angeline combo, whether it's pairing it up with Uranus, whether it's having the sustain, right, and dealing with it. what is that answer? Well, hopefully we find out along the way, right? But right now, with these teams pretty much forcing themselves into these almost dicey situations, trying to secure those last couple spots here to Romania.
Damage was lacking on the side of KSA. As you can see with the choices of the Faramis and the Uranus, it's more like of, yeah, we can sustain the team fights with the damage of Team Philippines, but the problem here as well as, where's the magic damage burst? Where's the one thing that you can complement with the damage that Lark has set up with the momentum, with all of the items that he tried to get with? So now looking back on the replay here, almost 9 minutes in, and they tried to give trades with KSA. Yes, damage was there, they have good setup, they have good sustain, but one thing they wasn't seeing here is how the Angeling combo moves around and reinforced fast in moments that they were lacking on the vision. So this they keep on pushing, they keep on taking out members here, and one of the things that they do as well is they're respecting the fact that the Sanji, the presence of the Uranus alone was even a threat onto Few. So one way of dealing is to divert the attention of all of KSA's map and try to focus on the team or team members of KSA that can be a viable pickoff or even a gank. Just look at that Lark taking down on Esmeralda, and that's one way of seeing that they were mostly lacking on the damage and burst part.
Yeah, I thought it was great too, you know, the way that we saw Few kind of utilize this Fredrin here. I mean, statistic, you know, stat-wise, it might be like, oh man, he died 4 times, you know, he got a couple of assists and whatnot. But if you just look at the placement, the positioning, even towards the end of the game there where he was able to kind of like cut off and place up. And again, your sole job in that position is just to get the taunt off, right? The taunt, you get some of that CC. You're really not there for the Appraiser's Wrath, right? Like your job is just cut people off, get the CC off. You know, that's kind of what he has to do, and he did that perfectly. Again, allowing kind of this displacement to happen too against the ranks of KSA, and why it was so difficult. I mean, again, how do you catch your breath against that when you have, you know, yes, Lings flying around.
How?
And, you know, every time, too, the Heart Guard wasn't always on the Ling. So, that, you know, there's that whole dynamic. And I just feel like teams are going to have to figure out how to deal with Angela and Ling if they don't take it themselves.
It's a double snowball for
Just
Ling.
ban out Angela.
No deaths onto Kyle T's and ban out Angela, because you can't have 2, you can only get 1. But if they seen the possibility in the first with the banning that the Angela was the way of like banning out the strong threat up against Philippines, they should have been considered at that point, because that way they were seeing more of like yeah, we might trim down the choice of the jungler, but the presence of all of the compositions that the Philippines made is they don't change what's broken. They just keep on doing it. It might be a throwback, but this is just good to see this kind of combo back again in this tournament.
I mean, even the fact that this is kind of like a throwback, and like we've seen, you know, these heroes pop up before, even just kind of throwing that curveball again. Mid lane Fredrin might have popped up here and there, right? But it's not common. So you still have that kind of dynamic to play around with. And I also think that a lot of these teams that have been playing, you know, from day 1 to day 2, they've got their own also strategies that they might be holding on to, you know, for later on. Again, we're only a couple, few weeks into this new emblem patch, the new patch in general, the overhaul. And we're already seeing a lot of interesting things, you know, even when it comes to the emblems, because you saw that too. We talked about tenacity quite a bit yesterday. We didn't talk about it so much today just because there's been variations, you know, popping up. But even some of these games where these heroes really shine with certain specific emblems makes a difference, right? We've even seen Bane now play something differently, right, when in terms of emblems. So, again, how does that all develop over the course of the next 2 days ahead of us?
Yeah. And a look at changes, we might get to check and count on what is the standing now, because we're still having games simultaneously running up to this point. So this changes how will the leaderboards go and who would want to secure the last 3 spots today.
Again, my biggest question is Mongolia. Like, I can't wait to see them play.
6 points.
6 points, just
in
like the
total
Philippines.
with Philippines.
Yeah, so again, this is kind of like people weren't expecting that dark horse kind of. A lot of people were expecting Cambodia. And Cambodia, we heard from Chama earlier where he's like, I can't wait to face off, you know, against Mongolia again, if they get the chance, right? If they get the chance. He's feeling pretty confident about facing off against Mongolia again. But also, too, who's going to be playing against Nepal, right? Like that is another thing, because earlier, as the start of the day for day 2, Nepal started strong. And then, you know, they got swept in their second game. They kind of ran out of some gas in the tank. And now they're kind of waiting there, because what they are essentially fighting for, like I said, would be that 5th slot heading to Romania.
Yeah, we might see how Bangladesh and even Kazakhstan went
Yeah.
in streams that haven't been broadcasted today, because that makes a difference in terms of points. So we will continue to update you on what is the standing of the day as the day goes by, because this is one thing that teams also consider, that what is the playoffs contention right here in IESF. So now we go back to our head-to-head and the stats on what happened in game number 2. A dominating approach of Team Philippines, 16-9. Only one turtle was taken, and this is just purely, again, the macro answer. The whole coverage of how they played around the map was a different way of countering on how seeing KSA could bounce back, and most of the difference from minute 5 to 8.
Yeah, this is again, the teams that, are very dominant in the world, around the world. That's kind of where they really shine, right? Is the macro part of the game, and just, executing things based on the compositions that they roll with. And now from day 1 and day 2, we've really seen just Team Philippines kind of opt for a similar playstyle from series to series, really, right? Again, how does that change things for them? KSA, on the other hand, they went with a similar plan. Like, we were even asking, what about this Bane? And unfortunately, even in the second game, it didn't work out too well for Tarzan. You had some good deadliest catches, but not necessarily what you wanted. And even for me, for Lark, like I said, he had the items he needed to pop off on the damage scale, but it was just so hard. Even with the follow-ups from Troll, like Troll got his Cho twice.
Yeah.
Even though the other bands were targeted towards him, he still got a very comfort hero for him. And, unfortunately, it didn't work, right? The kicks were there. They were being placed well, but it just seemed like at that point, Team Philippines had an answer for everything.
Yeah, and also we've seen the match of Saudi Arabia yesterday. They also got their hands on the link. Tarzan is good with that.
Yeah.
So one thing they're also trying, they pushed the draft out of KS on what are the possible choices in their book. So this is my best way of utilizing on hope and opening up the hero pool of each team here being present and being comfort, and also the comfort picks being taken out. So we're looking at factors, we're looking at the data here on how the games or even the teams are going through the matches and how are they adapting, again, to the new emblem system. But it is a mix of how we're seeing their personality infused in the game.
And I think, too, the fact that, for Team Philippines, at least, now that we saw it was Xbox that played, right, and they can kind of interchange things if they want to, that's also, and really didn't change their look. It didn't really change too much. Basically, it's kind of like plug and play, right? You have that kind of strength to do that. But I'm sure there's also a dynamic, like you mentioned, even some of those unorthodox picks that we have seen, if you've watched Xbox play in other tournaments or, around there, that he has quite the hero pool. So I think that's something that has to be considered for the dynamic from Team Philippines going forward.
Yeah, strong start, no defeats.
Yeah,
Philippines and
just
Mongolia.
like Mongolia.
I want to see a match tomorrow on how the teams move around this kind of new flexibility and adaptation, how they look through the games. And who knows, this might be the country that might consider as a dark horse, or even, well, a great way of seeing that there could be a wild card that could contest more of the positioning in this, even in the playoffs.
Yeah, I wouldn't count out Mongolia. I wouldn't count out Cambodia. I wouldn't count out any of these teams really. But you have to say that most people watching, even around the world, they've got their ideas of pretty much like the power levels of these teams, right? We even heard Bara mentioned earlier Super Saiyan, right? But in a way, it is kind of power levels here. And I would say that most people didn't expect Mongolia to be where they are. They're literally even in terms of points with Philippines. And for a lot of people, they didn't get to watch their games, right? Because it wasn't on the part of the live stream. So even us as casters were like, man, what's going on with Mongolia here? And how are they, what's that secret for Mongolia, right? And if it ends up being a rematch or as well for Cambodia and Mongolia, that would be great. Again, we're going to have to find out like where everybody places, because there are still matches. Even though this was the last for the stream, there will still be matches going on, of course, where placements will happen.
How fast the day goes. A sweep, 3 games today. It's all 2-0. Looking at how teams are growing from day 1 into now, looking at more of the winning formulas showing up, the metas are kicking in, and might as well new non-traditional marksman heroes are showing up. Well, there's a lot of cards in the table, but can you be sure that that might be the chance of like going up against a team of one another? Because there's a lot of flexibilities being served up in the table. So right now, acknowledging the strongest, well, competition right here, the contention of the playoffs is getting more closer and closer. And how the 4 days could actually make the difference on whose country is going to be in the 5 slots in Romania. Few steps closer in getting themselves into glory.
One of the great things I think too about just having these tournaments obviously is seeing especially the impact of where the changes of the game have taken us and what we can learn, because all of this, what's happening here, will lead on to, of course, Romania or the other tournaments around the world. Everybody kind of tuning in here, seeing exactly what happens. Here we go. We've got the group standings, right? So we've got Group A sorted out already, like we were talking about. Mongolia, 6 points, already securing that top spot. Cambodia there, number 2. So both those teams will be moving on to the playoffs, of course. Like we mentioned as well, we have Nepal going into that last chance matchup, right? And this might also tell us again who is going to be facing them off from Group B once we get to Group B. Unfortunately for UAE, they are out here, but we loved having them here, of course.
Yeah, we have now the second standings on our screen. We have Philippines with no losses, 6 points in, Kazakhstan and KSA as well, 4 and 3. Look at that, a toe-to-toe. Only 1 point of a difference. That might be in a different result tomorrow as the game goes by of today. So, as well as Bangladesh out of the contention as well.
Yep. So that answers the question, who's playing against Nepal, right? We've got KSA. It should be Nepal and Saudi Arabia battling it out. Kazakhstan, their performance that we saw yesterday, OSX, great to see how they performed on the live stream, but then of course they had those wins off the stream too, which garnered them that second spot right now. Right, so those are the group standings. We see who makes it forward. Again, those 4 slots, right, for Romania are secured, and then we have that last chance, that 5th slot between Nepal and KSA.
Yeah, in total, it could be like another match you're waiting off stream. So we will see the results tomorrow. But wow, what a great way to end the day with all sweeps, man. Seeing how the teams progress, it's amazing. And seeing how we look at potential, like Kazakhstan, right? And as we look upon the bracket once again on what's going to happen in the playoffs, let me tell you guys on what is the positioning right now on our IESF. We have Mongolia and Kazakhstan, and we have for match 2, we have Philippines versus Cambodia. And you're looking at the bracket for the playoffs.
That's tough, right? I mean, we're not going to see. It could happen, right? Cambodia isn't going to play Mongolia right away, so they have to beat the Philippines. Cambodia has to beat the Philippines here. Mongolia has to beat Kazakhstan, and that's the thing. I want to say too, based on what we saw from the group standings, things can still change, right? I mean, when we get to the matches tomorrow, what did they learn from day 1 and day 2, right? And hopefully, again, I don't know if you agree with me on this, OSX, but either we end up seeing so much Angeling combo
throughout the matches,
throughout the matches, like that becomes a staple, or teams figure out how to deal with it, right? And that might pop up, I feel like, tomorrow, especially when we get to the playoffs now.
Well, up against an Angeling. Either you come up with a great lethal burst. Hayabusa hasn't been, well,
where's
banned.
Hayabusa?
Yeah.
Where
if
is
you
he?
want to have a -1 on that is, well, sustained and deadly combo, you need something more of a slippery catch here.
Well, to be fair, I don't think Hayabusa is also just the sole answer to, like,
no, like
the sustainability.
combining a good composition, just having that -1 is a great way of being efficient in the lineup. Who knows? He has been out. So maybe you've been considering a different part of a hero. You're considering Jawhead somewhere in the gold lane. Who knows?
Hey, Jawhead works in the jungle too, by the way.
Ooh,
That could actually happen too. And I know a couple of analysts that have been talking about this. I don't know if it would work better than a Bane jungle, but and with Jawhead, you're kind of exposed once you use his ultimate and the way the kit works. But you can clear really fast. I just don't know if, like I said, if we just see Team Philippines still holding on to this sustainability kind of strategy that we've seen them do now from day one to day two, or again, what they kind of drafted and played with off the live stream in their matches. But I still think regardless, whether it's Team Philippines, whether it's Kazakhstan, Cambodia, they know just how devastating these sustained compositions are starting to pop up, right? And how they're going to handle that. Because even with, before, when there would be so much sustain, your kind of answer was, all right, early dominance ice. That was like the best thing you could do. But it doesn't seem like it's enough right now. We're seeing these roams build the dominance ice early on, but still they can't handle basically the outpacing in these early skirmishes that lead into a team fight, and that's why the snowball happens. So that's what I'm saying. What is the answer there? Hopefully we find out. Unless it just ends up being two teams sustained fighting each other, right? In some form or another.
Man. I'm totally excited because if you want to compare sustain in the roam, you can't go really that much of a passive way of like being a tank most of the time. That right now that most of the assassins show up, you need more vision. You need more way of like saying, okay, he could be here, I can take it from here. But one thing also to consider as well is like, how do you even burst down or take out the assassins? Because there's a lot of playmakers in each team uniquely shining. So you might want to consider that who is going to be your poison, who is going to be your, again, kryptonite here.
Kryptonite.
Yeah, that's the one way to see it. With all of things being strong here going into the playoffs, they need to make sure who to have a -1 with once their matches comes up. Because right now, if you want to see Mongolia versus Philippines, well, we need actually to wait on what the results could be in day number 1. Because can you feel the suspense and even the hype building up? We only have the numbers to rely on.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are waiting for that.
Well, speaking of waiting now, let's welcome on stage with Wajay and Barra together with Team Philippines for their winning interview.
شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الأخيرة في لعبة موبايل ليجند، وشفنا الانتصار لمصلحة منتخب فلبين ضد السعودية بنتيجة 2-0 مثل ما ذكرنا. والآن بتكون عندنا مقابلة مع اللاعب أماندي، وحابين نسأله بعض الأسئلة وكيف شعورهم بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الأولى.
Well, first of all, congratulations to you and Team Philippines for having an amazing win. First of all, how do you feel winning this match?
It feels real great because I got to play and I got to represent my country and we won against Saudi.
Well, it was pretty much an interesting and I would say a hyped match. وش رايك وجيه في المباراة اللي شفناها؟
أكيد طالما أنهم فازوا المباراة الماضية أخوي براء وأخواني المشاهدين، لازم نسأله وش الشيء اللي خلاهم يحافظون على الفوز وعلى النتائج هذه من بداية البطولة إلى الآن بدون أي خسارة.
Well, everybody's wondering right now. Pretty much the question would be, how did you keep up with the winning streak? What's your secret? I mean, what's going on here?
I think we got the right meta and we got the momentum from our first match against Bangladesh, and yeah, after that we got our momentum basically because also of our practice. So yeah, we have the momentum and we'll just keep winning until the playoffs.
Practice, practice, and more practice. تمارين واشتغلون بشدة وبقوة وبحماس. So, Amanda, anything you want to say back home?
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga pamilya ko, sa pamilya ng teammates ko, and also maraming salamat sa kampi ko sa pagtiwala sa akin, sa pagpalaro sa akin dito against the sub player. Thank you. Yun. That's all. Thank you very much to our supporters. Yeah, that's all.
Well, salamat po. That's for sure, definitely. وجيه الحماس قايم صراحة والأداء جدا ممتاز وأعتقد خلاص بنشوف بعد بيصير زيادة وزيادة.
خلاص حنا اليوم في آخر يوم في الجروب ستيج أو دوري المجموعات، وأكيد كلنا متحمسين نشوف إيش ممكن يصير في النهائيات في الأيام الجاية. فعشان كذا حابين ناخذ بريك بسيط، بعدها نرجع لكم في لعبة دوتا 2.
And ladies and gentlemen, this pretty much concludes the Mobile Legends segment for the day. And we'll be heading to Dota 2 after this. And again, congratulations to Team Philippines. And now we'll be heading to a break. And we'll be back with the Asian Championship. And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, again, welcome to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest game and esports festival, Gamers 8. I'm Bara Abdallah along with another amazing talent right here. نواف كيف الحال؟
والله الحمد لله كلنا متحمسين نتعرف على نتائج لهذا اليوم لكن هذه المرة بتكون مع دوتا 2.
صح كلامك. دوتا 2 من لعبة كلها استراتيجية صبر بس يبيلها ذكاء. And now ladies and gentlemen, as Nawaf just said right now, we are here with Dota 2, an elite game taking place right here at the Asian Championship. And now it's time to call in the teams. Nawaf, the honors is yours with the first team.
يعطيك العافية يا البراء فعلا كلنا متحمسين نعرف نتائج هذه المباراة فخلونا على طول نبداها مع فريق الفلبين.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Philippines. And now going in for the second team, Nawaf, the hype is on. Let's hear it for Mongolia!
خلونا نسمع مع بعض ونرحب لمنتخب منغوليا.
And here we have it. نواف الحماس قايم. فريقين قوى في دوتا 2. ولا ايش رايك؟
أكيد الحماس عالي جدا ما بين هذول المنتخبين. واحد منهم بس اللي ممكن يروح معانا إلى البلاي أوف زي ما أنت عارف. دبل إليمينيشن الوضع يصير أصعب وأصعب فخلونا على طول نتوجه عند المعلقين.
يعطيك العافية نواف. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go right now to the casters to fire it up. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Coming in to the second day here at IESF. It's going to be a fun one. We've got a very solid matchup coming up to you first with the Philippines and Mongolia. It's two teams that have been, for the most part, for the most of this roster, been playing in the DPC, and it's going to be an interesting matchup here. BO1s are always tricky, and when you've got two of what seem to be one of the top teams in the group, anything can happen, right, Black?
Yeah, I mean, for me, they're even two of the top three teams in the entire event, Jordan being the other one. And yeah, it's definitely going to be maybe a little taste of what's to come in the lower bracket, in the playoff bracket. And yeah, I'm looking forward to good Dota because honestly, we watched the Philippines game yesterday. Unfortunately, because of technical difficulties, we had to postpone that.
Yeah.
But very convincing victory by the Philippines as we expected, but Mongolia should be a completely different test for them.
Yeah, it seems like their drafting's been pretty spot on. Even before we had the technical difficulties, we were looking at the Storm Spirit that was over mid for the Philippines, and it was perfect CS, it was perfect gameplay, and when you're coming into a matchup like this, you're kind of expecting the same thing because this is to put them at 3-0 if they get the victory, and then you're set. You're into Romania, you're going into the playoff bracket as the top seed, and I mean, that's the best it feels, right?
Yeah, but that's what we expected from the beginning, right? The Philippines, they're just so, the players are just so individually talented, and they're bringing it together as a team. As we said, they're playing in the DPC Div 1, so yeah, it's going to be very hard to stop them. Can Mongolia do it? Possibly. I mean, they definitely have the tools to. They're very, very strong themselves. But again, it's a hard nut to crack.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and these are two of the top teams like we talked about from a similar region. So I kind of expect similar drafts and similar wants in this draft as well because you're looking at probably similar game styles overall, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, again, we spoke about it yesterday. If you're a very confident team, which I'd assume both of them are, you are going to play the standard game. You're going to be saying, well, we'll do it better than you. That's why we'll beat you. And I'm expecting pretty much the same from both teams. We're going to see the Medusas, the Morphlings, and then the counters. Although I have to say, the Philippines looked really prepared yesterday. Whatever pick the enemy team threw out, they just instantly countered with 2 heroes. They knew exactly what they wanted to do against each of the heroes. And yeah, it just felt that they're super, super prepared.
Yeah, and the question now becomes, Philippines, they're 2-0. Are they going to try something a little bit different? Are they saving that for potentially the playoffs?
Are they guaranteed playoffs already?
I think 2-0, you're pretty much set, right? Unless somebody comes in and wipes you out. And then maybe you end up in a tiebreaker 2-1. But 4 teams, I think you're pretty much there. I want to see something a little bit different in terms of draft from them. Because I'm always wanting something different. We've been talking about the Tinker. We've been talking about the Meepo. Can we see it, or are we going to see more of the same? Are we going to see them go back to that Storm Spirit that's been so good for them? Because when you have a game like that, of course, didn't count the first time around, but the second time around, they did just as well with that Storm Spirit, and his item progression was super fast. I'm kind of expecting them to go back to what feels right as well.
Yeah, I think it will depend on the bans and the first couple of picks, of course. Like, you don't want to be picking that Storm Spirit without a Caudal or without a partner. You do need that battery to really make sure that he gets online fast and can just run around the map and really start playing that Storm Spirit that really is a menace on the map. Because if you don't have that mana battery, you really just, you kill one hero, you have to go back to base, you kill one here, you have to go back to base. It doesn't feel all that strong. But again, Mac is probably the strongest player on their team, and it says a lot, because the Philippines is a very strong team, and his hero pool is very diverse.
Yeah, and so when you've got a diverse hero pool, you're not just cornered into Storm, Puck, Quap. Because that seems to be the big 3 right now in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It gives you other options, and of course, the one I'm looking for is always Tinker. I've said it about 8 times already, and we're 2 minutes into the broadcast. But of course, I'm wanting to maybe see if they have to fall back to a DK pick. Are they going to go to maybe a Primal Beast that we've been seeing over mid? There's a lot of options when it comes to the mid opportunity. I'm ready to see what comes next.
Yeah, it speaks volumes, though, that they just blindly pick the Storm. You know, they see one partner, instantly Storm. There's so many heroes in the pool that potentially counter him, but we spoke about it yesterday as well. If a Storm is really confident, he gets up to a good early game, he actually counters most of his counters too. You get that fast Orchid, you jump on them, they're dead.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the standings here as, everything has been going on through day 1. We had one matchup that was made up at the end of day 1 now. And you take a look at Group A standings. You got Myanmar and Jordan tied up at 2 wins and 0 losses. You've got Saudi Arabia at the 3rd spot with 1 loss under the belt. And then Australia at the bottom. They're 0-2 at the moment. And it is pretty close. Truthfully, again, 2-1 may not be enough, in this group at least, to go into the playoffs. There might be that tiebreaker. If Saudi Arabia beat Australia and then they beat their 3rd opponent of Myanmar, then they're 2-1. That would put Myanmar at 2-1 as well. And we could see some tiebreakers happen and really throw a wrench in the plans of these top 2 teams that feel like, hey, no other teams have wins at the moment, but, we may not get in.
Yeah. So we've definitely seen how strong Group A can be.
Let's take a look at Group B. Yeah. So Group B has maybe not the same, but for Group A, it feels like there's very much a top and bottom. So, Group B has been a little bit different there, of course, with the Philippines. And you've got Mongolia, you've got Kyrgyzstan, you've got India, and India already 0-3. So they are completely eliminated, but you do have the opportunity for Mongolia to take a 2-0 at the moment and put the Philippines at 2-1 if they were to win this matchup. And this is the Philippines' last matchup, so their fate for going to the playoffs is in their hands.
Yeah, this could be a 3-way tiebreaker between those 3 teams, and it could be a very big one. But again, Philippines is a very strong opponent to beat. If Mongolia can do it, then probably everything shifts, right? They'll be the top spot going to the playoffs, and yeah, it's very tightly knitted between those 3 teams, I'd say.
Yeah. Making it to the playoffs does also guarantee that you're going to Romania. Top 5 teams at this event go to Romania. Yep. So there is everybody who goes to the playoffs in Romania, and then there's that 5th, 6th matchup, which is between the 2 third-place teams in each group. So you don't want to be in that. You want to kind of just go into the playoffs feeling cool, calm, and collected, and You know, CCNC does it well himself, now renamed Quinn. He's got himself 3 majors under his belt.
He has been doing way better since he renamed himself.
Since the rebrand of, you know, CCNC to Quinn, I think he's been one of the top mids, if not the best mid in the entire world, right?
Yeah, but, you know, there's a theory out there. Like, we all know Quinn can be a bit
not PMA.
hot-blooded
okay.
in pub games, right? So CCNC didn't really fit his style as soon as he changed that name, and he started owning everything.
Yeah, and it kind of gets him away from the memes of GG and G.
That's right, yeah.
Which is always good, because you don't want to be the guy who calls GG, who destroys his items over mid. We've had a couple of those. They buy Shadow Amulet. They sit over in the jungle for the entirety. We've all had it in our pubs. And, you know, now it's time to talk about some professional players, and let's take a look at the Filipino roster. So we've talked about them already. We had a chance to kind of break down the roster a little bit earlier and yesterday. Bak, Boomy, Max, CML, and Akashi, a solid squad here for the Philippines, and we talked about how some of these guys are on Polaris, and they got promoted to the DPC in this last tour, to Division 1.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are even major players already.
Yeah.
They have done incredibly well for themselves. Respectively, for each of their positions, they're definitely some of the best in their own region as well, in the whole SEA region. So again, this team is very hard to beat, and whoever they play against, they will be the favorite.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup really does break down. Hopefully, you know, no technical breakdowns, but a game, and we'll see how it goes for this BO1. Again, feels like their lives for playoffs in Romania are in their hands right now. Win and you're in, lose and you leave it up to the rest, right?
Yeah, lose, potential tiebreaker, and win, yeah, as you said, you're just in, top seed.
Always a good spot to be in.
That's what they want. Yeah, you know, even if you consider yourself the best team and you know that you're probably the favorite, you always want to show that, you know, like you don't want to drop a map to anyone.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the Mongolian roster. We have already taken a look at the Filipino roster, and then you've got the Mongolian roster: 423, Ace 12, SE 11, and Sanctity. Sanctity is one of those names that sticks out at me because I know we've covered him before, and
yeah,
I've liked what he's shown us in the past.
He is very strong. He's gotten even better. I play quite regularly against him in pub games, and he's just showing tremendous growth. So I'm very much looking forward to what they have to show. And as you said, they're well practiced together. I know that they've been playing together for quite a while. They've taken this National Cup very seriously.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, it seems to be that chemistry is the name of the game. Because the Jordanian roster, as much as they're not playing DPC together, played together a lot throughout their lives. So chemistry seems to be the difference maker at the moment.
Yeah, and Jordan even has a ace up their sleeves, right? The Miracle is still hiding in the shadows. He's like, you guys do the easy, quote-unquote, part. I'll be there for the main event and crush everything. I'm a joker.
You guys go to Romania, I'll show up, and we'll win.
Yeah.
So all they got to do is
Very
take top 2 in their group, and they'll be ready to go. And we're taking a look at these teams, getting set. I'm trying to see if we can see any monitors. I'm always looking. I thought we were going to see an SF last time we saw somebody practicing SF.
That was Mac.
But you told me that's not how it works.
Unfortunately not. If it did, you know, they would have just first picked SF, but instead they first picked Storm. But again, you know, it's just spellcasting practice. Like he was just walking back and forth. Oh, this is this race, this is that race. Get my fingers warm.
He was also just right-clicking when I saw it.
Yeah.
He was getting anger out on some creeps. And then he CS perfectly.
That's how it works.
So
that's how it works.
Maybe he should be doing that all the time. I should be doing that all the time for sure.
Everybody really
But
should.
I also don't CS. The support position, I just kind of stand there and secure it for my carry.
What happens though if your carry dies? And then you're suddenly on the
then
spot.
I take CS, of course.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've watched.
Can you take them? Are you good enough?
Yeah,
Because you never try.
I've been super good at taking CS recently. I've been taking it under tower perfectly.
Okay.
That's a hard skill. That's, you know,
it's
not
not
your
easy,
beginner skill.
Mm-hmm. Especially for someone like me that played for so long, they suddenly did this tower change.
The
to
speed of the
damage,
shots, yeah.
The speed of the shot, the tower damage. I was like, man, everything I ingrained into my muscle memory for years, down the drain.
Yeah, so we've got ourselves a draft already, getting right on into this first game. It should be interesting to see how the draft goes, and already Medusa Pugna banned, as well as that Timber and a Bloodseeker ban coming out early. We had a conversation over dinner about Bloodseeker and how strong that hero feels, and also the fact that Bali was the Morphling major, and here we see first pick for Mongolia. They go into the Morphling. We've talked about counters to it. You talked about Drow. What makes Drow such a good counter to Morphling?
Well, her ult completely negates the high armor of Morphling. Like we've even seen at the Major, you can literally just one-shot the Morph. If you have a Daedalus, you get a lucky proc, he's gone.
That is definitely not what
you have a Gust, your Aghanim Scepter reduces the healing he gets from Morph, you outrange him. Just overall, throughout the entire game, you pretty much just dominate him. The only play he has is get Aghanims, wave on top of you, then morph into you so you lose your stats, but that is so risky to do. Like if the enemy has any sort of instant stun, you might just die instead.
Yeah, so immediately the 1-2 back is that Enigma and Techies. So I assume I think the Filipino squad, is it going to be Boomy on the Techies? Because I swear we had that situation, it was what, 2 years ago when we were watching him in SEA, DPC, and he was the guy who was pulling out Techies in SEA.
Was very different techies though.
Very different.
It was the same techies, and nowadays the hero is so versatile. Can be 5, can be 4, mostly on the 4 because he does so well with farm. But I really love that Enigma pick because Morphling has a pretty tough time lasting against Enigma Eidolons.
Right.
The stun, you can
and then
put
you're
out
getting less
Harris.
because of the Eidolon creation.
That's right, yeah. But they countered straight away. Well, quote unquote counter with a Rubik. It's always like a weird thing, you know. You're probably always gonna steal Black Hole, but most of the time the enemy team wouldn't just let you land a great Black Hole.
Right.
Like, but that's just the thing. Having that opportunity to steal a Black Hole and land a big Black Hole is always scary. Now the Rubik steals it, suddenly has a Blink Dagger, and oh no, teamfight turned around, Black Hole 4 heroes.
So they ban out the Beastmaster, that's a way to stop the Black Hole. That's also a lane pusher, kind of a lane dominator with the right support by him.
Yeah.
So, and Drums of Slom just feels really good at the moment. That Axe purchase usually comes very early for Beastmaster, and I know back in Tour 1 of DPC in Western Europe when we were doing tiebreakers, which ended up going, not infinity, but went 3 rounds, I believe.
Almost.
That's when Axe all of a sudden was being purchased. We went a whole tour without it, and then it felt like the power had been harnessed. They knew what Drums of Slom can do, and Beastmaster now banned out of the way. They don't have to worry about it. Naga Siren also gets banned. I'm thinking, well, Underworld, they're going and attacking the offlane position, but you gotta wonder, do you get rid of Silencer?
Silencer is very annoying, but I mean, Rubik Silencer can work. Then you're missing this frontline support though that you really like to have, like these Tusks and Tinies.
Tusk doesn't really find the light of day at the moment though, and that is a hero that was, I mean, you remember the Chinese region just going all in onto Death Prophet Tusk offlane. That used to be the go-to duo, and then that expanded globally, and we don't even see Tusk anymore.
Yeah, Tusk has been nerfed quite a bit recently. I still think personally it can be quite a strong hero in the right scenario, but if you have heroes like Clockwork, if you have heroes like Tiny around, do you really want that? But yeah, you can dominate lane, but you can also just completely fall flat in your face.
Yeah.
So but I am expecting a hero like Clockwork or Tiny for the Mongolian side. For the Philippines, Undying would have been amazing. So obviously they got banned out.
Yeah, lane dominator in itself as well. One of those heroes though that, yes, I like Undying, but it feels as though after level 3 or so, it kind of loses itself if the lane doesn't go in such a one favor. And then they ban out the Ancient Apparition, which makes sense. We talked about this at the dinner table as well. Picking Ancient Apparition up against Morphling feels like a very good counter, and he's a solid 5 position. And I'm not just saying that because I spam this hero and I have 500 games with this hero. I'm saying it because it is, I love Ancient Apparition. It is a very good hero.
Yeah,
especially against Morph.
If you ever get just scratched, scraped by that AA blast, you're just completely dead. Shaker,
versatile. We saw it mid the other day for Mage.
Yeah. Brood into Shaker. Now that could actually lead to Shaker being a core hero if they wanted to.
But you don't want to put Shaker 3, Enigma 4, right?
No, you know,
Meepo, there it is!
I told you how good Meepo is against Broodmother.
I'm
there
here
we finally
for it.
get it. It is a little scary because Enchantress Broodmother has a very strong lane presence early on, and Meepo only gets a second at level 4 now. Not 3.
So where do you go as Meepo these days? Because Meepo we've seen in mid. Where is the positioning for Meepo?
It's most of the time being played as a carry nowadays.
We saw Ace play offlane,
yeah.
right?
There is some people that played offlane as well, as you said, but this game it's probably an Enigma offlane.
They have potentially 3 offlaners in this lineup right now.
They do, but it's an amazing Meepo game. Morphling actually doesn't like playing against Meepo at all. neither does Rubik. It counters Brood and Edge too. It's a perfect meeple pick so far.
So they banned the Storm, thinking of that. This is not going to be the Mage mid Earthshaker.
Yeah, I would doubt that. I think it's probably going to be a 5 shaker, to be honest, and a 4 techies. It could be a 4 shaker as well and 5 techies.
Right.
But that should be the support duo.
Enchantress is your 5. But Enchantress 5 always feels like it has the availability to become a core.
Yeah.
Impetus, when it's maxed out, all of a sudden you get yourself a Dragon Lance.
I gotta admit, I like 4 Eng much more, just because you have much more potential to transition to that core position.
True, but
a
does
5
Rubik,
is
yeah.
that's a liquid thing.
Yeah.
That's a liquid thing.
I was just about to ask that question. It's like Rubik without farm feels
also
like
not that
it
good.
does nothing.
Yeah.
And then you're not even getting experience priority. You want to have that 6 as quickly as possible because, truth be told, there's a lot of times when Rubik only feels good with the spells and Stone.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what the hero is like revolving around, right? I mean, his spells are pretty decent as well. Instant stun, the Fate Bolt is no joke at all. The spell amplification and the damage reduction. But I mean, it's hard, really. They have 1 hero left to counter this Meepo, and
I feel like Puck is a good pick for you, not a ban.
in truth, countering Meepo nowadays is very awkward. Because you can always build into the Scepter, and then heroes like Warlock, they're a traditional hard counter.
Yeah.
You don't care at all.
Mega Meepo.
The Mega Meepo is insane.
So they're going to have the final pick here for the Philippines. I think that is a really big benefit for them, especially with a Meepo pullout like that. Meepo, truthfully, I didn't think Meepo needed to be picked right there. But also, you don't know your mid matchup, so you don't want to be picking your mid in giving that opportunity to be countered. Right now you're getting a mid that, since you've got final pick of the game, should be a counter to their mid.
Yeah, I didn't know that the Meepo was going to be matched up against the Broodmother, which is a pretty free lane for him. So, yeah, might as well counter the mid laner, because the mid laner now has to counter the Meepo, and then if you counter the mid laner,
then you're not countering your own potential opponent, right?
Yeah, and you counter the Meepo, which is the only thing he's afraid of. A lot of countering going on.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's
Counter,
the
counter,
Ember.
counter, counter.
Okay. Honestly, Huskar right now, or Death Prophet, okay.
Okay. I'm here for that.
I like it.
I'm never really sold on Death Prophet these days. I don't love it,
but
I don't think the game is about Death Prophet.
It is not. And honestly, having a Death Prophet in a team fight, like, there's just so much chaos going on. There's going to be a lot of Eidolons, Techies bombs, Fissures flying out, Meepos running wild. It's a very good pick. I personally thought they were actually going to pick Huskar, because if they pick Huskar here, they cannot lane. And nobody can lane against Huskar.
Right. Yeah, Huskar seems to be one of those picks that's... We're seeing a couple bans for Huskar.
Yeah, but imagine, like, you don't want to be quote-unquote a scumbag team, right? You don't want to put Meepo and Huskar in the same team.
Yes, you do.
No, that's a bit too much. Like,
that's what we live for. What are you talking about?
Okay, but Meepo itself was already pretty toxic. And then,
okay, I don't think Meepo's toxic. Meepo takes skill to play.
Yeah, but if you can play him well, he's mega toxic.
I want to say you think that because it's... we just got confirmation it's kind of toxic. But I'll be honest, it's just... I don't know. I think that Meepo takes the skill and it's toxic when you're smurfing with it. How about that?
Fair enough.
Because
fair enough.
If you're winning games with this in your own MMR, it's impressive.
Or abusive.
It's both. It
sure,
can be both.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see. A good Meepo player or a great Meepo player? Which one is he? I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
What's the build these days with Meepo? Because I remember the days of 5 Dragonlance Meepo.
Yeah, there's a couple of builds. The Dragonlance build is still viable.
Is it?
A lot of players go Atos to set up the nets.
Right.
And gives a lot of HP as well. And then they transition into just Agams, Blink Dagger, and more stats. Because all the... Like, if you build Mega Meepo, and you have the option to build for a singular hero.
Yeah.
Like, you can build Butterfly, you can build Heart. I had a game where I played Meepo, I had 7,000 health with a Heart. I literally had like 300 health region with a Mega Meepo. They couldn't do anything.
The fact that you keep having to say Mega Meepo because that's a real spell name.
Yeah, Mega Meepo is insane.
Like, okay. I know Battle Pass maybe soon if we're getting one, or maybe there's some additions coming in. But if you're giving something to Meepo, it has to be a cosmetic for when he activates Mega Meepo that just goes, Mega Meepo has arrived! And then that's it. That's the cosmetic. Boom, you just sold billions of battle passes. Well,
Billions.
hundreds, because there's not that many Meepo players.
Yeah,
However, it would be nice.
it would be great.
So take a look here and see if we get anything pre-horn oriented, and we haven't really seen much fighting overall, which is surprising because for the most part this is the SEA region where fighting before the horn is almost, you know, a pastime.
Yeah, it's a given.
Yeah.
Usually.
And I always talk about it, the Ultra Kill Coddle scam from the 4 position that we saw back in the day.
Well, Enigma, I mean, sorry, Morphling, that is so risky what he's doing there.
Being full agi at that spot.
All by himself, too.
That could have been awful.
Yeah. Bok was like blinking really fast, like, well, I can't believe he did that.
So we'll see how this goes. It looks like they're going to be controlling this bounty rune, and Akashi.
Look at this 8 armor, 60 damage, 360 movement speed. Hello? What is that stats level 1?
Who's got high armor like that? Bounty Hunter's got high armor like that.
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade's a high armor hero. Yeah, Naga.
Even Storm, man. He had like 5 for some reason as a range hero. Why does Enigma have 4?
Yeah. I will say the stats of Bounty are surprisingly very strong.
Yes.
Like, you don't expect him to have so much armor. You don't expect him to have high movement speed. Base movement speed's pretty high for him as well. And with Janata level 1, you're really doing a lot with that hero. We saw that fissure block over in the off lane, trying to get the creep equilibrium over to the side of the Philippines, get it to where you want to be pretty much comfortable in that lane. They didn't switch up the lanes. I thought maybe they would switch.
What, the Meepo middle?
No. The side of Mongolia, maybe. If you know Brood's a bad matchup, can you switch it?
Very tough with the heroes that they drafted. If they didn't pick a Ember Spirit, maybe.
Right.
But now they'll just have to deal with it. But the problem is also DP beats Ember Spirit.
How hard? Like, what's the... Is it a 50-50, 60-40?
I think like 65-35-ish.
Okay.
Like once DP gets level 3, it's really hard to lane against the life drain. Because even though it got nerfed for the mid-late game portion, in the early game it actually got buffed. It drains 50 health per second, which is ridiculous at that point.
Yeah, Spirit Siphon's always been one of those strong ones. How does this lane go? Because obviously you said the Meepo's really good. Is it an aggressive lane? Can you play level 2, level 3 pretty up front? You've got Blast Off, you're going to have Sticky Bomb. Like, what really stops you from going forward?
I think you need level 4 Meepo first, and when you have that with the double nets,
right,
plus the Blast Off, then I think you can really start getting aggressive. Level 2 Siphon now. That's going to be... It's going to be a little bit risky for Sanctity to step up. Like, he doesn't even want to.
He can't play in. Yeah. That feels pretty bad. He can slight, he can do that. Is this a game where we see Sanctity take an early level into the Searing Chains? Or is it just not even worth it?
Chains, it depends on how aggressively you want to play. If you're thinking you're going to be more of a roaming Ember, you're going to take that. If you want to farm more, you're going to be maxing the Flame Guard.
Already 11's in trouble.
Yeah.
This could be a problem. The net dropped on him, a blood grenade even thrown from quite the distance from Techies, but they don't commit.
Yeah, no blast off follow-up. Could have potentially gotten the kill there.
Yeah, he's got blast off available, and now maybe thinking if they get the net, they have an opportunity to go to the blast off. Sticky Bomb doesn't connect to anybody. And a Tango passed over to 11 from Andrew.
And Techies hit so hard. It's so deceiving.
Because you're so used to what Techies used to be, I think.
Oh, now that's Sticky Bomb missing.
Techies used to be what, 40, 30 right-click damage?
Yeah, look at that. Look at that damage of the drain. Really laying into him.
Yeah.
Only 2 bottle shots left, that's it.
Yeah, this is not really going well for Sanctity in terms of the damage he's taken, but he has 15 and 3, so he's CSing pretty well.
Yeah, so is the Morph. Honestly, all the lanes are farming quite well. Enigma is actually falling behind quite a bit right now.
Which is always a surprise, considering the fact that you are using the Demonic Conversion, you're making Eidolons, you're not getting as much CS naturally if you are the Morphling in that lane.
Healing self flown out to the Ember Spirit. He's feeling the heat. He might even need help for the next Water Rune.
Oh, Searing Chains under the tower. That's what I talked about, that early level in Searing Chains, because you don't normally see that with a lot of Embers. Sometimes you'll even see 0-4-4, right?
Yeah, but then you just Spirit Siphon and creep and you're back to half.
Balanced in all things.
As always. Oh, they are actually controlling the bottom water rune, so...
They're going to get both?
Now it's a little bit more even. Level 3 Siphon, though, if he chooses to go for that. He does. He's going to be very, very strong in this lane.
Who makes the movements, really? Because sometimes you get level 6, you want to move, use that exorcism to try and take a tower. Potentially, you go bottom. You want to shut down Morph's game and take his lane away, right?
Yeah, I think DP might be rotating bottom to take the tower together with the Enigma. Ember Spirit rotations are also possible, but he can't really kill the Meepo. He could potentially kill the Enigma, though. So we'll have to see if they step out of position or not.
CML in some trouble. 11 chasing, but they've got the net, they've got the root. They'll get some damage out with the poof.
No level 4 yet. That's really the Meepo power spike in the lane.
Look at this Spirit Siphon.
Look at the range.
It really is ridiculous. He's got 1-3-1. No surprise now, Ember. You only really need one level on the Searing Chains this early in the game. It should pretty much stick to Slight and Flame Guard at this point.
Yeah.
But you need to control that 6-minute rune if you're the side of the Philippines. It gives you such a boost if you're going to be this Death Prophet with level 6. If you get Haste, Arcane Rune, those two out of the ones that are available, I think just give you so much opportunity. And you can see already the rotation. Boomy here. And this Enchantress here as well. Maybe looking for some vision with that Sentry, but nothing doing. You still have 30 seconds, still 6 minutes, but they are here.
Yeah, a preemptive brawl.
Ooh, they also brought over the Ruben.
Heroes.
So there's the telekinesis. They used an impetus shot, but Spirit Siphon with the fissure. That's a problem. You're standing still next to a Death Prophet, but the fissure stops him from going up onto the high ground. So Sanctity, he draws first blood, taking out Mac. A little bit of a grief coming in from Boomy as he stops his Death Prophet from getting into safety territory. Oof.
Ooh, there was
CML rotating
close.
bottom. I think they know that Meepo can be by himself.
Yeah, level 4 Meepo is very, very self-sustainable. But yeah, the Eng creep actually also, there was like a little gap in between for the Death Prophet to walk through, but there was the Eng Frost Ogre.
Blocking the way.
Blocked him from going through. So it was a little bit of bad luck and a good play by Eng. They got Mac killed.
Unfortunate. But just one kill. That being said, Akashi losing that courier. And he looks like with that crown, he's building into the Rod of Atos. Now, they go to the Blood Grenade. They're chasing Akashi. They get the kill on a Bach. They'll take the Enigma over in the bottom lane. That's 4-2-3 getting that kill. And this is a great start for Mongolia already. And this is not really a lineup for the Philippines that I think you can fall to behind on.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for them. Because Enigma didn't win the lane. They countered Morphling with Enigma. They were very confident.
Ooh. Okay, so they do at least get the Wisdom Rune.
And
they stole both. They got the one on the other side. Reactive Taser, disarming this Rubik. CML is going to try and run. That Sticky Bomb, and now up into the high ground, but will end up dead. You thought it was going to be uphill miss?
It looked like a miss hit, but then it was like, okay.
So 3K lead, 3-0. This is
it's bad for them.
Sort of one of the quickest 3K leads I've seen in a while.
They countered Brood with Meepo. That lane, Brood is doing very well in. And they countered Morphling with Enigma. But Morphling is completely destroying Enigma right now. So the counter picks haven't really worked out. They even counter picked the Ember Spirit as well. And he's having a really good game because he got the first blood.
Yeah. This is a bit of a shock, so Mac hitting that level 7, and let's take a look at this replay. This was the kill on a Bach, and he just gets caught out. You can see the early damage coming in from Enchantress. Blast off, that's only going to land on SE. They've got the Spirit Siphon, Boomy from the side, Crypt Storm, but SE's got enough health to survive. 18 wand charges here on Mac, but Boomy might not be so fortunate. They get the kill into the Earthshaker. It's going to be 4-0 now for Mongolia, as everything has come up Millhouse for them, and they just are not stopping.
Yeah, I'm getting quite worried for the Philippines. They don't have the best initiation at all until they get their Blink Daggers. maybe Meepo with the Atos can be a comeback factor, but that's going to take a while still. Like, they will have to start applying some pressure with the DP.
Get that bottle refilled, but that does come at the cost of a life. Not really what you want.
Yeah. You saw the slide just took off like a quarter of Shaker's life.
Yep.
Slide of Fist level 4 early on is so potent. Goodbye Eidolons. He's got so many. Morph got 68 lasts, 21 denies. Like, he is absolutely massive.
Such a surprise considering the lane.
Look at the net worth difference. 2,000 more than the Enigma.
That's insane.
And again, they countered, quote unquote, Morphling with Enigma.
He's got a 1,000 gold advantage over Akashi too.
Yeah, 4K lead already in 9 minutes. 4-0.
11's starting to take over your jungle. So he's got a much bigger spot to be able to farm it. And the damage into Akashi, he'll evacuate that Meepo. That Meepo, not the Meepo.
They don't really have a comeback draft on the Philippines. They were supposed to be ahead and play from ahead.
Maybe the level 6 moment, but yeah, Fissure not available for another 2 seconds. They can't chase. And Black Hole was used, so...
Oh, it was.
They didn't even get a kill from that.
All right, that was a big killer ultimate. At least you want to get one of those. One kill with that.
You're not going to have Echo Slam for a while.
Ooh, double damage Ember.
That's dangerous.
That can literally just win your fight.
This wasn't the Exo from Mac that I was expecting to see him push with it. He hasn't even gotten into the Exorcism yet, so I don't think they're expecting to push at all.
Not anytime soon. But
No.
if you're not pushing, if you're not pressuring, you're just falling further and further behind.
And you can see now the top 3 on the net worth are all members of the Mongolian team. So this comeback's going to be tough. It's going to be rough. And, oh, man, I'm not sure the tools necessary right now for the Philippines to bring it on back. But as time goes on, maybe they will show themselves if Akashi can get into a fight and get a couple of kills, if they can get this level 6 quickly on the Earthshaker. And by quickly from now. CML taking some damage with the Searing Chain. Sanctity getting chased by Mac. They land that Fissure, and now the Rubik trying to get out, but with the blast off landing, they'll get their first kill of the game. And it's Mac getting some gold over this Rubik, but there it is. Slight, easy kill, get one back. Searing Chains, that'll stop Mac. He can't chase.
What happened to the double damage rune? It's just gone.
That's it? It was used.
No, he used it, it was just gone. It was like purged.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So,
how did that happen? Maybe his own enchanters purged him with a Satyr by accident.
Maybe.
Would have been really funny. He's going
There's the
into
Rod
a
of
Vestal.
Atos too.
Vestal Enigma build-up. It's a very aggressive build-up that you usually want to go into when you're snowballing, which he's not really snowballing right now.
There's the Rod of Atos showing off. They go into the blast off. They look for the Fissure, but it's a little bit short, so they won't be landing that. There's the Exo from Mac. But the damage to Spiderlings, he'll end up just surviving and end up dying as 11 goes under the tower to get the kill. They don't have anything to stop him from running away. The Arcane Rune is not going to be picked up here by this Death Prophet either. Instead, it goes to Sanctity, and that means he's going to be able to use these slides all over the place. But they've got the Rod of Atos once again. They hit the neck. They look for the booth. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Angel against Sanctity. They've got the Black Hole and the Echo Slam all on top of the Morphling. Triple kill here for Mac, and that brings the Philippines right back in it.
Yeah, looking for more.
Yeah, they've got that Rod of Atos. They know that they have the control. Look at the damage come out onto this Broodmother. Fissure off to the side, and it will be 4 heroes dead for this Mongolian team as the Philippines roar right on back.
5K lead?
Gone.
No longer. Now it's 1K. Back to even. That was basically perfect case scenario for them. Ember was half HP already. He gets Atos, like the Atos reveal from the Meepo. He dies to the Meepo. DP gets a triple kill. Morphling waved into the Enigma thinking he was going to kill him. Didn't, barely. Then he gets Black Hole without using Morph. Like, it's perfect case scenario for the Philippines. They take perfect advantage of it as well.
Couple of stacks being made here for the Filipino side.
Yeah. Meepo is going to be looking to farm those.
And he's top of the net worth. What happened? What did we miss?
Well, yeah, that's what happens when it's like a, was it a 5-0 or 4-0?
It was 4-0, then 4-1, then 5-1, because they got that kill and then lost CML. So we do
have a little replay.
Have a replay, and we also see the bottom tier 1 tower go down. And let's take a look at this once again. You know, you see this CML. Techie's trying to run. Brute goes aggressive to get that kill.
And now look at that ATOS.
On a Sanctity, right?
The first one is on Andrew, actually, on the Rubik. And then the second one from Meepo goes on to the Ember Spirit. He nets him twice.
And
he
the Fissure
dies.
hits both
and
of
now
them,
look at
too.
Bok. Survives with 1 hit. Oof. Gets the Black Hole off.
And nobody's there to help. This impetus shot from SC doesn't come into Bok, and maybe if he was able to get the Enigma, they get that kill. But we go back live, we see the kill on Boomy, but they end up losing Sanctity again. Rubik's in trouble, Mac ends up dead. This Broodmother's trying to fight. The net's coming through, but Akashi now, not with a lot of life left, the wait for him in. He'll take out the Meepos and look towards CML. So 1 fight won by the Philippines. They're going back the other way. CML's going to end up dead here to 4-2-3, and that's a double kill for the Morphling as they're going to dive for more. 11. They've got that Orchid. They hit the silence. The blast off as he morphs into the Techies and kills off Bok. Not exactly your normal morph target, but hey, blast off his damage, and that gets you the kill.
If it works, it works. The Enchantress has done so much damage in that fight.
Yeah.
Level 4 impetus.
Oh, again?
Again?
He just died. Mac just died. That's back to back. Oh, boy.
That is rough. His game was looking to be... No, he was up to a very, very good comeback. Now died back to back. His net worth is just shrinking.
And it's back to 4K.
Yeah, and he's going to be back beneath the Ember again very, very soon.
So we'll take a look at the start of this as Boomy's going to be the first one to drop in this fight.
Look at the Ench just laying in the paint.
And you can see that Sanctity, they're able to kill the Ember, but now, yeah, nobody's on this Ench, and just impetus shot after impetus shot makes Akashi have to run and leave him for the finish for 4-2-3. We talked about it in the draft, how much damage Enchantress can do, and I think that was Dragonlance being built already for the Ench. So you're already seeing that shift.
Yeah, we did say, I mean, in this case, it's even a 5 Ench. You can really transition to a secondary core, and he's looking...
Top of the net worth of supports.
Yep, he's looking to do that. And he's also here that can outrange the Enigma. He gets a really good Black Hole off, suddenly a couple of impetuses come in.
And you're dead.
No Blink Dagger on Shaker yet.
He's not even going for it. He wants the shard.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like he's farmed enough. Enchantress would have the damage. Techies usually says yes, but no.
It's going to be tough, but now they're out of Atos. Mac comes in to help. Spirit Siphon should do it, and that will. So Mac gets a kill after dying twice in a row. Top lane now again. They've got the silence, but that leaves open the black hole possibility here if they want to go for it, and they will. They'll drop down the black hole, stop the other TPs, knowing they're not needed, and it will be Akashi and Bak who split that kill.
Yeah, a lot of gold going back their way again. Now, we have to look at this game probably from the middle late game perspective, and you will have to favor the Philippines side, I would say. They just have Shaker, they have Enigma, who can go for potential refresher. It's going to be very hard for Mongolia to play in the mid late game.
Stolen sticky bomb thrown over onto Mac. So
yeah, Rubik and Morph from the same team. They can steal the same hero twice.
Double blast off.
That would be a very funny combination.
It would be similar to when you used to see Earthshaker with the Morph, the double dunk.
Yeah, yeah, that was so overpowered.
Yes, it definitely needed to leave the game and stayed in for way too long. So Axe picked up here for Meepo.
So Mega Meepo is already online.
Mega Meepo! So
I want to see what itemization he goes for. Is he going to try to just go for a normal one where you go Blink Dagger into Skadi stats? Or is he going to try to focus on a single Meepo with Hard and
with
Butterfly?
Rod of Atos already? I mean, Rod of Atos is pretty standard, right?
Yeah, that's pretty standard. It's just to set up your net, gives good stats. And you don't really ever upgrade it.
Right, to the Gleipnir.
Yeah, usually you just sell it after a while. But yeah, either you go for the cookie cutter approach, which is like Blink, Skadi, Hex, or you really invest into the single Meepo, you go Hard, Butterfly, Hard right clicks.
Now sitting top of the net worth, so we'll see what he does pretty quickly because he's farming at a good rate.
Yeah, I think
over mid
struggling a little bit with its net worth. It isn't it, right? It's an
Meepo?
entity. No, Enigma.
Oh, Enigma? It's a...
It's an it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Radiant's middle
It's just like
tower
an
has
entity,
fallen.
but not them.
Oh, that's a free Roshan. Yep, Brood, Morph, Enchantress have an abundance of damage. No chance whatsoever, and goes onto the Morphling. It's gonna be tough to kill him twice, that's for sure.
As long as he doesn't stay fully shifted into the Agi, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do have ways to instantly stun him, of course, the Shaker initiation as well as the Black Hole potential.
Did Shaker go for that shard?
I think he did.
Yeah.
I'm very
Radiant
worried
structures are fortified.
for Mongolia, because even though the Philippines are behind a little bit, Enigma and Shaker are always heroes that can turn the game around in an instant.
With one good fight.
One good fight, one good Echo, one good Black Hole. Suddenly the entire game goes back to your favor.
Just taking a look as the top lane is getting pushed. It's tier 3 that's getting pushed here.
With low spiders. They look so weird at net.
The net, yeah. It looks like it's just spiders. Do you really want to play this far forward? Yeah, that confirms the shard. And then right there for the net. Hit him with another. And another. And then that's it. Let him leave.
Only got 3 right now. It will be 4 in a short while. And of course, the more meeples you have, the stronger Mega Meeple also gets.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
smoking
under
up
attack.
Ether Lens picked up on the Enigma, so more cast range on that Black Hole and
Dire are
Malefice.
scanning.
Meeple's going for the Skadi. Okay.
And he's already got one of the ulti orbs.
Yeah, he's still very farmed. But
Do you have to be like over farmed when you're Meepo?
no, not anymore.
Fissure
nowadays.
misses. Totem off to the side. They will jump him with the Meepos and get the kill. So Mac getting that kill onto the Enchantress. CML gets away, but Sticky Bomb stolen once again. Nothing too major stolen by this Rubik just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they really just picked it to steal the Black Hole, right? But there are a couple of really good spells to steal. Fissure, Crypt Swarm. Exorcism, not really, but the Silence can be really game-breaking.
Yeah, especially against that Enigma. Can he take this by himself? Yeah, right?
Yeah, if he gets the other Meeples. Meeple's one of the best heroes against this.
Why did I even question?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, he's taking literally 0 damage.
Yeah. Nope. Nope. Oh.
It's regening too much. It's still
Radiant's
up.
middle tower is under attack.
And there it is.
There we go.
So that gives the shard over to CML, which is that reactive taser upgrade.
It's really good against Morphling because he doesn't typically build into a BKB. Even against the Enchantress too. If she gets disarmed, you're suddenly like, yeah, what can I do?
Wait, you put it on the Meepo, he jumps in, boom, boom, boom.
You Mega Meeple with Taser? That must look really scary.
So 11 just doing a good job of keeping this top lane pushed in, but a lot of gold being given away when he's able to take a stack of Spiderlings with the Meepo.
Can we revert the gold of Spiderlings again to like 20?
To make it just more detrimental to feeding them like this?
Yeah, because he's done this a couple of times, but he gets like 100 gold on a Meeple. You're kind of like, it's not bad, but not great.
I don't disagree with that.
So he's still going to the Axe and the Morph. Is he going to try to morph into the DP to steal that spell amp? Or does he want to steal the stats from the Meeple? Because, like, in truth, if you're a Mega Meeple and you get morphed, you are losing a ton of stats. Actually, I don't know how that interaction works. Is it just the main Meeple that loses stats?
I don't know. Maybe we'll have to keep an eye.
Because, I mean, in theory, the main Meeple is tied to the other Meeple, so if the main Meeple loses stats, then all the other Meeples lose stats.
That sounds right to me.
And then your Mega Meeple loses 4 times the stats. That's a lot of math.
Don't ask me.
Dire's bottom tower is
Please.
under attack.
I'm not.
Radiant's top
Not
tower
going to
is
embarrass
under
myself again.
The gold advantage went down to pretty much nothing though. They were up 4k, so they're just getting out-farmed, out-efficiency around the map.
attack. Radiant's top tower
I will say the only thing that's becoming a bit of a problem here for the Filipino squad is the fact that they've only got 1 outer tower remaining, so you can put pressure on this bottom tier 3 and force them to kind of need to fight. Orchid comes out from 11, some damage being done, but
DP's
Not
tanky.
much, yeah. Not much else you can do in that situation. You need to be careful because if Enigma gets in, he's got that Blink Dagger now, so he can't jump Blink Black Hole.
It is such a fragile build though. Etherlens, Vessel, Blink. Like you really need that BKB to go to the next level. And once that BKB is up, the only one that can really cancel it is that Rubik. And then we're gonna have the Black Hole standoff.
That's always cool though.
It is, but it's very hard to actually get a Black Hole through because there's such a long range fissure. You need to be like in the perfect position, long range silence. It's a tough Rubik game.
Yeah, it's not the easiest one, especially pick 2. So mine's being placed in the base, and Brood's almost got that Manta style.
Yeah, he's going pure right click.
Game kind of slowing down, and I think that Mongolia are feeling the fact that their advantage is no longer existent.
Yeah, which is very interesting. Like they kind of slowly just lost it. Nothing really happened. There wasn't any kill exchange or anything. Since they've gotten that Aegis, both sides just farmed, but the Philippines just farmed way, way, way more effectively. Like they basically made 1k gold advantage per minute. And even now, they were up again 2k, Mongolia was. Now it's back to even again.
So bound to hit that 25-minute mark. And all right. There's a silence, but not much else, except for +9, +9, +9 all over the place there for Akashi.
Sometimes 8.
Sometimes 8. That's ridiculous. Those look like 9s to me. Out, I guess 60. So he's going to take this bottom group wave, and they're going to look over and hit this fissure. Black Hole comes in. Can they steal it? The fissure that was stolen is ending up stopping the Black Hole. They get the kill on a Boomy. They'll take out Bach. That's 2% on the side of the Filipino squad already. The nets are in onto Akashi. 11 not too healthy at the moment. They land the silence. It's on the Ember. The blast off lands. Sanctity ends up dead. The turnaround of the Morphling. He's going to pop that Manta. 4-2-3 trying to get away here with the help of the Enchantress. There's a net back over as he morphed into the Meepo. And this ends up right now being a 2-for-1, but Mac wants more. He hits that silence. He's got Radamatos available in a moment. Great fissure coming in from Andrew, and that will stop them from advancing. The fissure's doing so much in this fight for the Rubik.
And then Meepo is just pretty much impossible to kill. They're right-clicking him all the time, but whenever Meepo gets damaged the most, he just digs, gets 35% max health back, and you always have that additional option of the Mega Meepo, of course.
Which we are yet to see.
Yeah, multiple safe options available.
Ooh, they might be going in on the...
There's the Mega Meepo. But he's being left alone.
And he just left.
And nobody wants to see him.
Mega Meepo. So Mega. So Meepo. Blast off, silence, proxy mines, Echo Slam, all down on the Morphling.
Nope.
Can they kill him though? Manta, Totem, that won't be enough. They're gonna blink forward though. They've got the route of Atos coming in from Akashi, and they have the Spirit Vessel on this Morph, meaning he can't survive. Fissure on the edge, lands onto the Enchantress. They've got everybody here from the side of the Philippines. They're trying to chase, but, well, they also see a stack that's kind of worth a good amount of gold. So they won't chase too far. They'll grab some of these Ancients and grab some of these neutral items.
It's becoming really hard for the Mongolian team to actually fight into the Philippines. There's just so much long-range poke. The Meepo is honestly the perfect front line. You have to go through 4 of them. There's a Death Prophet causing a lot of chaos in the backlines. How do you ever reach this Techies, the Enigma, or the Shaker? It's so difficult.
Yeah, the only time Techies is really putting himself into harm's way is that initial blast off. Other than that, we kind of see him back off the fight.
Just throwing stickies in. Look how tanky the Meepo is. Every Meepo has over 3,000 health. You have the Dig ability, which again...
25 armor.
Yeah, Dig heals you for 35% max health. Then you transform him into the Mega Meepo, which I think at this point he's probably closer to 5,000 health, maybe 6,000. It's getting scary.
And I think that Mongolia is kind of feeling that. They 5-man smoke. Also feeling the fact that Roche is up in a second. Ooh, Fissure lands. They'll get this gun to CML.
Looking for more. Not gonna find more.
But Roche is up, so another Aegis could be coming through here for the side of Mongolia.
Yeah, it should be a pretty free one. I don't think they want to fight the entire areas under control of Mongolia. And this
you
one
could try,
has cheese.
I guess you have no Echo, no Black.
In truth, though, the way the fight has been going, this shouldn't matter too much. But no one was ever really in danger. Although Brood, when she gets the next item, she's gonna start hitting really hard. Because as of now, she's actually the quote-unquote main carry.
Right.
And more of a disruption.
Until he gets the rest of his items. They're looking at the late game here.
Yeah, but the late game is also where the Philippines, in my opinion, really shine with that Enigma BKB.
Radiant's bottom
Once that's
tower
up,
is under
the only
attack.
way to cancel that is with a Lucky Basher on someone that doesn't want to build a Basher, or your own Black Hole from the Rubik.
Right. So let's see how this goes. Fight coming through. Looking over Bach. He's going to back up while they kill off SE.
I'm not even winded.
Worth 800 gold. That's a lot of money.
Radiant's
A lot of money
top
for an
tower is
Enchantress,
under
that's for
attack.
sure.
Yeah, kill one is crazy to fetch. Got Fissure,
Totem.
stun, yeah.
Radiant's
He
middle
didn't have
tower
BKB
is
ready
under
actually.
attack.
Like, if there was follow-up to that,
Slight coming through, and let's see. Mega Meepo, there it is.
just like that. 5.6k health.
Oof. That's a lot of it.
That's a lot of health.
Dire's courier
Oh,
has
see him
been
out
killed.
losing his courier. 11 moving pretty far forward. Not sure you want to be in a position like that. However, the heroes on the side of the Philippines are backing away.
Brood is pretty strong with this BKB, but there is of course always the potential to get echoed and just burst it from 100 to 0. Once Meepo hits 25 and he gets that 5th Meepo, that's when Mega Meepo goes to the next level.
Right.
Then he has like 7k health. He hits for like
Super
500 base
mega.
damage. So. Rubik is pretty good against that though. Like, if he Fate Bolts him, he's gonna lose at 200 damage.
That's pretty good. So now a little bit of a net worth lead for the Philippines. 31 minutes into the game, you can see 11 coming off from those webs. Fissure lands though, there's the totem follow-up. Still nothing doing as Meepo's bottom.
Yeah, Meepo is really good in these kind of scenarios. I even wanted to even split push a little bit more with Meepos. Of course, he's a little bit scared because he doesn't want to just die and feed anything away.
Him being dead, if potentially without buyback, might end up being a bit of an issue. Could be costly for the game.
Yeah, they have a very strong push lineup on the Mongolian side. Mac getting aggressed, but he has a Shiva's guard. Has a gem as well. Pretty early gem pickup for no real invisibility on the other side.
Yeah, maybe getting rid of some vision.
Now the Eng also bought a gem. BKB is up on the Enigma. So, yeah, eyes on Rubik, eyes on Enigma. They're probably going to be the big heroes for the teams.
See if the Philippines want to go in, if they sense the timing of this Aegis.
Yeah, there might be a smoke coming in soon.
There's a smoke coming in from the side of Mongolia. That's going to be broken inside of Fist Searing Chains, but
that's not who you
getting
want to lose
away,
first.
and now jumping forward. Interestingly enough, Sanctity wanting to go for a second.
Yeah, the Ogre Seal Totem. Kind of a ridiculous one.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Fair
under
balanced.
attack.
Yeah, just jump over the edge, no problem. They might be waiting for the Hex on the Meepo as well. Wait for the Aegis to expire, so they can just get that free black hole on the morph. Try to kill him 100 to 0.
Bach's got his shard now, thanks to Meepo taking yet another Tormentor.
That is the Malefice one, right?
Dire's middle
Think
tower
so.
is under attack.
Spawns what, an Eidolon every time? Pretty
Fissure, Totem, nothing. But
not that impressive of a shard.
30 seconds left on this Aegis if they can get the timing right. This is the last outer tower standing here for the Philippines. Meanwhile, you know, they've got a 3k lead while playing the defensive shell.
Yeah, they just out-efficiency them. But that's what Meepo is so good at, right? Like, the map is so huge. You have 4 Meepos that can farm pretty much by themselves. Broodmother is kind of stalking.
For the Brood, BKB, and off to the side with the silence. They're trying to get this Earthshaker out. Boomy's not going to be so fortunate. They'll drop down the black hole. That's for one. And they both don't have buyback, so 70 seconds without both these heroes, and there's that Aegis expiring.
They used Axo as well, though. Probably going to try to... they can't really get anything done with this. A little bit of an overcommitment. Didn't have the Black Hole and Exorcism, but of course, Broodmother's a big kill. You want to avenge your Earthshaker as well.
Leaves them without their ults, though, because no Echo Slam for 40. No Black Hole, no Exo. And it stuns the game a little bit.
Yeah,
Meepo's still happy to farm.
Defensively for a little while. They have a Hex. This could be a surprise Hex. He doesn't know about this.
Sticky Bomb, Shivas. And thinking about going in.
Anybody could get Hexed here. They don't have the greatest saves. I don't think the Rubik has a shard. They're hiding the Hex.
Radiant's
Nothing doing.
Tower is under attack.
It's okay, you're Meepo, you never have to show.
Has fallen.
Roche potentially up in 2 minutes. And he's starting to get a lot of farm. He's 24,000 net worth. Starting to extend his lead is really what I mean.
Yeah, but he's almost full slotted. Well, you can always consume the Aghanim's, of course, and get one more item. Another smoke. They know they have no ultimates on the Philippine side, but they actually smoke themselves. How confident are they in the fight? This Meepo is mega strong. They might not even need the Black Hole. He can just play the backline with Malefice.
Level 2 Echo is pretty solid, right?
It is. Could be a lot of damage, a lot of turnaround potential. And they still didn't show that Hex on the Meepo. Actually, he was under ward probably, so they should know about this. But yeah, instant Hex on a Morph, he could just get blown up instantly.
Yeah. That's very true. They'll take out the Obs War that's here over in the triangle area.
Under attack.
As they shift on over again. Have the Meepos pushing top. Wisdom Rune picked up by Boomy, and here they come to potentially go for the high ground. That's Echo Slam used, and a kill there onto 11. Boomy just grabbing a
There was a lot of silence there.
Side of Fist Searing Chains and a 4-staff back, but they look over as the Ogre Seal Totem gets him some distance, but not enough distance. As Akashi is here to get this kill on to Andrew.
He's looking for more. Morphling. No, he's out.
So that bumps it up to a 6,000 net worth lead.
He almost solo killed that Broodmother. There were so many Spiderlings.
That Echo is pretty much instant death.
Mind you, they picked the Brood.
Fissure
into
lands.
it.
The Totem, silence, and the stun, but pops the BKB and runs.
No Hex follow-up. Was out of range, unfortunately. But this time, this Exorcism can threaten the tier 2. Maybe it will even have a little bit of juice left for the tier 3.
Radiant's courier.
Backdoor now off. So, taking a look is there goes the tier 2 tower top. And the opponent's Tormentor too.
Oh, they've never taken him, huh?
So that's a shard for Mac.
That's a good one too. That's a fear on the Siphon. It's a very scary hero.
Oh yeah, scary enough to put the fear in your eyes.
And an extra charge on the Siphon as well.
Ooh, Spell Prism.
That's a really good one for the DP. Probably the best from that tier. What does Meepo want? Probably Ninja Gear. Is there any better stats on tier 4? I don't think so. I think Ninja Gear is probably the one that you want. It also gives you potential to solo killer on the map. 25 Agi is not bad for Meepo.
Yeah.
Or is it 26 now even? Who knows?
I think you're right though, that it is the best singular stat, right?
Mac. Now, here's the problem again. They don't have any great long lockdown on the sides of Mongolia. They'll always be able to get the BKBs off, the Siphons off. How are you ever going to burst this DP? Unless your Rubik steals like an insanely good stun or Black Hole.
So that scan lands. Mac going in with Shivas. Side of Fist Searing Chains with Silence, but Yule's up in the air. And now Akashi's going to go into the backline, looking for Sanctity. They've got the Silence. They drop down the Echo Slam, but the Ember's going to be able to get out of this one. They get the Kona Boomy. They'll take the Earthshaker. Black Hole on the 3, though. The turnaround, and now the Black Hole from the Rubik from so far away.
See you later, Filipino squad. That's a whole turnaround here for Mongolia. They are going to take out 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes. And this Meepo, trying to do everything he can to fight back, goes in for 11. It's a 1v5 situation. The damage with the impetus, they'll take them all out. The Filipino squad gets wiped, and Mongolia will taste the riches of this Roche, this Aegis, and this lead.
All thanks to the Rook. We said he was going to be a hero to come through for them, and he did. Was it like a 5-man black hole? 4-man?
I mean, when you count all the Meepos, it could have been
like an
8, 9.
That was an insanely good black hole. That cast range is also insane. Very good
He was
itemization
behind
by
the
Rubik.
trees. He's not even in vision of that spot.
Yeah, that's always the danger of playing the Enigma into the Rubik. Roshan is up. They have a creep in there.
Should be all theirs.
Potentially, but they're not going into it just yet. That is a massive turnaround. Like that team fight was supposed to be in the Philippines' favor 100%.
Oh, for sure.
That black hole was insane.
There they go into Roche. Man, what a black hole turnaround.
The initial black hole was so good too.
Yeah, man, but that's why you pick Rubik, right? For moments like that against the Enigma.
That's right, was a counter pick. Showed you why. And it's up again in 40 seconds. He still has it, he didn't even die.
Yeah. You've got Spell Prism now in the Enigma. This is third Roche, so Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard if you want to get all those Ember charges back.
Makes me wonder, would it have been worth more to wait a couple of seconds and then get it on the Radiant side? Because then you get the Axe Scepter.
I don't know, but let's take a look at this once again. This is the replay. This black hole from the Enigma, prime time.
He got all 3 cores.
Look at the black hole from the other side. This is every Meepo.
All 3 cores.
And Max on the edge of it.
He got everyone.
Yeah, he got everybody.
And the techies jumped into it as well.
Oh my gosh.
It was literally 5-man. Or 8-man, whatever you want to call it. 4-man, 4 Meepos.
Yeah. It's as good as it gets. And he still has it. He still has it for a fourth of the duration.
And his black hole, of course, has a shorter cooldown than the Enigma ones because of the 25% talent. So there is a little bit of time. Ow. Ow. Got Tranquils, he's fine. They're looking to kill again with the black hole.
Should. He's got Andis now. Slot that in.
Now, how does the Philippines approach those fights is the real question. They're going to be scared after this one.
You have to be under the assumption he's still holding black hole, right?
100%. But let's just say it's completely neutral. How do you approach a fight? Because you can't hard commit like that anymore.
You can't.
You have to be scared now.
You just have to catch the Rubik.
Which isn't easy.
No. So, this game has been back and forth even.
Very good game. That's what we expected, right? Like my personal top 2 for this tournament, and they're really showing here why.
Level 24 for Akashi. He's going to hit that level 25 soon.
Hex and the Brute Mother now picked up as well. So they... Doesn't really solve any problems for them though, because I feel like they might be lacking a little bit of damage. Again, last fight they literally only won because of Rubik. Like Rubik did everything.
So, pretty nice Lotuses right there.
Flames will spread.
You could see 4-2-3 farming just some of these neutrals, and let's take a look as
got the Mind Breaker.
Got ourselves. Ooh. Pause for a second.
Pause and unpause. Pause again.
FPS drop just a little bit, and you know we're seeing a very close game at the moment. Hoping that we get back into this one very soon because it's been exciting. And I feel like this last fight, he's got, what, probably a couple seconds left on that black hole to go in and use it if he wants to. Could just steal it again. Why not?
Yeah. I just want to make clear again, though, without that black hole, they get absolutely demolished in that fight. And I don't really see how much is going to be different in the next fight. Like, if they're more aware of the Rubik, maybe even get an initiation on them, he's not going to be there to bail them out anymore.
Right. Yeah, it could be a very dangerous fight coming into this one if you're the Rubik, but what about everybody else? Morphling, can you stay confident? They truthfully don't need to be as grouped up as that was, but that was a fight over by the Lotus Pool, and that's just the terrain that sets you up for something like that. It feels as though maybe the area of the fight might be similar, though, coming into the high ground, right?
Yeah. I think the big problem that Mongolia is running into, though, they have the DP with like 3,000 health, status resistance, spirit siphons, so much armor to go through with the Shiva's Guard as well. The Meepo, like the Mega Meepo has like 6,000 health. All the Meepos themselves have like 4,000 health. They just don't have the damage right now to go through those two cores.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about what item is really going to change that, because Brute just picked up a Hex. That's not really going to add more damage. Like the Enchantress needs to somehow stay alive because she's going to be adding a lot of damage. But I think until 10 or 15 more minutes pass, they really won't have the damage capacity to chew through those heroes.
Yeah, so even going for this high ground, well, you do have Aegis, you do have Cheese, you do have Refresher Shard, so maybe you can. Maybe this gives you the opportunity to play this like 6-on-5. Obviously, buyback status, a very important part of going up into the high ground, and maybe we just don't see them able to pull it off, right?
Yeah, it's always going to be very, very difficult. I think when the game is really going to go Philippines' way is when they have the Lincoln Sphere pick up on that Enigma, because then you blink in BKB, he tries to spell steal, oh, you got the Lincoln Sphere now, what can you do about it?
Yeah, you got to hope that maybe you could Fade Bolt him first and then throw something in. What else do you really have to break Lincolns on this team at the moment?
Not too much. But honestly, Rubik can probably do it himself. I actually forgot for a second that you can throw any spell through BKB now and will pop Lincolns anyway. You just Fate Bolt him and then steal the Black Hole. Lincolns is not even a counter anymore. So what is the counter, actually? Like, this Rubik must be feeling really confident. I'm just going to stand here, and Enigma will never be able to go in.
Yeah, the Enigma does have Aeon Disc, so, you know, we are going to have to see what happens here as we're back into it. Resume on this one.
Trying to threaten the high ground. He picked up the Lincoln Sphere. Makes me wonder, did he forget about that change just as much as I did?
Ooh, they're going to go into the Morphling. You got to remember he's got the Aegis, but can he get out with that first life? Just barely able to do so, and looks for the high five the other way around. And still not easy to go up on this high ground. They'll take the Tormentor on the opposite side of the map. Get themselves Shard on Rubik, which is now a save that they have to use.
Yeah, the Ally Lift. It's a very good tool, especially with the cast range that he has. I'm also thinking for the Philippines, who can really find that Rubik? They don't really have the Storm Spirit or any sort of like Spectre backline jumper. They have a very strong front line,
right,
but they don't have anybody that cuts into the backline.
Yeah, not really at all. And Mongolia now with 3,000 net worth lead. Didn't feel like they grabbed a massive lead off that last fight, but
that was because the Philippines had a massive lead.
Yeah.
And that fight turned everything around. That Meepo kill alone was worth like 2,000 gold. Which again, kill bounty, a little bit crazy this patch.
A
Just
little bit,
just a touch.
very high.
Just a touch. All by design.
Fisher.
Whoa,
right
everyone's
onto
here.
Sanctity. Let's bring them all in. And
Should have Black Hole?
Oh, yeah, you were saying. Oh, gosh.
Needed to Black Hole like straight away there.
Yeah, they gave him an opportunity to leave, and I don't even know if they know that they didn't hold Black Hole. Now they're going to jump in for this. They know they've got nothing on the deck for them. But look at the damage coming in under the Morphling. Is going to be enough coming out from the Meepo? They've got the Stolen Spirit Siphon because well, it's not stolen. He morphed into the Death Prophet. So he was able to fear away the Meepo. The Fissure lands on the edge. They've got the Totem. They're still going to go for 4-2-3. They've also got 11 off to the side. The nets are coming in. Nobody did just yet, though, on either side.
Yeah. Honestly, I was going to say, is it a blessing in disguise? Because now you can't use the Black Hole. Rubik will never be able to steal it. And can the rest of your team just kind of push through, you know? Aegis reclaimed.
That felt pretty quick for an Aegis reclaim, but it's all the same. 2 Sleight of Fist charges now, so things get a little bit more difficult. That's a Remnant into the base.
Yeah, just to burn that Blink Dagger out with the Shard. It's very annoying when there's just like this Remnant with the big AoE burning your Blink Dagger.
So the Searing Chains once again.
Always getting scrapped, man.
It's 2 Sleight of Fist charges now.
Tower gone.
That's what they needed.
Satanic picked up as well in the Morphling.
They've got Spell Prism available on this black hole, but it is still ways from being up.
The jumping with the Hex, the damage this time is enough to get the kill. He does not have buyback. They pop the Exo, they want more. They'll land the Fissure, they've got the Totem on SC. The BKB is gonna be popped by Sanctity. The Remnant back over to the side of Akashi. They pop that Aeon Disc on the Rubik, who's gonna be up into the air and looking to die here. He'll fall to Mac, and now they're gonna try and jump onto the Enchantress, get the kill there. 3 heroes down to the side of Mongolia as the Philippines defend after losing that tier 3 bottom.
No buyback on the Morphling. Meepo means a lot of base damage.
Yeah.
They might even be able to get a mid-Rex. Honestly, they might even be able to mega them. Broodmother, however, took the AoE Silicon Bowler talent. You will see when he starts in the tier 4, if they choose to push, those 5 Meepos are going to absolutely destroy the base.
Boom, 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 boom.
Man, if not for that Silicon Bowler talent, if we chose the other one, the base would be gone right now.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, tier 3, 30 seconds without this.
More Blink Black Hole right on the Sanctity.
Rubik, what back?
Buyback from the Rubik is going to be quick enough. They still got the kill on the Sanctity. They're going to try and turn this around. They'll throw the Black Hole. It's going to be on a Mac. Can they get the damage out of the Death Prophet? They can. They'll take out Mac. They'll take out Bach. They'll look over the Techies. They've got themselves a third. Boomy trying to run away, but he'll end up dead. Now it's Akashi against the world again. He's going after this Enchantress who's up onto the high ground, throwing out these impetus shots. They go to the side of Fist. They've got themselves the Remnant right on the Akashi Meepo, and he will die. Ultra kill for Sanctity. Another team wipe for Mongolia, and they hold again.
Nice Black Hole steal again. This time it was only on a Death Prophet, but it was such an important kill to pick up. Nice patience with the buyback too. He waited for that Black Hole. He canceled it with the Fate Ball, as we said, steals the Black Hole, and sets the team up for success. There's a lot of money going to the bank account of Sanctity.
It's going to be at least an 8K lead if they all buy back here, and that's 1, that's 2. Do you commit to it all and just fight with nothing available? Or do you try to hold? Fissure, Totem, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Not a lot of life left on this Brood, but can heal up.
Man, I didn't really think about the Silicon Bowler AoE talent that you can skill now at the level 20, or was it 25? But that destroys Meepo completely. He's not hitting anything. When he was hitting those buildings, it was just miss, 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 miss. They might have to think about picking up a Bloodthorn, to be honest, just so the Meepo doesn't miss anymore. Hard game, but it can be either one's game. But the thing is, Meepo will fall off eventually. This Morphling, the Ember, and the Brood, they will outscale.
What else can Ember get though at this point?
He can consume the axe, get, I mean, Divine Rapier is always an option.
True.
If you want to do that with the Blink Dagger. We've seen it many times, especially in the late game scenario. Then he will have to completely re-itemize though. He will have to build Daedalus. I mean, Aeon Disc himself, to save him from protect himself from the Black Hole.
Right.
It's a good idea. Because honestly, the Eng has a Moonshot now, if she chooses to buy it. She's going to be pumping out damage. An insane
I know, like I said, all you needed was that Hurricane Pike. And then you're a damage dealer.
Okay, they're actually smoking into them. Brood. It's a little bit out, but don't have the vision. Or do they? Found the Morph. No edges on him.
Yeah, 4-2-3. They've got the Hex though. It's going to be onto this Death Prophet. They're going to blink in. They've got the Black Hole. They're going to go get this kill onto this Broodmother. Can they? They've got the stolen Black Hole. Once again, but that time it's going to be stopped. They've got the Silence. They're going to stop them. 4-2-3 as well as 11 are going to be dead. They'll both buy back. They're going to try and get in this fight. This one's going to be over to the top line. And they'll get the kill in a box. They'll take out the Enigma. They'll end up losing the Rubik, who's dead for 102 seconds. Down goes the Enchantress, dead for 108 seconds. They can't get back into the fight quickly enough. Buybacks committed from both the Broodmother as well as the Morphling, and now it's all in the Filipino hands as we keep going back and forth.
Roshan, he's gonna run through the portal and...
Ooh, might stop that TP.
Bump, 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 bump. Do it, push him.
Bump. This is gonna be Axe Blessing though.
This is gonna be Axe Blessing.
That's...
Who is gonna take
who
that?
do you give that to? Do you give it to the Enigma? He doesn't have Black Hole for 95.
I feel...
Does Akashi just take it and get the gold back?
DP's one is very underwhelming. Shaker maybe for more mobility could be nice. Techie's minefield, honestly, is not terrible.
Especially with a team that wants to move and chase.
Meepo bought BKB, actually. Very interesting pickup.
Ags for Mac, but does he hold it?
Great move by Mac, by the way. He pretty much won him the team fight. Like, he saw the Rubik stole black hole, he moved out immediately, throws silence the other way, cancels the black hole. Of course, I think there was like another 3-man black hole again.
Yeah, it would have been. It was at least 2.
Now Techies has a Hex as well. Items are coming together. And we said in the late game, Black Hole, Echo Slam, DP Ghost, there's just a lot of chaos. Meepo running wild. It's hard to really stand up against that.
Yeah, now you got to try and defend your base. You don't have Enchantress, you don't have Rubik. There's no chance to steal Black Hole at the moment. There's the Mega Meepo we've been waiting to see. They've got the silence, they land the Fissure, it's on to 11. You can see the Fissures coming in from Boomy, and he is just making this very difficult for them as they go for this set of racks over in the bottom lane, and nothing really stopping them at the moment, but they'll only take the melee racks. But that lane,
7.6k health, 400
now
base
naturally
damage.
pushing, yeah.
61 armor!
So much armor.
How do you have 61 armor? How is that not hacking?
No, it is.
It is hacking?
Just a little bit. Ags Rubik.
That means 2 spells.
Huh.
Do you even want 2 spells though? Because you're really just playing for the black hole.
Black hole, and then you also Echo Slam.
Black hole and Midnight Pull to become the better Enigma.
True. That is very true. So, let's see how this goes.
Since the Filipino team is much more aware of their Rubik positioning, team fights have been much harder for Mongolia. There's always at least one hero outside that can cancel the black hole.
They give...
What do you think? Honestly, I thought Rubik should have gone for BKB. So just so he has his own BKB black hole.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Another easy Torment to take. This time, everybody's got their shard, so...
just money. 280 each. Yeah. That's a lot of money.
That's worth it.
1,400, in fact. Just as much as a shard.
Yeah. Something like that.
Wow. But yeah, BKB on Rubik, I think, would have been absolutely game-breaking. I hope it's going to be his next item. Because, again, Philippines, they don't have a way to stop that Rubik black hole through BKB.
Yeah, 16,000 net worth for the Philippines isn't exactly shut the door just yet.
Yeah.
Another fight one would.
Ah, man, looking at this, it's going to be painful. Like, if they lose, and they could have been in a situation where the Rubik with BKB would have actually won the game, they'd be kicking themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely something you got to think about, right?
Yeah, it's not your typical Rubik item. We've seen some at the major. You know, some
I think in a position like this, yeah, you definitely need to be going to it.
Yeah, because you're... I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but you are right now the winning condition for your team.
Yeah, considering that there's a Morph in the game and Ember that's getting really farmed and an Enchantress that's looking to be a core as well. The fact that you're now the winning condition here as the Rubik is surprising, but also something you need to be aware of.
You say really farmed, then you look at the DP and Meepo,
and they're super farmed. But they'll go in and...
Mega Meepo, here we go.
Yeah, Mega Meepo it up. Somebody lit the light that's Meepo, and they need him to come over. And look at the damage coming in from the Enchantress. They've got the right clicks coming through, and he gets a little bit low. He does have that Aegis. They're going to slide a fist and look for the Remnants over to the side. Black Hole's going to be used. It's onto the Broodmother. They'll get the kill in 11. He's dead for 2 minutes.
No buyback.
So no buyback, and that was all they really needed to start to break the high ground was 1 kill here onto the Brood. But can they go for more? Exo's still got some time on it. Boomy's off to the side, looking to land a Fissure, and there's Exo ending.
How do you stop him? There's a lot of spam damage, but there's still the Aegis. Mega Meepo's off cooldown in 15.
Playing very safe.
Aegis reclaimed in 50.
They still have
do they
Black
not
Hole
know
again.
that Brood doesn't have buyback? Because it's still quite a ways off. Usually you'd be timing that. Be like, oh, yeah, no buyback for this time.
Even with Brood backup, you've got the Refresher. You have Black Hole available again.
Yeah, he refreshed already in the fog.
Yeah.
Here we go. Looking for the Mega Meepo again.
Reactive Taser disarming the Morphling. He's level 25. They've got the Hex. It's onto the Morph. They'll have the Sticky Bomb to land. They do have themselves available the Black Hole, but they need to be aware of where this Rubik is. And it's also easy to just poke, prod, and get yourself a racks and not force anything that's going to be too dangerous. But without Brood buying back, you got to assume at this point that they don't have it.
Yeah, H will be reclaimed though. Often getting
Wind Waker.
a little low.
And there's the Aegis reclaim, back to full health, full mana. And do they back away and wait, or are we going to see them push? Because I think going into a game and getting to the 60-minute mark, net worth can a lot of the times be thrown out the window. Looking for it, they're going on the Ember, but there's the telekinesis save. They're going to throw him to the back lines. They've got the fissure. That will be a sleight of fist. They'll push him away. They've got the waveform forward with the BKB being bombed here by Akashi. Now, also popped by 4-2-3. Sanctity goes into the backlines, gets the kill into the techies. They pop that EXO once again. They're going to have a remnant over to the side. The BKB's going to be running out in just a moment. They're going to buy back here on CML, but he's got to get back into the fight. Fissure lands, remnant over, off to the side. They get the kill. It's a proxy mine that takes out Sanctity. That's going to be Echo Slam committed by Boomy. They're in on the Morphling. They've got the Fissure landing. CML's going to go over the blast off once again. They get the count of 4-2-3, and that is the Morphling dead. Still, Aeon Disc popped on this Rubik, 11 off to the side, trying to hold on, but they're going to be able to get at least Mega Creeps, probably the game. They look over at 11, is going to pop the BKB. Akashi gets low and dies. Straight up to the Brood, the damage coming out onto this Death Prophet. Now they'll get another kill. They bought back. It's the return of Mac. As he goes in, the Brood's in trouble. The telekinesis to get the save. Max back into the fight. They look over at Sanctity. He's going to run away from this one. And all of a sudden, you'd think it was over, but they are holding without this Morphling. He's not available for a minute 30. They look over at 11. They've got Boomy off to the side. They'll land that silence. The right click's coming in. They're going to rip him apart, but don't get the kill. There's the refresher. There's the black hole. Brood's in trouble and gone. So 11 ends up dead. Ench, Rubik, Sanctity on the Ember. He's going to try and hold. They've got the glyph. They still have another minute without this Morphling.
5 and 5 though.
There's the sticky bomb. You got to be careful if you are. Akashi goes into the Mega Meepo. They've got the Remnant off to the side. There's the Wind Waker. They've got themselves the Mega Creeps right now. They're going to look over at Mac. They've got themselves the buyback, and now Morphling's going to be coming back in. BKB, TP out. Morph comes back. Can he find anything else, though? Fissure lands, that's onto Rubik, and now the totem off to the side. That'll stun him up again, and they're trying to get Boomy out, but the sticky bomb, that lands, and they're going to waveform forward, trying to get a kill here onto the Earthshaker. Fissure once again. There's the totem with the blink. He'll get away. He'll TP out, and they will make their escape. But for now, Mongolia's lives still exist.
They exist, although against Mega Creeps, and that BKB on the Meepo, it's a very rare pickup. But the Mega Meepo plus TP out combination might have just won them the game, to be honest. If he dies there, the game is over.
It's over.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Brood also chose to not buy back, so her buyback will still be off cooldown.
Bought a blink, though. There's the buyback.
And he buys back anyway, straight
and
away.
buyback.
That's a very late buyback.
Yeah.
Because usually, if you want to buy back anyways, you just do it straight away.
And if you bought back immediately, you would have just got the gold for blink after farming, right?
Well, they want to go for an all-out push, obviously, but there's no black hole up.
No.
But Meepo is very strong. Like, they don't even need to defend the first Rex.
They don't need to force this right here, right now.
They don't
either.
need to do anything.
Because you're forcing this, you have a minute till tier 5s. If you're going into the same scenario, why not just wait, right?
Oh my
They're
god,
going to go in, look at the damage onto the Brood. They can't lifesteal just yet. They've got the silence. It's going to come through onto the Enchantress as well as the Morphling. 4-2-3 is gone. They go to the Echo Slam. They land onto the Enchantress. They should be able to get the kill on SC, and they'll go over after the Rubik. Fissure lands from a distance. That's 3 heroes dead. They've got the buyback available here on the Rubik, but it isn't going to mean anything. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. They've got the stun. Havoc Hammer's going to be used, but they get CML. Sanctity off to the side. He still has himself a remnant available, but Creeps are here to take the base and win the game for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, late game scenario, like you couldn't get through the front line of the Meepo and the DP, and we spoke about how game-winning Enigma does this in the late game. Black Hole, such a game winner, always has been. Enigma's back in the meta, so we're gonna be seeing a lot more Enigma games. Rubik almost turned it around for his team, but you're just a Rubik. You're not as good as an Enigma. You're a good copy, but you're just a copy.
Yeah, you're the jack of all trades, master of none, and unfortunately not able to secure the victory with the Rubik. Once they kind of got an idea of what they needed to do, though, on the Philippines, they knew to make sure Rubik can't get into these fights, can't steal these black holes, can't turn them around. That was your minuscule percentage win rate right there, your win condition.
Yeah.
And you go in, you stop him. that means you can win these fights. Although there were times where even up 17, 22,000 net worth, Mongolia was putting in the work. 11 was doing so much damage.
It was, honestly, they had the entire early game in their grasp. It was just a one fight where they lost like a 5-0 fight, gave away all the network advantage again. Then suddenly Meepo got out of control, DT got out of control, and Enigma got back into the game. Like, if they hold on to that early game lead, they will have all the tools in the world, I think, to just close it out early, because we've seen Enigma without that BKB. Didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Blinked in, tried to black hole, oh, cancel straight away.
Yeah, it really was, you know, a great performance by the Philippines overall. They end up going to 3-0. They're going to be in the playoffs, and they are going to be qualified here for Romania as well. But it's the playoffs that matter now, and I mean, a performance like that against the team that we kind of think is the number 2, if not maybe, you know, in that top 3 with Jordan. I think this is a statement game for the Philippines, and honestly, might be a statement when you're thinking about the grand global scale of everybody else who's going to be joining them in Romania, right?
Yeah, all the teams are set. It's only the Asian teams that we will have to find out who's going to join them. But yeah, the Philippines, they won the last Nation Cup, didn't they?
I don't know about
TNC?
IESF, but I know TNC won WESG a while back, so that was years ago at this point.
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah,
But
TNC was
honestly,
still in work.
It might have been a good statement game for Mongolia too, because honestly, they had a couple of slip-ups here and there that if they didn't happen, they probably would have taken that game.
Yeah.
But to stand toe-to-toe with the Philippines, like that pretty much sentiments them at like, second best team here in the tournament for me.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as much as it's a loss, your biggest losses are your biggest learning chances, right?
Yeah.
You take from that draft how we could have done better, what we need to do in the late game to secure ourselves wins like that, because there were points where it's like, hey, Morphling, he's dying a little bit too quickly in these fights. He's the one you need to be outputting that damage. And in that last fight that happened on the high ground over on the Filipino side, you know, you lose that hero, but it also felt it was all or nothing, right? They knew creeps were pushing into the base.
Yeah.
You had to win that fight quicker than that, and then you had to push in and hope you could finish the game before creeps took it, and they couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it was also just the perfect Meepo game. Usually Meepo tends to fall off, but that's exactly what I thought initially when Mega Meepo was introduced. Does he really still fall off?
7,000 health?
Like the reason why he falls off is all the small Meepos, you don't really care, you don't really bother anymore, but you activate this Mega Meepo, 7.5k health, 400 right click damage, what was it, like 61, 62 armor? Like, it just becomes
like
such
that.
a monster, and maybe we just have to reassess the entire hero with this ability.
So does that brings up a question here for me for the Ags. Does it have to be an early item pickup, or can you hold off? Because Mega Meepo seems to be a late game thing that you don't. We weren't seeing Mega Meepo every fight.
Yeah, but it's something
towards
you have
the
like
back
in
end, then you were.
Yeah, it's something you have like in your back hand, in your back pocket.
Right.
Because what happens is usually all the Meepos get a little bit low. Okay, I'm gonna dig this one. I'm gonna dig that one. He comes back with full health. Oh, that one gets low again. Now I activate Mega Meepo. Mega Meepo expires. All the Meepos are back to full health again. Oh, that Meepo gets low again. I'm gonna dig him again. You just have to go to like 4 or 5 health pools of each Meepo, which is why it's so strong. You might not be able to use it every fight, but having that in your backhand available just means you're almost impossible to kill.
Yeah, and it felt like this item build that came out from the Meepo was what he needed as well. You talked about it at the end of the game, the BKB being very important. BKB, Mega Meepo, TP out. Like you said, could be game-winning. It was game-winning. He gets to survive. He gets to defend. He gets to take out 2 heroes on their final push attempt from Mongolia, and they win the game. So, you know, that's a statement there in itself for the Filipino squad, too. We can adapt to the situation, and the situation called for Meepo surviving no matter what. BKB may not be the standard here, but we need it, and we used it, and we won, right?
We did say these players on an individual level are really good players. They've been under a lot of pressure scenarios. They've been in a lot of pressure scenarios, and this time they definitely delivered.
Yeah, so it was looking pretty good there. We could take a look at it again, and you know, this was a pretty exciting game from the Philippines overall, right? Like, let's get into this one. Let's get into the replay, break it down a little bit for you for the guys and gals who missed this one. And you know, early on, it felt like this was Mongolia's game.
Yeah, I think the game was 4-0. They had like a 4 or 5k net worth lead really early. But there was this one fight. It's not this one. I think it's the one after that, where it really just broke down. Like, they just picked up the Atos on the DP. They just picked up the Atos on the Meepo. They didn't expect it. And suddenly, 4 heroes died, 5 heroes died. The game is back to even. Meepo free farms. I think it's this fight.
Yeah, this
No,
fight
actually,
is
no,
where they
it was
kill
before already. Yeah.
Sanctity very quickly, but there is a bit of a turnaround, right?
Yeah. But every fight where they trade, it's actually good for the Philippines because they want to go late game. Their late game is way better. Every time they trade, they're somewhat happy. This fight wasn't particularly great for them. They lost 4 heroes. Morphling gets really fat. But it just never really feels like it's enough against an Enigma is the problem.
Right. Yeah, Enigma had a couple of moments of brilliance there with the black holes and sort of the Rubik, of course. But yeah, you can see how much damage comes in from the Meepo. And just keep an eye on the net worth, if you're watching at home, of the Meepo as time goes by. As that split between him and that Morphling gets bigger and bigger, and he just becomes this ultimate force of nature.
Yeah, I also have to say, Mongolia, time and time again, they were actually getting ahead, 4K, 5K lead, but then when it just comes to downtime farming, the Philippines were just so much more
This was
efficient.
the stolen black hole.
This is the massive black hole that turned the entire game around, yeah?
And this is a full black hole, because you watch CML, he'll jump in.
Yeah.
So.
And he's so far away on the Rubik too.
And black hole
There
from a
you go.
distance, everybody in it.
5-man, 8-man, black hole. Now, this is something that usually never happens. Like, you never get like an entire team in a stolen black hole. This was an amazing play, truth be told. Philippines shouldn't have let it happen. This is actually what made the game close. If that didn't happen, the game is over right here.
You think so? Like that?
I think so. It's going to be a team wipe. Maybe the game doesn't end straight away, but you know how it goes. Snowball starts rolling, trickle down the base.
Yeah, definitely could have been. And this was a big fight as well. Then they get this catch, but Akashi comes in.
Look at Mac's positioning here. He knows
Yeah,
black hole's coming. He walks out.
Yeah.
Silences him. Then wins him the team fight.
Huge, big brain thinking there from Mac.
Yeah, Enchantress throwing out all the damage she can do. Honestly, when they defended at high ground, the Enchantress with the moonshot, she was probably outputting the most damage of the entire team.
This black hole used just for this brood, but it made sense. No buyback available for a good portion of it.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna see the last little desperation push. I didn't even see that the Morphling was getting focused so hard. Like, they were on the Ember with 3 heroes. Meepo jumped in and solo killed the Morphling, basically.
Yeah, and this is where you see the game end. Creeps are in the base, and it's going to be the victory there for the Philippines. So they do end up getting that victory. It looks good for them. They end up 3-0, and that is everything that you need if you are this Filipino squad, and you're going to the playoffs feeling very confident, right?
Yeah, that's what we expected from them, though. That's probably what they expected from themselves, too, truth be told. Like, they know how good they are.
Yeah.
Obviously. But yeah, Mongolia, close second for me. We'll have to see how they do later. We'll have them after our next series live on stage.
And that's going to be huge because that can end up meaning, especially, I believe, if KSA beats Australia, if KSA beats Mongolia, then they're both 2-1, right?
I don't know if they
or
I'm not entirely sure, actually.
It would make it where, you know, their lives are in their hands.
Yeah. You definitely need 2 wins to at least force
Get
a
a
tiebreaker.
tiebreaker.
And if you have a tiebreaker, then it's always up to you. You don't have to hope that somebody loses for you to go through.
Yeah, because right now I believe it's, 3-0, 1-1, and then we don't know the other scores from Australia and Saudi Arabia at the moment. But those will probably come in as we, go through our time here. So it's interesting for the Philippines. I think you've met expectations right now. You've qualified for Romania. I think when playoffs, yes, they mean prize money, but also we might see something a little bit more loosey-goosey from the Philippines as well.
Yeah, might be just more of a glorified scrims, try out things that you came up with in a more serious environment,
right,
and see how that works. But it's good. It's still a good chunk of prize money, and of course, there's always gonna be your competitive pride on the line, especially like in the National Cup. You want to prove we're the best country here.
Sometimes you want to do that with a Tinker, though, right?
Sure, Tinker or Husker. Be as dirty as you want. I said this game they didn't pick the Husker because they didn't want to be super dirty. Now you're qualified. Now you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's always the way to go about it. That always feels pretty good. And truthfully, I want to see it. Maybe Meepo, Huskar. What else would be work together and be super dirty? Does Enigma fall into that if you're playing with Huskar and Meepo already?
Pretty dirty. Brood is pretty dirty.
Brood, yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Lich, maybe.
Lich.
I don't know if Lich is dirty, but Lich is high win rate right now.
Yeah, a lot of carries are also dirty, though. Naga Siren is pretty dirty. Morphling is, like, honestly, if you play Morphling at all, you need to take at least 10 showers a day.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though you're made of water at that point.
Yeah.
You're enveloped in water.
It's dirty water, though.
Is it, though? It's kind of blue. Is that artificial?
Artificial. Artificial lighting,
All right.
coloring.
Fair enough, fair enough. But, you know, now for Mongolia, like you said, that last matchup's going to be do or die for them. What's the mentality as you take this a little bit of a break? How can you go from A to B and get yourself set to be in this BO1? Because, again, BO1s are brutal. We saw it right there. They could have won that game, and it goes the other way to the Philippines. Now you got to come back and not only be mentally set, but ready to go into another BO1 that could be devastating.
Yeah, I really hope that they take it in a more positive light because, again, Philippines are the Philippines. They are the big favorite here, so they should be positive about their performance. It was very close throughout the entire game. They almost made like a miracle comeback happen. Yeah, draft was good, I think. It was just a little bit of misexecution after the perfect lanes that they played. But, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. We had Mongolia do well, but they didn't get the win. It was the Philippines who took that victory, and we've got an interview on the main stage right now. So let's take a look.
And big shout-outs go to our casters for their amazing performance, carrying on the entire match of Dota 2 that took place right here. And now we are here with Akashi from Team Philippines. How do you feel?
Good against Mongolia.
Amazing. الإحساس خفيف سريع. It's good. بس ايش رايك في اللي شفته يا نواف؟
صراحة الجيم أمانة كان جدا حامي، والفايت الأخير هو سؤالنا لهذا الفقرة. فعليا وش اللي صار؟ كل الفايتات السابقة كانت غريبة بعض الشيء، لكن آخر فايت هو السؤال المهم هنا، وش اللي صار من منتخب الفلبين؟
بالضبط, as Nawaf just right now mentioned, and a lot of people saw what happened in the last moment. You just guys went with what you did as well as a risk or not. We'll see what happened here. Let us know what happened in the last moment and how you actually turned the entire thing to be a win for you.
Actually, we are confident enough to kill the more playing on that last fight. That's why we go together.
Confidence, ladies and gentlemen. ثقة and confidence. كلمة واحدة، ايش رايك نواف؟
والله الثقة هي عامل الفوز، وأعطت المنتخب الفلبين معانا لهذا الفوز لهذا اليوم. ولكن قبل ما نروح للجيم الثاني خلينا ناخذ بريك بسيط، وأيضا مبروك مرة ثانية لمنتخب الفلبين.
Exactly. Well, congratulations. But before we even go to a break, anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Shout out to my family and fans in the Philippines.
Well, shout out to them and salamat po to you. And now, heading for a break, and we'll be back with more action happening right here at the IESF Asian Championship.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
ورجعنا لكم من جديد بعد الفاصل قصير جدا للمباراة الثانية معانا لهذه البطولة. أمانة متحمسين لها، خلونا على طول ننتقل للفريقين.
متحمسين جدا. You are absolutely right, Nawaf. We are so hyped right now for this coming match. So let's call in the teams. And ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Let's hear it for Myanmar.
رحبوا معانا منتخب ميانمار. وما ننسى أيضا خصمه العنيد جدا وهو المنتخب المملكة العربية والسعودية. فخلونا على طول نرحب فيهم مع منتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Saudi Arabia. The hype is on. نواف الحماس قايم.
فعلا الحماس لهذه المباراة أهم بكثير من أي مباراة قادمة بإذن الله لهذا اليوم.
بإذن الله تعالى. So ladies and gentlemen, now we're ready for the match to begin. And we're going to pass it down to our amazing casters. Fire it up. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Coming into this one should be exciting, should be a fun one, as we're going to be watching ourselves another matchup here for Dota. It's going to be Myanmar against KSA, and it's going to be the Saudi Arabian team, which we've seen show some glimmers of some good stuff here in the Myanmar team. They're 2-0 right now. They beat the Jordanian team, who we thought were the top team in the group coming into this one.
Yeah, at the same time, I think KSA lost to Australia, so if we're right with the rules, that means they're no longer able to make it to the 5th, 6th spot, which unfortunately means they're out of the competition. So, I mean, they're playing for some exit pride here.
Yeah, potentially, you know, playing with house money a little bit, and they could show us something maybe a little bit different coming into this one, a more open draft overall, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how they want to approach this game. Like some teams, they would be more willing to just clown around a bit more, maybe like some punch first pick or something like that. Other teams, they really want to try out and just like exit the tournament on a win, on a high. Because, yeah, you're out of the tournament, but you know you still want to give it your best. You want to give it your all.
Yeah, so maybe strictly all meta. We've seen these teams kind of go back and forth, and you know, now it's here for the final matchup for both these squads, and it could be Myanmar setting themselves up for position 1. If they do win this matchup, then they're 3-0, and that puts them at the top of their group. Obviously, 2-0 feels like they're pretty much set in stone that they're qualified here for Romania, and they're kind of playing with house money too, where they could do whatever they want. That's going to feel good coming into this last matchup.
Yeah, I really have to say I'm very surprised that they were able to beat Jordan. Like, they're not a bad team, a stretch of the imagination, but Jordan just looked like such a powerhouse. The first game against KSA looked so convincing. I mean, maybe this Myanmar team is a lot scarier than we thought it is.
Yeah, we might be having to take a look back at maybe some different rankings, as it's looked truthfully overall, you know, pretty close at the top, but I don't know if I, you know, the same way. I don't know if I expected Myanmar to be the team that I thought was going to be top 2-0 coming into their final matchup. That's for sure.
Yeah, if they win this, they're going to be 3-0. They're going to have the top seed from Group A, and that means they're going to be avoiding the Philippines. Honestly, if you're playing to avoid the Philippines, it's probably worth to give it your all if you're aiming for the top 2 finish. Yeah, so I'm expecting nothing less. And I also want to see the way they draft. Is it going to be standard? Are they really confident in their own abilities and just standard play, or are they really out of the box? Are they winning with like meepos and tinkers and cheese picks?
Yeah, we saw Meepo in that last matchup, so it was interesting to see what Meepo could do. The Mega Meepo was always interesting, and maybe something we see here, potentially also a Tinker. We're always talking about that hero ready to go in that mid lane, and
Haven't seen it yet.
We haven't, and we've kind of seen some different mids come out. Nothing like the Quap. We haven't really. We saw Storm once, so there are a lot of things here that could potentially be shown for the first time, right?
But only here. We've seen all these heroes many, many times before. Even though we didn't see Tinker yet, I think we did see quite a couple of Tinker bans. So people are aware of its existence, and they don't want to give it away.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the Myanmar roster, as that's going to be showing up on your screen right now. And, this is honestly a roster of players that I'm not too familiar with when it comes down to this roster. I don't know if you've played pubs with a couple of these guys, but we're going to have to start remembering the name. If they're going to be coming out of this group 3-0, you have to remember the names.
Yeah, Skill A especially, he's a pretty big name in the SEA pubs. He's always performing very well, pretty decently high ranked as well. And he is probably, for me, the stand-up player in the team that I'll be looking at. But obviously, overall, this entire team is on a pretty good caliber if they're able to beat Jordan like that.
Yeah, so you're able to beat this Jordanian squad, and we'll see what they have to put up against KSA, because I thought the Saudi Arabian squad, especially in that first match we saw of theirs, looked good.
They did.
It looked like, truthfully, there was a chance to, I could have thought seeing them 2-1 was a possibility for sure.
Yeah, their gameplay honestly looked pretty refined. It was just a draft issue that they had in their first series. And we'll see with what sort of draft they can come up with here.
Right.
Because initially, they were just lacking. They always pick for lane domination and lane power, but sometimes you can kind of get baited by that. Not pick enough stuns, not pick enough ways to initiate, which makes playing the mid late game very, very difficult. But yeah, KSA is a strong team. I'm sure they learn from their mistakes. See what they do here.
Somebody was looking at Snapfire. Switched it real quick to a sniper. Always, nice to see on the screens a little bit. Everybody in the lobby ready to go, and what everybody does with their time when they're waiting for these moments. And let's take a look at the KSA roster as well, as we're going to show it up once again. A couple of our friends that we do know here, Mad Frog, Hamon, and these guys have been playing together and or in a similar league with each other for a while. The Saudi E-League, they've been participating on with a couple of the squads out there and being successful. It's interesting because I take a look back at some of their history, and Hamon, he's played a lot of positions in the Saudi E-League. He's played 5, he's played 1, he's played mid. He's all over the place. So I wonder if in a matchup like this, are we going to see maybe a little bit of position shuffle?
Potentially, but he is still the best player on the team probably, and he is a very confident mid player. So I'm assuming he's still going to take that position. But hopefully, I want to see him on a hero that can really start dominating the game. We saw him on the Necrophos initially, and he did amazingly in the lane.
Right.
But couldn't really transition it into a strong mid late game. But Necrophos is also a hero that is not really flashy. That doesn't really, it's not like, wow, I'm Necrophos, I'm going to kill everybody. It's more like, yeah, I'm Necrophos, I exist, I deal constant damage, but I'm not doing anything flashy. So I want to see him on a Puck, or Tinker, or Storm Spirit, any of those mobility heroes.
Something that's going to be a little bit more meta-ish, I would say. That's maybe not the Necro, but of course, again, maybe they want to have a little bit more of a different draft, try to be, I would say, a touch maybe different than what we've seen so far. But there has already been a Meepo, so how much different can you get? Are we going to see Necro again? What are we going to see Hamon on in that mid lane? And what are we going to see the rest of these guys on? Because I felt like their draft looked solid for a majority of it, right?
Yeah, it was really just the lack of stuns, lack of initiation coming through towards the later parts, which, you just pick a Puck, you just pick a Storm, suddenly that entire problem is gone. Alternatively, if you do want to pick for more lane control in the mid lane, then you still have Disruptor options, Clockwork options, long-range initiation, really ways to force the opponent to fight you. Because if you're running around the entire game and the enemy just can run away from you, there's no way you can ultimately end up the game.
Yeah, so we'll have to see once we do, in fact, get into that game and into that draft, because, it's going to be an interesting one. We'll see if Medusa Undying comes out. We've been seeing a lot of that be banned out. Pugna's been a big first phase ban. Not a lot of teams really want to play against that. Maybe something for KSA is going to be, how much have they seen from the other two teams that they just don't want to be playing up against and banning out, or if there's going to be anything that's more player-oriented ban. Is there something that we're going to see that's going to be really just like, oh, he plays this, a Snapfire or a Tinker or a Timber, like let's get that out of the mix, because Timber has been, I think, first phase in a lot of the games we've seen so far.
Yeah, first phase ban, for good reason, honestly. It's so hard for a lot of the meta carries, especially to deal with this hero. He just gets 2 levels in reactive armor, starts getting mana boot, soul ring, he spams you out of the lane, mid-late game he's super tanky, deals a ton of damage, probably the most damaging offlaner in the game right now. Yeah. And it's just an absurd amount of damage. If he ever reaches level 25, he has the double chakram, suddenly he bursts you for like 1500 pure damage. And it doesn't really matter what you build against it, only BKB can really help you. But if you build like a Vanguard or a Pipe or any mitigation item, it does not matter. Invisibility doesn't matter. The hero is in a really good spot.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see that. Maybe we'll see something a little bit different. I saying it now, maybe stay away from the Necrophos. I think that, the idea was right. I think winning the lane was right, but it's something that you brought up. What can you do after you win that lane? Who's your pusher? Who's your fighter? Who's your initiator? There are a lot of boxes that were checked, but a lot of boxes that were left open, and you need to be finding heroes that ultimately in a 5-hero draft check every single box to get in there, and they didn't quite have that. Although, that's one of the positives that I take away from that first game, is they were able to win all 3 lanes in that game.
Yeah, it's just after win those lanes, you really got to be able to transition to that next phase of the game, which is most of the time the mid game. And if you can't do that, and we just run away with it, winning lanes is always good, but you got to have an exit plan. I'd rather go 50-50 in a lane, have like a really good strategy for post-laning phase, than win all lanes and be like, where can I go next? What can I actually do? Because every minute that you spend in Dota not doing or accomplishing anything, it's a long time. It's a very, very long time where the enemy will just build up a lead, punish you for your mistakes you make in terms of movement, and just get like all the net worth on the map.
Yeah, we saw that in the last game that we were broadcasting where, they weren't taking advantage of the fact that they had themselves a little bit of a lead. It allowed Meepo to continue to farm. And once he gets to a certain point, he's able to use that farm and then throw it back at you with pretty much ease. And if there is a hero like Meepo in the game that takes advantage of farming the entire map, say maybe a Naga Siren as well, or Medusa, Terrorblade, heroes that can kind of farm efficiently around, then truthfully, you need to be using your time efficiently or you're going to end up on the back foot.
Yeah, efficiency is the name of the game nowadays, especially with all the added camps. Like, in a lot of games, you will see 3 heroes being very aggressive, and then 2 heroes just like shoving in the wave and then connecting when they can. Just because map information is so important if you're planning a move. If you don't push out the lanes, you're just running at them, you're never going to just catch them. Like, you got to put some finesse into it, and you got to make sure that all the lanes are pushed out, you get the information, then you make a play.
So, based on what we've seen previously, what would you want to see from the Saudi Arabian squad?
As I said, like, Heyman, to me, is the standout player. I want to see him on a hero that he's very comfortable on, but on a hero also that can snowball.
Right.
Like, I want to see, as I said, these pucks, these storms, heroes that where after you win lane, you start taking over that game, and you just win it for your team. Because I know that he has the capability.
Yeah. It's very interesting coming into this one because, after they had that first loss, there was a lot of questions, and I feel like you're the resident pro at this event right now, and a lot of teams have come up to you and asked you a bunch of questions. It's like they're looking to feed from your knowledge. You're like, what? Black, I need what about this? What about this? And like everybody's come up to you and asked questions so far, and it feels like both these teams at some point, it's just like, well, what if we drafted this? And you're just like, yeah, that would work. Like you give them that little bit.
Right,
that little bit that I feel like you're a little biased. You want to see it on the screen. You're like, oh, well, maybe, Sniper would work.
Yeah. But, you got to be objective.
Yeah.
Of course, I have a couple of favorites that I want to see. I want to see some Purge. I want to see some Invoker. I want to see some Sniper. But it really doesn't feel like it will come to that. Like, especially not in the BO1s. Maybe in the BO3s, you're up 1-0, you have like a little bit of leniency. You're like, yeah, this game looks like a good Sniper game. Or Purge offlane could work. Yeah. Let's get it. But in the BO1, nah, you want to be safe. You want to play what you're most comfortable with. However, there sometimes can also be a trap, because what you're most comfortable with, as we saw in the last game, he said he's very comfortable on Necro, but it was just not the right pick for the occasion.
Yeah, and it's, you know, maybe a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh coming in. Face down trap card, and then it flips over, and, well, there you is, nothing on it, and then all of a sudden, you're in trouble. And that could be a big issue. But, you know, I'm thinking about the BO3s that you were talking about, where it could be maybe a little bit dangerous. When you played on squads, did you ever win game one and just go, let's experiment?
It's time, yeah. It happened a lot, especially in VG. Like, we would go with like a first pick Anti-Mage or Terrorblade or something crazy like that, just a really strong winning condition. And we win the game, and game two, I'm like, I kind of want to play a Brewmaster or an Axe. Give me something fun.
Mid?
Centaur? No. I'm playing the carry Brew.
Yeah, that's what I was like, wait a second. You're playing carry Brew, carry Centaur? What's going on over here?
We had a lot of stuff worked out because my biggest weakness back then as a carry was that, admittedly, I would leave my team on the island sometimes. I'm like, let me farm some gold. I got you later, okay? I got you. Which is true, I did.
Yeah, no, I know. I've seen it in person. I was at one of the events that you won. Like, I saw you go, I'm Terrorblade, I'm Anti-Mage. Give me 50 minutes, and then, like, just survive. I'll be back. Here's a raft, and I'm going to go this way.
Yeah, and then we did that most of the time. But my coach said...
Most of the time?
Yeah, my coach said, and it was brilliant, really.
Who was your coach at the time?
QQQ.
Oh, legendary Chinese
legendary
coach.
He made me so, like, I improved tremendously under his coaching. But basically what he said, in a really high-stakes series, if you're up, the best way for you to improve and know when you should join fights and how aggressive you can be, play these heroes as a carry, just fight with your team all the time. So we picked these Brewmaster, Centaurs, Axes, and I would just fight with the team the entire time, explore my limits a bit more, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work, but it was very fun, and it was a very, very good experience for me because it just made me that much of a better player.
Who on that squad was someone who got sick of you putting them on the island? Because it's what? It's you, Super, Ice, FY, and Fenrir?
Yeah.
So who is the one who was like pinging time? Like they ping the clock at the top, 32 minutes, 35 minutes, like, hello, is my carry going to join me? Where is he?
It's probably Ice. Okay, when we played in VG back then, like, what always happened is Super, he just asked me, like, how are you doing on your lane? I'm like, I could use a gang. I could use some free farm, you know? He instantly TP's bottom, ganks my lane. Like, thanks, dude. But Ice, never. He would never, ever come to my lane and help me. He just wants to get rich himself.
So, based on these two teams, who do you think's going to win?
I mean, I haven't seen much from Myanmar. But what I have seen from KSA is, I mean, they have the capabilities to really play well. It's just, I haven't seen them with like a really solid draft yet. They played really well, but I want to see it combined with a good draft, and I have a much better judging position for them. Because right now, I know they can play really well, but can they get the strategy done? Because the strategizing part is half of the game.
That's true. Yeah, strategizing is always half the game, and I'm going to write my answer on this card over here. This is what I put.
That is impressive.
So, you know, for the viewers at home, if they want to keep me to it, this is what I put. That is exactly what I'm looking to see who wins. I'm just looking for good Dota. I think...
Wow, that answer. Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
Let me explain saying the typical, I'm just looking for good...
I love Dota.
It's because we've got friends on both these teams. So I'm like, you know what it is? It's hard to ever root against your friends.
Yeah,
and since we've got friends on both teams, how can you root against them? You just want them both to play well. Obviously, somebody has to win, but even in that first game for KSA, like, we were happy with what we saw from our friends, and, you know, they still ended up losing, but at the end of the day, like, I think they were happy with most of what they put there.
Yeah, and I think they could be. Again, Jordan is a very strong team. But, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough on the mindset. Like, as we previously said, like, if you lost 2 games, you know, like, how are you gonna mentally take it?
Right.
Because some teams take it really well. They're like, yeah, let's just play our usual game. We can do this. Other teams, they're like, you know how it is when bad things happen. You get like a little bit like, yeah, I wish that didn't happen, but it did. Let's see. I want to see.
That's my life in a nutshell sometimes.
It's probably everyone's life in a nutshell, to be honest.
Seriously.
At some point, yeah. But you made a pretty good point, though. if you have friends, competition is cruel. Someone is always going to lose, and you can't help but feel bad for one of them. Actually, I always feel bad for the losing team. It's like, I've been there before.
You get it. Ooh, early techies ban.
Early techies ban. Timber ban again. They actually take out the Morphling because they struggled a lot with the first phase Morphling of Jordan in their first series. So taking out makes a lot of sense. If you have a problem, you don't know how to solve it, get rid of it. Life advice right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to use that life advice. Manfrog has a question.
I have an answer.
I love Manfrog. We got to talk to him last year as well. We got to talk to Heyman as well. And it's really nice. Actually, we spoke to I say last year, but we spoke to all of them last night.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is at events when you just have these cool Dota conversations, but I enjoy it. I sit there and I take it all in. They asked me my opinion, and I was just like, well, you don't want that. They're like, oh, you must be like 4, 5, 6,000 MMR.
That's right.
Sure, believe
Yes,
that. But
I am.
But then divide it by a couple, and you'll get there eventually.
Yeah, but that's because Dota is so deep. Like, it's like a never-ending topic, really. You can talk about it forever, hours and hours. I mean, you've been there when Seb and I just, like, every bus ride, we're like, yeah, oh, this was so fun. Oh, we did this in this pub game. Oh, we did this in our games.
I just sat there with the biggest smile on my face. I didn't get to say anything. Like, there would be a moment of, like, reprieve, and I'd go, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything.
And then we both look at you like, no,
I'm good, I'm good.
Thank you.
So Pugna first pick for Saudi Arabia, and then immediately answer was Silencer Ember. Early Silencer, it does block a lot of things that maybe you want to pick with that Pugna, especially that Storm Spirit, because being globaled with Storm who wants to be mobile, never a good thing.
Enigma into
Silencer.
Ooh, that means he's going to go for the aura build for sure. Like Pipe, Breathe.
Yeah, you can't be going BKB Blink.
Yeah, really start putting on the pressure. I thought they were going to pick the Medusa, to be honest, because Medusa against these two heroes together with a Pugna looks really strong. But yeah, they're choosing to go for the Enigma, and there's no real winning condition yet on either team. They'll still have to pick their carry, of course. And your big two are out. Naga Siren's left.
Medusa's out. With a Pugna pickup, they're banning the Medusa.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously you don't want to play against it, but I feel like if you can use other bans, because Medusa most likely gets banned by Myanmar.
Yeah, probably would have been. But again, KSA weakest.
Necro ban, respect ban on the Necro.
Yeah, I mean, you play Ember, you hate playing against Necrophos, so it was probably the mid laner calling that I don't want to play against the Necro. Just get rid of that. Yeah.
Does the Silencer also potentially give that pick to block a Tinker coming into the game?
It does. Like, I mean, Global Silence is the Tinker's hardest counter, and you rearm, get global, suddenly you are completely screwed.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're still going to be willing to go for it.
It counters Pugna too, though. Like, Silencers is such a great hero, which is
but
also
it's
why
only
he's
that,
getting nerfed a
what,
lot.
once every 100+ seconds?
I think it's like 130 seconds cooldown.
So, like, you can still kind of...
You can make plays, it's just... Now
It's
you
tough.
pick this hero like an Enigma, whose ultimate has 200 seconds cooldown.
Yeah.
So, if you're both clashing and you're both using your ults, there's never going to be a time where your ult is up and his isn't. It really just comes into the late game when you get like this Refresher Orb. But some silencers, they even just go like Tranquil Boots into Refresher Orb. They're crazy enough. TA band, Undying band. I'm really curious about this Enigma pick, I'm gonna say.
Rubik banned some extra protection for the Enigma. Kind of. I mean, you're already going up against Global. Yeah, you don't want to see what happened in that last game, the stolen black hole into a 5-man stolen black hole.
Imagine if there was Rubik and Silencer to play against. Like, you would probably hate life as an Enigma.
You'd probably move the Enigma down to 4, right?
Might already be, to
Yeah.
be honest. Just play the lane, do the Eidolons, build the auras, your Greaves, your Pipes, your Boots of Bearing.
I mean, you could still go Aura from the 4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you get a lot of money from lane, from jungle. Very early Ember pickup as well. Very confident.
Sky feels like a good pick.
It does.
But again, that also means that Enigma is securing itself in that 3.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, though, if you have Enigma 4 and Partner 5, your game's going to feel very weird.
Your support duo is not great.
Yeah, they don't really have any way to rotate in a good way. You know, there's like no clock hook ever. You're kind of just running them down again, which was the biggest weakness of KSA in the first series. So hopefully it's not a repeat. So I want to see that Enigma in the offlane. I want to see a much more active pause 4. The big Spirit Breaker. So they really just want to ruin Partner's life. All 3 of these heroes, they're super anti-Partner. Enjoy the game.
I get that. I get wanting to...
Screw that guy.
Yeah.
I hate Partner. He just stands there and life
so much. Pick it against us, and we're going to make you...
suffer.
Be upset. Upset City. So now you've got a double pick here.
Yeah. I gotta admit, I like anti-match quite a bit right now for Myanmar's side. Of course, there's still 2 heroes to be shown for KSA now, but if they don't pick a good disable at all, AM could be a pick they're going to. But the Spirit Breaker is a very strong pick, to be honest. It opens up the Darkseer. Darkseer with their draft is insane. You got the Iron Shell and the Ember, you got the Iron Shell and the Spirit Breaker. It's already a tough spot to be in as KSA. Okay.
Shadow Demon.
So they pick Shadow Demon to counter the Spirit Breaker, because of course it purge.
And then
ruins him completely.
And then they they pick something else, but image not found. That could be anything.
Oh, it's a new hero. It's not in the game yet.
Yeah. Getting released here first. TI, eat your heart out. We've got the hero first. So let's see what Myanmar want to go to here with their fourth pick.
With that mystery pick. I think Iron Shell would still be amazing. Darkseer would be really good still.
Yeah, definitely. Would love to see a
Naga Siren. Okay, they're going back to the old cookie cutter machine.
I really, you know what I want to do? Because we can't see it, I want to guess what this 4th hero is. Based on the Naga pick, what do you think they would have had to pick with this Shadow Demon? Terrorblade?
It's hard, man. Naga's good against so many heroes right now. It's definitely...
I think it's Terrorblade.
You think it's Terrorblade?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. It looks kind of weird. Like Shadow Demon, Partner, Enigma. What hero really complements that? Faces Wade or something?
I don't know. I don't know if I like Void here.
I mean, if they have Terrorblade, again, they have like no real control. We just got confirmation.
We just got confirmation. It's Primal Beast.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And
Shadow Demon Primal Beast is a duo, right?
I mean, it's not a duo, right?
It's not a duo, but like is your
like
3-4 double pick is what I mean.
Like a mid Primal Beast is gonna be insane this game, I think. It lanes very well into the Ember.
Okay.
Shadow Demon they picked the Shadow Demon purely to counter the Spirit Breaker because the purge removes the bulldoze, sets your move speed to 100 for a while, but it is still a little awkward because you have a Primal Beast against Searing Chains as well as Naganet, and most of your damage comes from Trample. So yeah, draft advantage right now definitely to Myanmar.
Snap ban, Bloodseeker, and Jug ban. So final pick here for KSA.
It's a tough pick. They need to pick something that can beat Naga. Lots of heroes are already out of the pool. What's like really good? Ha! Never expected that, did you, Naga? Terrorblade's not great.
Wraith King?
Not the best.
You don't want to be something that's roll. Like if you just time walk in and chrono, if you don't catch the Naga, you just get songed.
Yeah, Void doesn't feel great. That's the thing right now. The draft is kind of backed against the wall.
Yeah.
Because all of the good carries are banned.
Drow doesn't really care about song.
Doesn't care about song, but Spirit Breaker really makes your life hell.
Yeah, but not if there's a Shadow Demon protecting you, right?
Yeah, it could work if you outplay them. I
Gotta
can
have that faith.
I can feel right now, Case A, think they're in a little bit of trouble, and I agree.
I'm praying for draw.
Draw, it can definitely work. Damage potential is there. Damage output is there. Carry. Dude, my brain is firing out of all cylinders, but
I said drow. You gotta come up with something else. I already said my answer.
yeah, but I mean, it's a good hero. It's just not a great answer.
That's the perks of speaking first. Is I get to say drow.
Draw's good. I
Oh,
Sven.
the draft came back up on the screen. I saw that blue. I was already celebrating.
It kind of looked like draw. I'll give it to you.
I was already celebrating. Sven, yeah, doesn't really care about global silence. Can handle the illusions with cleave, right? God strength. Can rip through the silencer.
Naga doesn't care too much though. And Spirit Breaker is your BKB answer. Phoenix offlane, or is it Spirit Breaker offlane and the Phoenix 4?
So Skille on
the Phoenix.
So it's going to be a 4-position Phoenix.
Yep.
Shotiai on the 3-position Spirit Breaker.
I like that. Honestly, the Phoenix pick is strong. They have no egg hitter. They have another, well, not black hole counter, but if you have an egg in the middle, you can't really black hole anymore. It owns Sven in lane. No egg. It's a very good pick. I gotta say, Myanmar's draft is insane. It's really good.
Yeah.
Like you have egg. If they ever want to commit on the egg, you literally just sleep them. Then just before the egg pops, unsleep them. Everyone gets stunned. Lots of damage. They already countered the Enigma with the silencer. The only problem they might have is if they lose lanes and they get into fast auras on KSA. Because they don't have the best damage early on. The damage is very lacking.
I mean, we've seen KSA have good lanes.
Yeah, that's their biggest strong point.
Can a lineup like this win based off lanes?
It can.
But does it have to be A to B? Like, it has to be wire to wire, right?
Yeah. It is a pretty snowballish draft. Like Sven, of course, you can always come back from behind, but you need your Primal Beast to pick up a lot of kills. Your Enigma, that's the problem with picking it into a silencer. You will never really feel comfortable throughout the game because you're always playing as a silencer. So even if you're picking up all these auras, you are... Yeah, you're just never going to feel good because you can't get the black hole off.
Yeah. So wire to wire win, it's going to be tough.
It's tough.
Primal Beast is a hero that moves though, right?
Yeah. He does play into a couple of counters, though, is a problem. The Naga net and the Searing Chains are a big problem because all your damage comes from trample. If you root it, you can't really move too well. There's a Dispel talent, though. I think that's on 15 or on 20, I'm not entirely sure. But when you get the Dispel talent on 20, I think it's on 20, then you have answers to that, but it's quite late into the game.
And you don't want to be there.
Maybe it's 15, actually.
Is it?
I don't know. I don't play the hero. I only play honorable heroes.
Oh, sure. Mid-line.
How is that not honorable?
Enough said.
That is so honorable.
So, see Enigma there. Selling one of those iron branches to buy tangos. Gotta have that regen available.
No, don't want to do what I'm doing. Just run to lane without regen.
Yeah, you do that all the time.
Hope enemy doesn't harass you. Sometimes it works.
Trying to look for a ward here.
That is 2 experience. That's a lot.
2?
Yeah.
That's it?
I think so.
It's nothing. Tips.
All
Well
right,
played. Well played. On a well played here. So we'll see how this goes. Young PH ready to play.
Ember Primal Beast has been a very common matchup at the major. And nobody really wins or loses lane. Just whoever gets level 6 first usually rotates. get some kills on the side lanes, opens up the map for your team. What I would love to see, what we have seen a lot as well in previous Primal Beast games, at minute 3, minute 4, you want to take that top bounty rune, rotate to the enemy safe lane, get a kill, TP back mid. It really opens up the map for your offlane.
Yeah.
Who wins that? Uh-oh. Partner wins. Oh, loses.
Does he?
Sorry. I said the wrong hero.
Yeah, he did. I was going to say, I don't think he's winning that one.
Nah, he's literally running away. I'm saying he's winning. Nah. Don't think so.
Seems right to me. So let's see how this goes as young PH just standing under their tower.
4 CS on him. He's playing so confidently.
Yeah, that's very far forward. And truthfully, I don't know if that should be allowed to happen, right?
I mean,
but what do you do?
He is. Yeah, he's just feeling himself, honestly. I'm really curious as well how many games does Heyman have on a Primal Beast? Because mid-Primal Beast is not something that everybody played a lot.
Has been killed.
And it is very difficult to actually pull off.
Yeah, it's definitely been something that's a little bit new. As really the build-up on Primal Beast has been the same for quite some time. It's been just get BKB.
Yeah, sometimes an early blink if you need to make early moves happen. But yeah, right now Ember is doing very well in the mid lane. As you would expect after playing confidently like that. Honestly, when you play against players like that do this, you can you just feel it, you know? Like, he is good. I might be in trouble.
But how do you stop this?
That's a good question.
Is he holding 2 levels, or did he go to... There it is. There's 1.
You usually go 2 levels in Trample. And then 1 level E and level 4. Ooh, ticking, but not enough damage at all.
Not fun, though, at all.
Midas queued up. That's obviously not what he's going to go for.
Maybe.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, he's going to kill himself to neutrals. He'll come back full health, full mana. Just going to be some time till he comes back.
It's so long.
It is a really long time. So, I mean, as Primal Beast, you should pretty much have easy time going for runes, right?
Yeah. Which is usually why we see that rotation to the top lane with the bounty rune, just because you can cover great distances relatively quickly.
Has Young Peach missed the CS?
Yes. 4 so far. But hey, Primal Beast is like 70 damage level 1, so it's quite difficult.
Is it?
Yeah. How do you last it against 70 damage level 1? So he's going for the bounty rune, as we said. Is he going to try to make that move towards the top lane?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
that's enough to say special. He always does that every game.
Especially when he does it then, and then he does it the second he hits 6.
Look at the net CS difference, though. 8 CS on the Primal, 20 on the Ember.
It really is a lot. Blood grenades coming out all across the place. This disruption from Madfrog to try and survive. Bash hit on the illusion. He'll gain some gold with that. The Shadow Poison's going to be thrown over. Skill A is low, but not dead. And it will be first blood up in the top lane as Zarain gets the kill on a Devil. They almost get a kill on the Naga Siren, and they might still. Nas is coming over. He wants to get this kill. Looking for a high 5, and
here's Boots.
Ooh, does he have it?
Not, he needs 2
he's
more.
got vision.
Yeah, but he needs 2 more. Can you get 2 more?
Oh.
No. Man, I gotta say, this Myanmar team, all of their players, they're playing so confidently in the enemy's faces.
But when you do it, you tend to die. And you end up getting traded. Yeah.
And Skill A, he is an insane Phoenix. Like, that guy knows his hero inside out. I hate it when he plays it against me. I love it when he plays it with me.
How did Hamon just lose his courier?
The Primal Beast is getting smashed. He's almost getting tripled in terms of CS. Like, this Ember Spirit is probably the reason they're up 1k gold right now.
Yeah. 31-5 to 11-3. And that is almost tripling the CS at the moment. Devils here under the tower. They're still looking for the Naga Siren. And with the iPods, they got him. Zarain's also in trouble. Devil, he's ready to throw another Nether Blast on there and get both kills in this top lane. I mean, this is something we talked about with the KSA squad. They're able to work around this laning phase so well. Even with a mid that's really not getting much.
Oh, he has to be careful. He might be
just,
dead.
yeah, I think he's dead. Yeah.
Oh, level 6 Ember now.
Against what? Level 4 Primal
That's
Beast?
brutal. And there was no reaction. Even Young PH is like, every day, man.
Yeah.
Every day, all day. GLHF, let's go.
GLHF.
Let's go.
Good luck. Fun.
Okay, I need to know your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
I never wish my enemies good luck. Is that rude?
It's
or is
bit.
that smart?
Zarain gonna
Right
die
now,
here to
so-
Eidolons, turning this towards the Naga Siren.
We're gonna be careful with my detective. The curse is burning. And
Yeah. Zarain will get the kill.
no in stolen though. Not that partner cares. He gets like 5 in per level. Wow.
I mean, you don't want to be giving 2 of that to anybody.
He's actually going Midas on the Enigma. I thought he's going to go super fast auras to really pressure with the team. Maybe he has different plans. I mean, obviously he has different plans, but what are those different plans? Does he actually play into the black hole build faster pressure, or?
Ooh. Are they going to go for this kill?
Or he might be dead on
Blood
Naga.
Grenade, Eidolons on the other side. This is set up so well. He played that perfectly.
He did.
Because he knew the Blood Grenade was coming. They threw the Eidolons on the other side, knowing that they're probably going to split if the fight stays close. And they got that kill. Mid lane again, though. Blood Grenade, Icarus Dive, Sunray. Another death for your mid laner. You can see him on he's a little upset.
He doesn't look happy in the camera shot for sure. I mean, if you just look at the CS also, 18 CS, like he has nothing. He has no game whatsoever. And Primal Beast is a hero that does not play well from behind. It's a hero.
Yes and no, right?
It's kind of like Glassrock though. You need to run in to deal damage.
Yeah.
And if you're on the farm, you just don't have the health pool to do so.
But I think with the other lane, the top lane going well enough, like, couldn't they, as they get... Black Hole has used top and they got him! They got Young PH!
This Enigma is playing really well.
And I'm just going to say, like, Saudi Arabia, like,
is owning.
yeah, he's owning right now.
Yeah.
There's owning and then there's permanent ownage. Like, this is mental damage at the moment.
He's
And
definitely putting the team on his back right now.
And I think with the way top is going, yes, Primal Beast is not going to play well from behind. But at some point, I think the map opens for him with the way the lanes are going on the side. Right?
You can only, oh, Young PH actually lost his op of corrosion as well.
And he would, yeah.
Okay, things are starting to heat up a little bit.
Oh, now it's dies to the Naga Siren top.
Yeah, because of the Ember rotation. Ember might be in a little bit of trouble though.
Now he came back and he's getting low. They'll take out the silencer. Haymon's got himself a kill, putting himself on the board. Young PH running, sipping on that bottle. Devil's still putting pressure on, and eventually runs away. But there's that Midas for Enigma. 8-minute Midas.
That's fast. And you can't
Is
even
it
say
Naked
that
Midas?
he
No,
is-
it's Arcane Midas.
Yeah,
Radiant's top
he hasn't
tower
dominated
is
the lane.
under
He's
attack.
really rich.
So,
No problem.
Mad Frog, he's trying to sit here, get his level 6. We've seen how important that is, especially Wisdom Runes. You know, you get that level 6 when you can. But look at this,
he
Zarain
hasn't
coming in.
reached, but-
He needs to have somebody come mid.
Help, help, help now.
Gonna try and come over,
Aye.
eventually dies. The TPs aren't in time. Blood Grenade disruption.
Everyone's
They'll have
there.
the God Strength. Storm
Nice
Hammer.
dodge.
Oh, dodges it, but he has no more mana.
One in,
One
in.
more right click, and they still got him. It's actually Mad Frog who gets credit for the kill. With a charge coming through to Mad Frog.
He has an ult too.
He has no disruption. He's just dead.
Dire's middle tower is
Goodbye.
under attack.
And there's still a Nether Strike available as well. They might even look to kill the
No way, right?
Primal Beast again.
Oh, Primal Beast. I thought you were going to say Sven.
Nah, he's
I
a
was 2
easy
steps
boy.
ahead and on the wrong
Dire's
path.
top tower has fallen.
Okay, that's why I'm the Pathfinder.
It's a good skill build.
One.
Dead.
and-
Again.
Oh.
Sunsalt's a little late, but the trample nares the Nether Strike, and that pushes him away. Because that was a lot of damage coming in quick. And Pulverize these days hurts.
A lot. And every strike adds more damage to the next. But this is where I'm wondering, if you build into like a mech or an early pipe, do you die there?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Or do you just start pressuring so much and you can't die because of said items that the enemy just has to allocate way too many resources to you and you just open up the map for your team? Because you building Midas is very greedy. You already have a Sven in your team and you got a Primal Beast that's kind of struggling.
Charge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Decreps and Nether Blast, but Searing Chains, Nether Ward down.
And
Not a lot of life left. Icarus Dive and Disruption for the save, but for how long? Supernova even committed. That's unnecessary.
Oh, he's going under the 2.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Arcane Curse, so everybody's here.
4 heroes, yeah. It's only the Naga farming. But this Hammer team is aggressive. And they're doing it so confidently.
Yeah.
I can see now how they beat Jordan. Because playing like this, it can be very scary. It can be very overwhelming. There's always just more numbers, and you just feel like, yeah, for lack of a better term, you just feel overwhelmed. Because your Enigma wants to farm with the Midas, your Sven obviously wants to farm. Where do you get the numbers from? Your Primal Beast is just not ready to fight.
Tier 1 gone. Pulverized, but he's got a shield rune. And now he's just in trouble. Searing Chains.
Might be dead.
Arcane Curse. Disruption for a save. But is it enough? Arcane Curse still doing some damage.
No.
Remnant towards him? I don't know about that.
Now he looks to the side like, you want to go, bro? No.
That could have been dangerous. Heyman not dying there, though, is pretty big. Skill A has to leave. Nether Strike used. Nas, though, he's got Black Hole. Now maybe he can turn and just throw it, but the damage from the Slight and the right click from Cho'Ti gets the kill. And now they're looking to go. Who to, though? Zareen, Global Silence, right click in. They get the kill. Devil ends up dead to Young PH. Heyman, he's
low.
now got Pulverized, but the Sunray means he's going to burn. Trample on top of Cho'Ti, but they have the Searing Chains. You're not going anywhere. They'll get another kill. 4,000 net worth lead for this Myanmar side.
Yeah, throughout all the Sven and the Naga have been farming away, of course. But in this matchup, I'm always going to favor the Naga Siren. It's just so much easier to play. He's in a couple of illusions on the Sven. He's going to struggle to clear them unless God Strength is up. It's going to be a tough matchup for them. And again, even though Enigma has a good start, it's hard countered by multiple heroes.
Right.
Nether Strike is super strong, Supernova is really strong, and Silencer as well.
So Naga top of the CS.
Yeah.
Probably translating towards top of the net worth as well.
Radiant's bottom tower
And Sven, not too far behind. But with Cleave, should probably be a little bit closer.
Yeah, especially with the rough lane Naga had. They are now rotating towards the top.
Charge.
On Enigma again.
Yeah.
Nether Strike.
Have this continue to happen. And Mech popped to try and survive, but he's still going to get run down. And the strength that was there for Saudi Arabia just a moment ago is starting to dwindle away.
Myanmar's looking good.
Yeah.
Like their rotations are spot on. They're fast. Quite hard to read. And I just love the way they drafted. It's so scary to run anywhere around the map. Wherever Ember shows up, that's exactly why. Spirit Breaker is just everywhere.
And when he's setting up with the charge, he's just able to have that Ember help, where it gives them that vision, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and a 6K lead now.
6K lead. And
Shadowblade already?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
yeah, first item, no problem. He's gonna cause even more problems around the map.
I guess he is an offlane Spirit Breaker. He's been all over the map. I feel like he's rotating like a support.
Yeah, it really feels that way. But he's playing very differently from the offlane. A lot of people would just farm more. But yeah, he's very happy to just run around and fight. Now, here's the issue. Where's actually your comeback gonna come from?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Enigma
They
again.
have been abusing
Look at
this
the damage.
Enigma. Global Silence stops the life drain. They have the mech. They have the Siege of Serenity. Maybe they can turn it. Oh, boy. They need some help. Icarus dive right on him. They'll get the kill. They'll pop the God Strength. They get the kill there on a Devil, but they end up losing Zareen. Song of the Siren. Cover your ears, folks, as that's going to be the way out of this one. Song of the Siren, kind of rough, but
Clean disengage.
once you get that BKB, maybe turn that around.
Maybe. I mean, he is one of the most farmed heroes on their team, so he'll definitely have to deliver. He went for the early Midas. But yeah, you just see the Primal Beast. He's basically on par with both the Phoenix and the Silencer. They're really rich.
Wow.
And he's not that rich, unfortunately. You actually see Ember Spirit top of the net worth. He's gotten so many kills.
How have the supports gotten that much gold?
They've been part of many, many kills. Now they're smoked up. So he's actually still going for the aura build, but build might as well.
They saw that smoke, by the way.
They did see that smoke, yeah, under the ward.
They smoked themselves. But young PH.
How did they catch
Slight
it, though?
searing chains. They're going to need a pulverize or something. Onslaught.
No global, no
Trample.
global.
And the black hole with the life drain. It's enough.
They knew global was on cooldown. Let's use the chance we have. And they should.
Stormhammer was used. They want more. Pulverize now onto the Phoenix. They've got more damage to get skill at.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Still 6k lead. Naga is farming very quickly, of course. But those are the kind of comeback kills that you need.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now you're going to be fighting into that silencer ult again, though. And your waves are already getting cut by the Naga. The game's going to start feeling real uncomfortable soon.
Dire's
And
middle
by soon, I mean it already does.
Primal Beast still so far from this BKB.
Yeah. But that's what I mean with like Primal Beast can't really play from behind. You're very reliant on getting early kills, because the kill bounty in this meta and this patch is very high. If you can't get those early kills, you can farm creep camps, but it's contingent on the fact that you have the trample up, which is like a 20-something seconds cooldown, which is not really something to just spam all the time.
Yeah.
Not too effective.
I was going to say, you know, that top lane was going well for Saudi Arabia, but I think Myanmar recognized that. And I say that because they immediately started focusing the Enigma. They knew that they shut down PB's game. We could go for something else.
A lot of damage.
Yep, and they've got double damage available, so Devil, Decrepify life draining, Slight again, and there's the kill on a Devil.
Making it look easy. Well, it really is easy. It's a partner. Honestly, if you give partner away and you draft like this, partner doesn't even feel like a hero.
Well,
Radiant's bottom
more like a
tower is under attack.
glorified creep.
I think what he needs badly is a level 4 ward ASAP, just so he can contribute to those fights. Because yes, he has Decrepify, but it's not really doing a whole lot for him right now.
Right.
Reef's up on Refresher next. Midas Reef's Refresher. That is a very unusual build.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Side of Searing Chains charge coming in with the Shadow Blade. They've got the Nether Strike and the Sunray on him. Naz is going to die, and they'll look for more. They've got the Remnant right on top of Madfrog, who will use that ult, disrupt on the other side. Life draining to no avail. They'll get the kill. They'll charge for more. They want to get everything they can. Arcane Curse with the last word, and the Remnant forward. He's got the damage, and he'll get the kill. We'll take out another. That's 3 heroes dead on the side of KSA. Myanmar just continue to take steps forward and never a step back.
Yeah. I mean, Myanmar right now, they're definitely feeling themselves. You typically don't dive to 3 towers pre-minute 18.
Yeah, unless you're LGD, and that's tier 4s, and then you lose TI. People, you know,
yeah.
I don't remember. Definitely don't.
I hope none of them watched. It's a painful memory. And I keep getting reminded of this fireworks picture with FY.
It's every day. That's my life.
That picture is insane.
Look at this.
Hey,
Look
man,
at this.
stalking
This
him.
is not fair.
No
Doesn't
Nether
have Nether
Strike,
Strike, though.
Wow.
That was the brain cell.
Half
we
the
talked
brain
about it, yeah. Rub them together.
Rub them together, yeah.
Smoke gets broken, charge comes in, global
there's
silent,
dead trouble.
supernova. 1, 2, can they get a second?
And
No,
not
they
a
can't.
bash.
They can't even get a
Supernova.
second. Supernova's gonna pop. Ooh, a little bit of a black hole for the low ground. Now they put on the damage when the charge comes in, and it doesn't matter. Everybody's gonna die here on the side of
Might be it.
KSA, and nobody falls on Myanmar. That black hole wise, but not enough damage to follow it up.
Black Hole was really good, but the problem was BKB of Sven was running out, and the Fire Spirits were already preemptively applied. So suddenly, he attacked like, I don't know, half a time per second, if even that. That's not a lot of damage.
No.
In fact, there was no damage because he died.
This is looking unfortunately like the beginning steps of the end.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a tough draft to begin with. I think the only winning condition was really the Primal Beast rotating a lot, making a lot of kills happen. But Ember Spirit, Young PH completely shut that option out. Like, he played his lane insanely well. triple up his CS. Honestly, might be the reason they're just winning this game.
Yeah.
You know, like mid lane difference matters so much this patch.
They're on the high ground.
Yeah.
Ready
we
to
don't
go.
do anything.
Sleight of Fist searing chains. There's the charge coming in. Disruption's a little bit late, but now they've got these TPs coming in. Do they have the turnaround available to them? Not really.
They're disengaging so fast and so confidently on Myanmar. They're a really good team. I did not know that they were going to be this good.
Yeah. I think it's everybody from YG.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell. They have very well practiced together. The way they initiate together and disengage together is no joke. It's really quick. They're on the same page for sure. Primal Beast needs to finish his BKB. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope after that. But
Radiant's bottom tower
at
is
the
under attack.
pace this game is going, it might finish before he gets that BKB.
That's tough. This refresher feels
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
ambitious.
Very, very ambitious.
Stealing the enemy's wisdom runes.
Very smart.
It's just tough. You can't even get the experience back that way.
Yeah, I mean, all the objectives that were added to the game, let's be real, if you're really far behind, it's just more objectives to take for the enemy.
Yep.
But you're not getting those.
Planar Pocket now available for
Planet
the
Rocket is so
Spirit
good.
Breaker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
One of the best shots in the game, honestly.
You think so?
Yeah, it's super good. You just disrupt and engage. Suddenly, like, instead of disrupting like the Naga Siren, it goes on you, lasts for half a second, and you're like, yep. Seems good.
He's got that in X.
Yeah, he's big. Also, of course, with the axe, it pierces debuff immunity. So Sven is not going to have a lot of fun. He's going to get charged, he's going to get netherstruck, and he's going to get charged, and he's going to get supernovaed, and he's going to get netted. And if he's still alive by then,
which he's not,
probably not, he'll get beaten up by Naga and her little water buddies.
Have you ever seen the it's the JoJo's meme where they're beating the guy up? It's all three of them? Yeah.
Yes.
That's what it feels like right now.
Yeah. But
so they get the BKB, but this is an Aegis secured for the side of Myanmar.
Yep, Butterfly almost done on Naga. She is growing in size. So is the Ember. So, I mean, they're just controlling the entire map. So they're going to be growing at a much more rapid pace than KSA is. And I think this might almost be beyond the point of return, really. Maybe with a refresher on the Enigma, at some point they can do something, but until he gets a refresher, that's not even a play. If Silencer is a real meanie, he would just go for a refresher himself right now. And silence. Oh, I'm gonna refresh. Silence.
Shush.
I'm so good at this game. I stayed found and silence twice.
A tool to
And I held buyback the entire time.
Yeah, look at me, guys. I'm Zeus. I press R.
Yeah,
Highest hero damage in the
alright,
game.
just silencer things, alright. That's not fair. That's what the hero is made to do.
I love it though how he slams the shield on the floor. It's quite aesthetically pleasing.
Sounds good. He does this?
His shield. He goes
Oh,
like,
shield.
Yeah, not shoot.
Sunray and Nas is dead already. They got the kill on a Devil. That's going to be 2. This, again, you know, it's going to be rough. No Black Hole available. Mad Frog's going to die. Stormhammer on 2, but they don't have a Black Hole to follow that up.
Now is the time to shine. Or not.
There's no escape.
Well,
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's
The
coming
one-
through.
the one shining is going to be the Phoenix with the super.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Does force daytime.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
And these
attack.
mechanics are still very random.
Radiant
Force
structures
nighttime,
are
force
fortified.
daytime.
Yeah.
Rubik
Roche
stealing
get-
Dark Ascension. Make it nighttime again for our Night Stalker. Thank you.
Does Roche get, like, weirded out or anything? Goes from top to bottom.
I think Roche honestly should get different buffs. Oh, they're going to go in.
Okay.
Naga has Aegis. That's not the right target to go on.
Yeah, but it's trample, it's charge, it's onto the back lines. There's the supernova. A little bit far back, but Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, Stormhammer coming out to try to get the damage, get the kill here. Young PH is going to remnant back the other way, and they'll get the kill on Haemon. They'll look over at Moore. Buyback coming through from the Primal Beast. It's very desperately needed. There's the Black Hole, but again on a hero that has an Aegis. A lot of gold's going to be picked up by killing off OTI. Pulverize, Aegis gone. That's a kill there. And can they get anything more? Full mana, back with the Aegis, back with the second life. And let's work on this bottom set of racks again. Snare. Nothing doing just yet. It's going to be the bottom set of racks, but Alphys, Disruption. Pulverize in an uproar. Amon, he just bought back, and he's going to die just as quickly as he came back. Make a kill streak for Zahrain, and they find this Sven. They've got the ensnare. They'll have the lockdown. They'll get the kill. P1's gone. He's got buyback, but is there really anything left in the tank here?
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Tanks running on empty.
Gotta get to a petrol station soon.
What's the thing called in the car? The meter, the patrol meter. It's
Gasometer. It's on E. Get a kill there. Searing Chains on a 2. Remnants back and forth. +4 there for Zahrain, who was unstoppable. They've got buyback used by both the Shadow Demon as well as the Pugna, but time is running out. They are placing wards in your base. They are taking your buildings and taking your lives.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And they're going in again near Fountain.
Why not, right?
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
I mean, I've seen crazier things happen. Teams did lose before because they dive Fountain. I don't think we're going to be seeing it here.
I mean, they're diving while taking the
the Naga is definitely
not diving.
KSH is he wants to very much just end the game. He says, "Do what you want. I'm doing my thing."
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Charge, Supernova,
That's a
Sunray.
good Nova.
I mean, that is no way in. Sleight of Fist,
no way
Searing
out.
Chains. There's a kill on a Devil. They'll get themselves another on Haemon. 3 heroes dead as P1's trying to put the damage in with BKB being popped here. Skill A is not dead just yet and not dead at all.
Yes,
Song outlasts this BKB. They've got the global silence. They'll call GG, and Myanmar will end the group stage 3-0.
With gameplay like that, again, I'm not surprised that they beat Jordan. They're so aggressive and so confidently aggressive. It is something you don't see every day, and this is very much the SEA mentality coming through. Like, they are... I'm very impressed.
Yeah. They played that game perfectly. I think there was really no other way about it in terms of words, right? Like, you go from A to B, you're really just dominated overall, and it felt as though, answer-wise, there wasn't much available for them.
Yeah. Like, draft-wise, again, it was just very rough from the get-go. The only way they're really ever gonna have any sort of impact is if Heyman completely crushes middle, but it unfortunately went the other way. Young PH dominated.
Yeah.
Like, he dominated super hard, gets solo kill, gets the haste rune, kill him another time, and if your Amber is just on a rampage like that, the only times they killed him was with full duration Black Hole.
Yeah. And that was the winning condition for a little while. Like, the thought process was, hey, that's what we need to get a winning condition, is to get the Black Hole onto everybody, and we're going to go and get a refresher, and we're going to try and do these things. But at the end of the day, it didn't end up working out for them, and I think Myanmar played to their advantages. They defeated mid, they went to top, maybe they could handle the Sven anyway, they did.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice place on Case Ace though. Like, every time Global was down and Black Hole was up, they were like, okay, we gotta make this count, smoke up straight away, get an important kill, but it's just after that, what do you have left? The answer is not really much, because you don't have a hero that can really find the Naga and gank her. Like, they were just running out of options too quickly, and even though they did pressure the Naga insanely well, killed her like I think 3 times, it's a Naga, he's always gonna come back unless you can really keep out the pressure, which they just didn't have the draft to do so.
Again, it is KSA looking pretty good in their laning phase in some aspects. Mid, maybe not so much, but the side lanes look good, and it's parts of this draft and parts of this lineup that looks okay. And I think that taking away from that, there are positives there for KSA, but for Myanmar, it looks nice. It looks strong. A to B to C to throne to game to G to G. It felt like they had everything set.
To first seed in the group stage,
Yeah.
or in the playoffs rather. So they're going to be avoiding the Philippines, which is very nice for them, because obviously Philippines is another very hot contender for their first spot. But yeah, as you said, overall, they played amazing Dota, very confidently so. And individually, they're just also really good. Like the plays they made around the map as a team and as individuals, maybe they're on par with the Philippines even.
Could be, and that might be our finals matchup for sure. The way things have worked out so far, it looks like it might be. And let's take a look at this game again, because it was Myanmar beginning to end.
Yeah.
But there are still things to look out for if you're KSA to try and pull from this replay and work on.
Yeah, I think really the biggest issue KSA is having so far, I didn't see the game against Australia, but in the games that we covered here, it's just the draft isn't very cohesive. Like,
right.
They kind of picked Enigma into the silencer, so they came in with a preset idea, but that idea was, I don't want to say invalid, but was kind of rough to execute from the beginning. So then you have to adjust. Like, what's your next idea? You know, because like if you counterpick yourself like this in Dota, it becomes very, very difficult to play. And again, individually, I think KSA is really good.
Yeah.
It's just really, how does the strategy come together?
Do you think they overthink drafts?
I certainly believe so. Like you could tell in the draft, when the silencer was picked, they were discussing for quite a while. It looked like probably discussing, do we still want to pick that Enigma? Ended up doing it. But again, you're kind of shooting an arrow into your own foot, which is not what you want to do right from the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. And you could see some of the replay here where they had good moments. They killed off the Naga Siren a couple times, but they couldn't stick with it. And you see this is now
they're just diving.
Strictly just become a Myanmar highlight.
Yeah, diving. There's just no answers to it. Or maybe you can fight back. Nope. Supernova. Maybe you can fight back. Nope. 3-man charge. Ember Spirit, every slide of fist is like half HP of 2 heroes. And yeah, it's just like, what do you even do at this point? You just don't have the tools to fight back. This was what we talked about. Global was expanded in the last fight. Still have Black Hole, smoke up, kill the Ember. Good play, but after that, there's just nothing they can do.
Pretty much after that, truthfully, they did the same thing. The Myanmar.
Yeah,
Black
because
Hole's
they
down.
There's no
Let's
answers.
go. Yeah, there's zero answers at that point. They fight this entire time with Black Hole being on cooldown, and they just go. They, like you said, they dive. They're diver down.
Pre-minute
They are
18,
in.
he goes into the base. He's like, yeah, you're dead. What do you want to do? There's no counterplay? All right, you're dead.
This is a
This
great
is a game-deciding
Supernova.
fight, of course. Like the Black Hole is nice,
Bash.
but look
Oh
at
my gosh.
Sven. BKB runs out. Fire Spirit's applied. His attack speed is gone. If only BKB lasted like a second longer, maybe he kills the Ember Spirit.
10 seconds? Are you saying?
No.
10 second
A
BKB?
Second. A second.
A second longer? No,
A
I'm not saying
second
10 seconds more.
Oh,
I'm saying
okay.
10 second
Oh
BKB.
yeah, the nerf there. You know,
With the nerfs that BKB has had, do you think it's right to give 10 second BKB back?
I think it could be justified.
I think so.
I think it could be justified. But yeah, we're here to witness the end of the game, or really just Myanmar bathing
Farming
in the
kills.
glory.
Yeah.
They look unstoppable in this game. Honestly, I gotta go back and figure out what they did against Jordan, because that game, if they looked anywhere close to this, I'll be like, all right.
But so now Jordan goes on to play the 1 seed Philippines.
Yeah.
Potentially. And then it would be Myanmar plays the 2 seed in that other group.
Which we don't know yet.
Which theoretically is Mongolia, right?
It's Mongolia or But they still have a match that we're going to be covering next. And whoever wins that, I think, is the second seed.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that goes because we're going to see some rematches in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And it's not BO1s in the playoffs, it's BO3s. And that's the big thing. I think that can be really crazy, truthfully, because it's going to mean meta shifts, game shifts. Like, I could definitely predict and think we're going to see a lot of 3-game series, like full 3 sets.
Definitely could happen. However, if Myanmar plays like this and they just run over the enemy every game, it's more likely going to be 2-0s. My personal highlight, though, I'm really looking forward to the 5th, 6th place decider because you're not in for sure, and that one BO3 is going to decide whether you're going to play at Romania or not.
Yeah,
that might potentially be the final, you know.
Yeah,
in terms of importance.
It's got the most on the line that isn't prize money, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I'm excited to see what's coming up through the rest of the event. Of course, we still have one more series, or, well, game coming up. Yeah. And, you know, just to break down the final thoughts on this game, what do you think for Myanmar? Is there anything that you want to see change, like, in terms of gameplay coming from them going into the playoffs?
Okay, so what I did see that could potentially be exploited, like this safe lane certainly had issues because they got dominated. Like, the Enigma absolutely destroyed them.
Because I don't think they get away with that against the Philippines.
Yeah. So that is a potential weakness. And Young PH, as good as he played in the mid lane, he knew they don't have global multiple times, and he completely oversteps his boundaries. I mean, admittedly so, he deserved to be very, very confident, but you know, you gotta know your limits because you're dominating like that, you're giving a kill the other way, that's like a 1k goal shift right there. And suddenly, enemy has another item, and you don't feel so strong anymore.
Yeah, so we saw, you know, a bunch of aggression coming out from Myanmar. We saw that one kill that was on like Show TI, I think, and it was worth like 1,100 gold. So yeah, you can't be giving up deaths like that. That is so much gold to be given away. Yeah, you can start the early game well, and you get yourself 4, 5, 6 kill streak. They had a kill streak on the Silencer. Yeah. If that game is closer and Silencer dies and then he's giving up 1,200 gold, I mean, that is something you need to be aware of. Yeah. With when you're playing as aggressive as they were. And granted, they were winning by a lot, so I don't think they're going to be playing as aggressively as often, but it's going to be interesting to see what they do coming through into the future. So Myanmar played well, they get that victory, and we've got an interview on the main stage right here, right now. So let's take a listen.
And ladies and gentlemen, again, big shout out goes to our casters for the amazing job taking place right here. And congratulations to Myanmar. نواف تصور الأداء الجميل اللي صار مع Myanmar. So, how do you feel?
Yes, I feel very great. I'm honored to be here. Yes.
فعلا أمانة الأداء والثقة اللي كانت عندهم مثل ما ذكر كان هو العنوان لهذه السيريز. أيضا ودي نتكلم أيضا عن تجهيزاتهم للمباراة القادمة. زي ما أنت عارف الحين الوضع صار أصعب بكثير.
بالضبط. So KSH, now congratulations, you won. How do you feel about the next match?
Yes, I want to play next match now, but I cannot play now, so I'm very excited to play next game. Yes.
So I can hear a lot of confidence here taking place. الثقة قائمة, and I'm sure we're going to see another performance by Myanmar in the next match. وإن شاء الله بنشوف بعدين خلينا نقول مباراة ثانية مع أداء جميل وخرافي من ميانمار.
فعلا مثل ما ذكر ايضا اللاعب KSH انه هو متحمس يبغى يلعب هذه اللعبه من الحين، ولكن ما راح يمديهم لان عندنا فاصل بسيط وبعد كذا راجعين لكم فيها على السريع.
بالضبط. And we're going to have a little break, and again, congratulations for winning. And we'll be back with more action taking place right here at the IESF Asian Championship at Gamers 8.
ورجعنا لكم من جديد في آخر سيريس معانا لهذا اليوم للعبة دوتا 2 وأكيد كلنا متحمسين نعرف فيها تفاصيل هذه المباراة.
صح كلامك يا نواف. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the last match for Dota 2, the last match for the day. Just want to say big shout out goes to everybody. We've been here since 9:30 a.m. in the morning and non-stop till today for the love of esports.
Exactly.
Unity all together in one place with the IESF and the Saudi Esports Federation. Bring the world together with esports. Such an honor and beauty. 12 hours, guys, and more than that, together working here for that purpose. And for that, we're ready to bring out the teams. جاهز يا نواف؟
أكيد كلنا جاهزين ومتحمسين نعرف. فعلى طول خلينا نبدأ بالمنتخب الأول معانا منتخب كركستان.
Let's go with Kyrgyzstan. And now for their competitors taking place right here in this hyped match. Let's hear it for Mongolia.
خلونا على طول نرحب بالمنتخب الثاني منغوليا. الحماس جدا عالي، الحماس جدا قوي في هذه السيريس البست اوف 1 لهذا اليوم. كلنا متحمسين نعرف تفاصيل هذه المباراة، فخلونا ما نطول عليكم على طول نتوجه عند المعلقين.
You got it right, Noah. The hype is on with Dota 2, third match happening right now. And now, passing it on to the casters. Take it from here.
Thank you very much. Coming into this final BO1, it is a win and you're in situation, which is what we want to see every single time. Unfortunately, in the beginning of the group stage, obviously that can't happen. But here at the end, it's win and you're in. Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, it's two teams that truthfully feel pretty close to one another. And there's, at least for Kyrgyzstan, a lot of very known players coming into a matchup like this. And it makes me think that they're kind of the favorite, but both these teams are 1-1.
Yeah, they're both 1-1. As you said, winner goes through, loser goes into the 5th, 6th match. So both of them will still have a chance to qualify either way. But yeah, this is going to be probably as close as it can get. 1-1 between two teams, as you said, that are super, super close in terms of skill. Now, I don't particularly know the play style of Kyrgyzstan. We have seen Mongolia earlier today against the Philippines, and they held their own, even had a big lead at times. And they also showed that they can play clutch from behind. However, the draft looked to be a little bit of their weak point, so we'll see. I feel like so far, whichever team has the better draft, they just seem to be able to close out the game no problem.
Yeah, we really haven't been seeing much of that struggle to go high ground, right?
Yeah.
Some teams have played it a little bit safe. They get the Aegis. But other than that, truthfully, it's been pretty much, hey, we know what we're doing. We know what we're doing up against our competition, and we're going to be able to get up on the high ground and finish these games. And if we've got a lead, you know, that's what we're able to accomplish. And it's a little bit surprising, I would say, considering, you know, me and yourself, we've watched a lot of Division 2 Dota or Division 2 DPC, Division 1 DPC. Even those teams, they play it ultra safe at times, and they struggle to finish these games. But right now, from what we've seen throughout the event, it feels like these teams have a very good understanding of what they need to find that finish line.
Yeah, I would say even have a very good understanding of when they're ahead and when they're behind, because all of these teams, of course, sometimes they make mistakes in the execution, but I feel the game knowledge they have right now is top notch from pretty much all the teams that we see on stream. Like when they're up 5K, they look for a fight. Yeah, okay, you misexecuted, you lose the lead that you had, but you had the right idea. Which honestly, as you said, you can't say for a lot of teams that play in the lower echelon of the leagues.
Yeah, which is interesting. It's very much adaptability. I mean, even the last game that we watched, it's adapting to a winning situation, right?
Yeah.
Some teams, they find themselves in a winning situation, and they don't know what steps 2, 3, and 4 look like at the moment. But for most of these teams, we've seen the adaptability come out and show itself. The adaptability of, hey, we've won the mid lane. We're getting dominated in the top lane. We need to shift our eyes to something a little bit more rewarding for this game. We'll shift and start going after the Enigma. We'll start pressuring his game because we know mid is kind of out and about, and we really don't have to worry, right? It's not a hero that comes back from behind. And we've seen that from a lot of teams really having a better understanding of what they want. Maybe that's due in part to the fact that, this event starts right after the major ends. That's a lot of watching of Dota. That's a lot of breaking down situation after situation through groups, playoffs, finals, everything that they were able to watch through that event, or even scrims. Getting ready for this event because you're not playing together for most of these teams for more than just this event right here. This is a national tournament, not a DPC Dota team tournament. It's different.
Yeah, a lot of these players, they all know each other.
Yeah,
they play together occasionally in pub games and stuff, but as you said, they aren't a team per se. They're coming together for this national event, and the favorites are definitely making it work so far. Honestly, from what I've seen so far from all the games that we've casted, I'm really, really impressed with just the level of synergy these teams have achieved. Like, oftentimes, the way they initiate together and the way they disengage together is just crazy fast.
Yeah, so let's take a look at both these teams because, it has been very interesting to see both these rosters and what they've been able to accomplish. And we're taking a look at the Kyrgyzstan roster with names that we have seen before. Dream, Blizzy. Those are the two names that also very much stand out at you when you first take a look at this roster.
A killer face, too, on Blizzy.
Yeah. Blizzy looks ready to go. He's got the very much esports stare down.
Yeah.
Ready.
He's looking fierce.
But, with Sunset, Zodiac, and Max, and this team's 1-1 right now, do or die situation, more so, win and go home, or actually not really. The loser of
they'll
this
have a chance.
Ends up against Australia in the 5th-6 matchup.
Yeah, which arguably either of these teams is going to be the favorite in, but you never know. You never know.
This is definitely a strong roster. A lot of the teams seem to be very close. So it's interesting to see what these teams, especially, I would say regionally, want to pick coming into this draft. Maybe this is something a little bit different. You've got Blizzy, you've got Dream, who have been in the CIS region where they've been playing, and they've had a couple of teams here and there where they're trying to figure it out. Maybe they're pulling something from that region and bringing it here into this Asian Championship, right?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we have seen from the Philippines especially a pretty early-ish Meeple pick, which the region is known for. They have produced a lot of really good Meeple players over the time that don't exist there. But just in general, SEA as a region, they just love to play aggressive Dota. We have seen it in our last series, especially. Like, they just love to dive early. They like to fight early, and they just want to. The way they approach this game is they want to build a small lead, build that lead up a little higher, and then as soon as they can, they want to go for the killing blow.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, in fact, more often than not, we have seen that really turn the game around, though, because they find themselves out of position, enemy team punishes them, and suddenly the game is back to even because they punish that over-aggression.
So I wonder if this Kyrgyzstan team is going to give us a little bit of that Divide Dota.
I would love to see it. Divide.
Yeah, just go in. Go in,
Yalla.
go. I mean, that would definitely match the energy of some of the teams we've seen previously. And when those two energies kind of collide, it means 70, 80, 90 kill games that can go on for 40, 45 minutes where it's just this back and forth mashup that we saw, especially in that Filipino game earlier.
Yeah, I love high-octane games, especially in this current meta, because creeps are worth less, hero kills are worth more. So if you keep trading heroes, both teams will end up with a lot of items that enable a lot of plays, and the game just becomes a treat to watch.
Yeah.
So high-octane games, I'm all in for it.
Yeah, so, when it comes down to a matchup that's BO1 and it's everything on the line right now, to me, it feels like it's going to be more of just that straight meta again.
Yeah, probably. We'll see it time and time again. I mean, it's just too proven to not be picked. You know, it's too proven, it's too safe, it makes too much sense.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the Mongolian roster as we've got ourselves one more roster to take a look at in this pregame. And, you know, we've seen these guys before. We saw them earlier up against the Philippines, Sanctity 11, SE Ace 12, 4-2-3, who was on that safe lane Morphling. And, you know, this team looked good. And when you can hold your own against the Philippines, who feel like the definitive #1 team, that definitely shapes up to be a good matchup here in this game.
Yeah, they looked good individually. Again, amazing players. The only criticism I would have for them is the draft was okay, it wasn't great, and that the itemization was a little bit lacking on a couple of their players. But again, high pressure situations, maybe some situations they've never even found themselves in. Like, how often are you in a position as a Rubik that you actually should build BKB? It's so rare. Maybe 1 out of 100 games. And again, in a high pressure scenario, can you think of that? Like, we have the Omnivision, we have a very calm look on what's happening. He just hit a 5-man black hole. He's like, whoa, let's go. You know, he's probably has adrenaline pumping. And
his hands are probably off the mouse and keyboard, let's be real.
Yeah, like, he was feeling himself, for sure. So he went into the Aghanims instead and tried to go for like the really big plays, you know. And yeah, oftentimes what you really need to do is calm down a little, take a step back, figure out what you really need to do. And if they can do that, honestly, I think this team can go really far.
Yeah, definitely. This is, again, when you're into the playoff situation. Neither of these teams get eliminated right here, right now, but it's still very much high pressure to the point where you need to be playing your best. And I think Mongolia, if they take away the right parts of that first game, this is going to be them at their best. Because they played that really well. They had their opportunities. They had their leads. And I think transitioning that against a team like Kyrgyzstan, it brings them, in my eyes, maybe a slight favorite.
Yeah, but it also has to be said we haven't seen Kyrgyzstan on stage yet.
On main stage, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't really know too much about them. We know that they're 1-1, but what's their playstyle? Do they like to farm a little bit more? Do they like to be more aggressive? We'll have to find out and see. But I actually really want to see if they're going to go back to the first pick morph that they did against the Philippines. Because that was very confident. It was answered with a lot of counters, and it ended up being completely shut down in the late game. Yeah, so I want to see if they're going to want to go back to that, or if they have something else up their sleeve.
Yeah, definitely, because we've talked about it before. When you pick morph this early, it leaves you available to be countered pretty heavily. So you need to really ban for it. You need to prepare for something that might come out that's going to be that potential counter pick. And if you pick it not in that 4th spot, you're asking potentially for problems, right?
Yeah, but we have seen a lot of teams, they just overall first pick that Morphling. Sometimes it worked, other times it didn't. I think it's like about a 50% win rate right now. But it is definitely here that you can just first pick and that can just completely snowball out of control. Yeah, you counter it in lane, but he still has like 70 damage at level 1, 80 damage at level 2, and he just keeps growing, and every item that he gets is just a massive power spike on that hero. And it's just very easy for him to go completely out of control, which is why he's so popular right now. So even if you counter him, he can always counter you back as well.
Right. So you really got to be secure on your draft, figure it out. We haven't really seen, I think we saw like 1 Skywrath Mage, right?
1 Skywrath Mage, yeah. That
at least on the main stage.
That was super good.
Yeah. Dude, Skywrath has looked pretty good, and you know, it's looked pretty good, but I think we're going to take a quick break here as we'll be back with the actual game in just a moment. So we'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
one purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.